Chapter 127. The Hidden Demon region was the hub that connected the 5 counties. Countless warriors would enter here every day, causing the Hidden Demon region to be a huge hindrance. At the same time, it also caused the decadent nightlife in the Hidden Demon region. Although this was a world of the strong, and everyone chased after the strong, no matter what, warriors were still humans. They had desires and lives. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons for the rise of the Hidden Demon region's nightlife. In the entire 5 counties, no matter the state or city, the Hidden Demon region's nightlife was the most luxurious and decadent. Those who enjoyed the nightlife here, no matter what their cultivation was, as long as they had enough spirit stones, they could be a big boss here. Of course, without spirit stones, it would be difficult to move an inch. Su Yan had long heard of the luxurious nightlife in the Hidden Demon region. Naturally, he wanted to see it for himself. Unfortunately, his storage bag was empty. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. He could only lie in the inn and cultivate. Rather than cultivating, it was better to say that he cultivated his body and nature. At this moment, Su Yan had already reached the peak of the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, which was the same as the peak of the life-soul realm. No matter how much spirit energy he absorbed, if he couldn't condense his own holy vein, it would be useless. Under this kind of bottleneck, it was easy for people to become dispirited. Especially on such a luxurious and intoxicating night like the Subduing Devil region, listening to the music of the geisha outside and the occasional joyous laughter. It was a constant impact on people's hearts. Although Su Yan had experienced many things, but no matter what, he was only a young man in his early 20s. Especially when he still maintained the body of a virgin, he still retained the love of a man and a woman from his previous life. Now that he heard the gentle voice of the geisha from time to time, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Thankfully, Su Yan had experienced many things in the sword storage mound, and had also gone through the endless winding corridor. His mind was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After a short period of cultivation, he quickly calmed down from the temptations coming from outside. But when he heard the laughter of the geisha, Su Yan's mind was filled with the image of the graceful figure in red. Ever since he entered the hidden sword tomb, other than pursuing strength, Su Yan had never thought about anything between a man and a woman. However, in the end, he left the hidden sword tomb. Because of the ambiguous scene in the well of swordsmanship and Qin Hao's jealousy, Su Yan's heart, which had never been moved before, rippled at the last moment. Su Yan recalled the scene at the well of swords that day. He recalled how the red-clothed figure had stood in front of him several times to protect him. He also recalled how he stood in front of the stone tablet in the hidden sword tomb and did not see her for a long time. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I wonder how she is doing now," Su Yan muttered to himself. He was stunned for a while before shaking his head helplessly and sighing. "Su Yan, oh Su Yan, what we have to do now is so heavy. The secret of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is to revive the Futu Sword sect. I haven't even taken a step forward in all of these matters. How can I have the time to think about such matters?" As Su Yan muttered, he forcefully suppressed the yearning in his heart. As the yearning in his heart subsided, he quickly returned to the matter that he had encountered today. Not to mention that Butt Face had been constantly reminding him today, how could Su Yan not see through Lu Shang and Pang Chen's intentions? If it had been any other time, Su Yan would not have bothered with these two people. But it just so happened that Su Yan was not only short of spirit stones in the hidden demon area, but he also lacked an opponent. As a swordsman, a sword cultivator, he was always looking forward to a life and death struggle. Only by constantly fighting, only by constantly challenging one's limits, could he grow and become stronger. Now that Lu Shang and Pang Chen had set their sights on him, Su Yan was not worried at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Although a saint of one bloodline was very strong, Su Yan was now at the 13th level of spirit channeling, which was beyond the legendary stage. Moreover, he also had the blood dragon pupil. A saint of one bloodline was obviously not enough to stimulate Su Yan's limits. But if there was another one, it would be enough for him to fight with all his strength. Su Yan thought about the bounty mission tomorrow and licked his lips. His eyes suddenly burst with a bright light, and he was full of anticipation for the bounty mission tomorrow. For the entire night, because Su Yan was penniless, he was unable to enjoy the luxurious nightlife of the devil-subduing region. He did not leave even a single step and listened to the joyous laughter coming from outside. It was rare for him to have a good sleep. Time always passed so quickly in sleep. The night passed quickly. Poor boy. Not long after Su Yan woke up, he heard a shout coming from downstairs. Just by hearing the name, Su Yan knew that Lu Shang and Pang Chen had come. These two are really attentive, but I don't know if they will let me down. Su Yan smiled slightly. He simply tidied himself up and turned to go downstairs. Su Yan was staying in the best room in the inn, and it cost 3 spirit stones a day. The 3 spirit stones he paid yesterday were obviously enough for yesterday's room. Su Yan was not the kind of person to eat and stay for free. Since he did not have any spirit stones on him, he naturally had to check out. Just as he walked in front of the waiter, before he could speak, he heard the waiter say, "Senior, there is no need to check out. As long as you come back alive, you can stay in the room." Okay. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. However, he saw that the waiter had already asked someone to tidy up his room and the way the waiter was looking at him. Su Yan turned his head and looked at the other people in the inn. They were looking at him with the same expression as the waiter, as if they were looking at a dead man. He immediately understood what was going on. However, Su Yan was not angry. He shook his head and smiled. It seems that Lu Shang and Pang Chen have some tricks up their sleeves in the hidden demon region. Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Su Yan did not have the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he looked forward to today's bounty mission even more. The moment his eyes surged, a ray of light immediately flowed out. "Poor boy, why are you so slow? Are you afraid to go?" Lu Shang immediately teased when he saw Su Yan come out. "If you don't have the guts to go, then obediently leave the hidden demon region. Don't join in the fun." Although Lu Shang said this, his gaze fell on the storage bag on Su Yan's waist and constantly emitted a greedy light. Trying to goad me with such a clumsy scheme. When Su Yan heard Lu Shang's words, the glimmer of hope he had for him yesterday immediately dimmed. However, Su Yan did not point it out. Instead, he followed Lu Shang's words and pretended to be angry. He shouted, "Who said I don't dare to go? Let's go." "Good, you are indeed brave." When Lu Shang saw Su Yan agree, the corners of his mouth immediately curled into an evil smile. He waved at Pang Chen and said, "Pang Chen, lead the way." Okay. Although Pang Chen and Lu Shang were both saints, when the two of them were together, it was obvious that Lu Shang was the leader. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Pang Chen did not say anything. He glanced at Su Yan and immediately walked forward. Su Yan smiled and did not say anything. He followed by Lu Shang. It was as if he was watching Su Yan and was afraid that he would escape. Although the hidden demon region was only a pass, it was vast and even larger than the Jing State City. Other than the place where Su Yan lived, which was in a glorious state, the other streets were also filled with houses and bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, the entire hidden demon region was not only filled with streets, houses, and shops. It should be known that in addition to being famous for business, the Hengduan Mountain in the hidden demon region was also famous in the 5 prefectures. The Hengduan Mountain was located in the southern suburbs of the hidden demon region. The mountain was named Hengduan Mountain because there were many continuous mountains that separated the 5 prefectures and the 9 prefectures. It was so vast that it was said that no one could cross the Hengduan Mountain by themselves. From this, one could see the vastness of the Hengduan Mountain. The vastness of the Hengduan Mountain also caused the mountain to be filled with countless demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. The Hengduan Mountain was not only a dangerous place, but also a treasure trove. Of course, in the Hidden Demon region, many people regarded the Hengduan Mountain as a huge business. In the southern suburbs of the Hidden Demon region, there were many shops set up at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. These shops were set up by various big businesses who had their eyes on the resources in the Hengduan Mountain. Every day, there were countless bounty missions at the foot of the mountain, attracting many experts to gather here. They would enter the Hengduan Mountain to capture demonic beasts or collect some spiritual herbs to refine medicine in exchange for spirit stones. Of course, the so-called gathering of experts were mostly experts in the Fate Soul realm. This was because once one became a saint, one would have leaped into a new beginner realm. No matter where one was, a saint was the most respected existence. They were geniuses in any sect. With such a status, how could they lack spirit stones? Saints entered the Hengduan Mountain to hunt demonic beasts and collect spiritual herbs, but only for their own use. They would not enter the Hengduan Mountain through bounty missions. Although the Hidden Demon region was vast, there were many teleportation formations set up in the Hidden Demon region that led to various places in the region. Of course, these teleportation formations were not like the ones in the Hidden Sword Tomb, which could be used at will. Instead, there was a fee. Su Yan was penniless, but Pang Chen and Lu Shang were generous. Without any nonsense, they directly paid the fee for Su Yan's teleportation formation. Through the teleportation formation, the three of them quickly arrived at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, countless experts who had accepted the bounty missions had already gathered at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. All the shops were tightly packed. However, when Lu Shang and Pang Chen appeared, when the crowd saw the two of them, they all made way for them. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were saints, so their status was naturally extraordinary. As the crowd made way, they also noticed Su Yan behind Lu Shang and Pang Chen. When everyone saw Su Yan, a mocking expression surged on their faces. There were even people in the crowd who began to mock him. "Heh, another one who's not afraid of death has been targeted by Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Yeah, I wonder what Lu Shang and Pang Chen have taken a fancy to this kid this time." Chapter 128. Su Yan listened to the discussions around him. They had the same expression as the waiter at the inn. Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. Of course, he was looking forward to what would happen next. I wonder what kind of tricks Lu Shang and Pang Chen have up their sleeves. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived in front of the Bounty Mission Bulletin Board. Bounty missions were also divided into many levels, ranging from level 1 to level 10. The higher the level, the more difficult the mission. Among the martial artists who came to Hengduan Mountain to accept missions, the highest they could receive was a level 6 mission. As for level 7 and above missions, not to mention that no one had issued them for several months, even if someone issued them, no one would accept them. One had to know that Hengduan Mountain was not only full of business opportunities, but also full of dangers. Of course, this Bounty Mission Bulletin Board was set up very humanely. Not only did it indicate the level of the mission and the reward, but it also indicated the recommended strength. The level 6 mission indicated that the recommended strength was at the peak of the life-soul stage. It was to capture a type of demonic beast, and the reward was 1,000 spirit stones. It was the highest reward in the entire bounty mission. If Buttface hadn't said those words to him yesterday, Su Yan would have definitely accepted this mission. After all, Su Yan lacked spirit stones. If he could get 1,000 spirit stones, he would definitely be able to solve his current urgent need. However, thinking of what Buttface had said to him yesterday, Su Yan didn't accept the level 6 mission. Instead, he continued to check the Bounty Mission Bulletin Board. He soon noticed a level 4 mission. The recommended strength was at the 5th stage of the life-soul stage, and the reward was 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones for a level 6 mission. If it were a normal mission, this mission would definitely be a hot one and would be accepted in minutes. However, this mission was displayed on the mission bulletin board. Clearly, this meant that this mission had not been accepted by anyone yet. Senior. At this moment, Buttface appeared out of nowhere and walked up to Su Yan. He was about to persuade Su Yan, but Lu Shang and Pang Chen glared at him. Buttface was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at Su Yan for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, remember what I said yesterday." Buttface. Hearing Buttface's words, Lu Shang flew into a rage. But before he could get angry, he heard a ding. The Level 4 mission on the Bounty Mission Bulletin Board was accepted. LV Shang's angry expression immediately calmed down. She looked at Su Yan and revealed an evil smile. Buttface was also stunned by this sound. Regaining his senses, he looked at Su Yan and sighed. "Senior, you. Buttface was obviously very angry that Su Yan didn't listen to his advice. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had accepted the mission. Whether it was success or failure, he had to carry it out. When the surrounding crowd saw this, some kind-hearted people looked at Su Yan and felt pity. Of course, compared to these feelings of pity, there were more sounds of ridicule. This kid is really not afraid of death. Look at Buttface's expression. It's obvious that he has already told him that there is something fishy about this mission. He actually still dares to accept it. Hey, who doesn't care if Buttface said anything? Who doesn't know about Lu Shang and Pang Chen's clumsy plan? I think this kid is just arrogant. I think so too. Let's wait and see. Maybe this kid can really complete this mission. Amidst the mocking voices of the crowd, a middle-aged man quickly walked up to Su Yan. That middle-aged man glanced at Su Yan and said directly, "Report your name and sect." Su Yan. Su Yan said his name directly. However, when he said his sect, Su Yan hesitated. If it had been in the past, he would definitely have said that he was from the Hidden Sword Tomb without hesitation. However, now that Su Yan had been expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was no longer a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. His real identity was now the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. However, the Buddha Sword Sect was obviously not something that Su Yan could shoulder. Thinking of Su Yan, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a disbanded cultivator." A disbanded cultivator meant that he didn't belong to any sect or family. When he heard Su Yan say that he was a disbanded cultivator, the middle-aged man looked at Su Yan with burning eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it and said calmly, "Sign the contract." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and a domino immediately appeared in front of Su Yan. This domino was a contract domino that contained all sorts of information about the bounty mission. It also contained a life and death contract. This life and death contract meant that after Su Yan signed it, it meant that if anything happened to Su Yan during the mission, it would have nothing to do with the person who issued the mission. Su Yan signed the contract without hesitation and returned the domino to the middle-aged man with a wave of his hand. Now that he had accepted the mission, it was time to complete it. Su Yan walked into the Hengduan mountain. Suddenly, Lu Shang acted like a good person and said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, I wish you good luck." Su Yan smiled faintly and ignored Lu Shang as he walked into the Hengduan mountain. How arrogant! Lu Shang sneered when he saw that Su Yan was ignoring him. He waved his hand and shouted, "Activate the mission image." As soon as Lu Shang's voice fell, a huge image appeared in the void. This image showed the scene of Su Yan entering the Hengduan mountain. Seeing Su Yan walk in, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Lu Shang, Pang Chen, I heard the two of you say yesterday that this person was able to withstand Pang Chen's spiritual pressure. He has some ability. If this person is really at the peak of the Fate Soul stage, then the share of the two of you this time will be, elder, look at what you're saying. With our relationship, there's no need to talk about sharing. It's fine as long as we can work for the Guyu sect." Lu Shang interrupted the middle-aged man with a laugh before he could finish. He looked at the mission image and his eyes immediately shone brightly. He was like a completely different person compared to the scheming merchant from before. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Arrogant brat, do you really think that I led you here just to take the storage bag in your hand? Naive. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound came from the mission image. A Yao beast blocked in front of Su Yan. It was a low-level Yao beast. Its strength was only at the spirit realm. Anyone present could easily defeat it. Su Yan in the mirror image also began to make his move. The cultivation method in his body surged and his cultivation spread out. Spirit realm, everyone was in an uproar. What, this brat is only at the spirit realm? He dares to accept a mission with only the spirit realm? He really has guts. Compared to everyone's shock, Lu Shang and Pang Chen's expressions were even uglier. Spirit realm, how is this possible? Lu Shang's face was the color of pig liver. He looked at Su Yan in the mirror image and immediately became angry. Humph, he's only at the spirit realm. If I had known, I wouldn't have spent so much effort. Lu Shang suddenly thought of something in his anger and turned to look at the middle-aged man. Seeing the middle-aged man's increasingly ugly expression, Lu Shang couldn't help but tremble. Lu Shang, Pang Chen. A pair of sharp eyes on the middle-aged man's square face stared at the two. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged in his eyes. Spirit realm, but you put a spirit realm cultivator into this mission. You too, elder, please calm down. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were so scared that their bodies trembled. They immediately knelt on the ground and said, Elder, we brothers will compensate for this loss. Humph, I hope so. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and turned to a follower beside him. Send someone into the mission and kill them. Don't let them taint the sacred beast. The middle-aged man waved his sleeve and left. Seeing the middle-aged man leave, Lu Shang and Pang Chen's faces regained some color. They looked at Su Yan in the mirror image with faces full of disbelief. How can this brat only be at the spirit realm? How can a spirit realm cultivator hide his strength? How can he block Pang Chen's spirit chi? Lu Shang didn't understand and could only accept his bad luck. He shook his head and turned to leave. Young master, let's go as well. This person is only at the spirit realm. He definitely won't be able to draw out the things set up in the Guyu sect. As Lu Shang and Pang Chen left, not far away, a few masked men in white were watching the scene in the mirror image. One of them spoke to a youth in purple standing in front of him. This youth was also masked, making it impossible for others to see his face. However, the pair of purple eyes outside the veil constantly shot out rays of bright light. Hearing the words of his subordinates, he turned to leave. For him, there was nothing to see today. The middle-aged man left, Pang Chen, Lu Shang, and the masked man left, but this didn't stop the others from looking forward to Su Yan in the mission. They didn't know what the middle-aged man, Lu Shang, and the masked man knew. They only thought that Lu Shang and Pang Chen were scamming them for money. Thus, they continued to watch with great interest, their faces carrying mocking smiles. A spirit realm cultivator dares to accept this mission. What an arrogant brat. Ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a roar of laughter. Hearing the laughter of those people, Buttface didn't know where he got the courage to roar. What do you know? This senior might have some extraordinary skills. Ha ha ha. Buttface's words caused a roar of laughter. Buttface, you're a member of the subduing demon area. Don't you know that even a person at the peak of the life-soul stage can't escape unscathed after entering this place? Do you think a spirit realm cultivator can come out? That's right. Sigh, actually it's not anyone's fault. Buttface, you already told him so clearly, but this brat still dared to enter. He can only blame himself for being greedy. Shut up, all of you. Hearing them talk about Su Yan in such a manner, Buttface was instantly enraged. He roared angrily and suddenly displayed a domineering aura that had never been seen before. This caused everyone to be stunned. Chapter 129. Although Buttface was born in the hidden demon area, he was a native of the area. However, because Buttface's parents abandoned him on the day he was born, Buttface became an orphan. It was fortunate that he was able to survive until now. Although Buttface had cultivated to the third stage of the life-soul stage through his continuous efforts, in the hidden demon area, where the life-soul stage was as common as straw dogs. Buttface's third stage of the life-soul stage was still unable to win him a position in the hidden demon area. Furthermore, Buttface was a true independent martial artist. Without a strong backer, his position in the hidden demon area, a place where all kinds of experts mixed in, was even lower. Buttface was a smart person. He was well aware of this reason. He had always been humble and had never been angry with anyone, let alone have any dignity. However, at this moment, with this angry shout, his eyes were like torches, and there was a faint aura of dignity trembling. How could this not shock people? Of course, this shock was short-lived. Very quickly, some people came back to their senses and stepped forward to mock Buttface. The dignified aura of dignity on Buttface's body was like an epiphyllum, disappearing in a flash. Buttface, did you take the wrong medicine today? In any case, you are at the life-soul stage. How could you call a spirit channeling stage senior? That's right. How dare you be fierce to us? Are you really not afraid of death? Countless mocking voices rang in Buttface's ears. Of course, other than the mockery, no one did anything to Buttface. After all, this was still the territory of the hidden demon area. At the end of the mockery, the words shifted to Su Yen. Spirit channeling stage. This kid is indeed possessed. He dares to accept this mission when he is merely at the spirit channeling stage. Not to mention that this is a trap set up by Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Even a normal level 4 mission is not something a spirit channeling stage cultivator can accept. Yes, there is nothing to see. This kid will definitely die today. Compared to these people's mockery of him, Buttface was even more furious when he heard these people's contempt for Su Yen. He didn't know why it was like this. Buttface's eyes were like torches as he stared at the mission mirror. Even though no one believed in Su Yen, Buttface did. He didn't know why. When Buttface's eyes fell on Su Yen, he sensed a familiar aura. It was this aura that convinced Buttface that Su Yen wouldn't die here. Under the disdain of the crowd and the trust of Buttface, Su Yen had already dealt with the demonic beast that had been blocking their path. It was only a spirit realm demonic beast, and although it had been killed by Su Yen, it didn't cause much of a stir. Hengduan Mountain. Due to the vastness of the area, no one knew what level of demonic beasts lived in Hengduan Mountain. It was said that there were even divine beasts in the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Of course, this was only a legend. No one dared to step into the depths of the Hengduan Mountains. Similarly, no one was able to cross the Hengduan Mountains. This also caused the 5 counties to be completely separated from the 9 states. Even though Su Yen had browsed through the books in the Hidden Sword Tomb, he still hadn't seen many records regarding the 9 states. However, there were many records regarding the 5 counties, including the introduction of Hengduan Mountain. Therefore, although this was the first time Su Yen had come to Hengduan Mountain, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. He was even more clear about the dangers that were hidden here. This was also the reason why Su Yen didn't hide his strength as soon as he entered Hengduan Mountain. However, Su Yen hadn't expected that when he revealed his strength, it would attract so many people's attention and cause so many people to laugh at him. Of course, Su Yen couldn't hear these laughs. He was more concerned about what tricks Pang Chen and Lu Shang were playing on him. Whoosh, 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 at this moment, a few demonic beasts suddenly rushed out from the surrounding bushes. Black Flower Cheetah. When Su Yen saw these demonic beasts, he immediately recognized them as Black Flower Cheetahs. This cheetah got its name because its entire body was covered in black flowers. This beast's strongest attack was its speed. An adult black flower cheetah's speed was comparable to a 5th-level Fate Soul expert. Of course, in addition to its speed, the black flower cheetah's attack was also not to be underestimated. The 2 huge fangs in the cheetah's huge mouth opened and closed. If one was bitten by it, it would be enough to pierce through a 6th-level Fate Soul expert. Therefore, if this black flower cheetah were to be compared to a warrior, its strength would be at least at the 7th-level Fate Soul. Furthermore, there were 5 of these cheetahs. Even if one was at the peak of the Fate Soul realm, if they were to fall into this environment, they might not be able to escape unscathed. When the black flower cheetahs appeared, mocking voices immediately sounded from the bottom of Hengduan Mountain. 5 black flower cheetahs against a spirit-channeling realm cultivator. This kid's life is over. He's definitely dead. Not to mention 5, even 1 black flower cheetah would be enough to take his life. Under the mocking laughter, Su Yan looked at the 5 black flower cheetahs from within Hengduan Mountain and smiled. Lu Shang and Pang Chen, don't tell me you two want to use these monsters to restrain me? As he spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly activated. The awakening celestial sword leaped out and was already in Su Yan's hand. Although the awakening celestial sword did not have the shocking light of the Buddha sword and the ghost howl sword, it still did not have the power of the ghost howl sword. However, at this moment, as it leaped out, under the spiritual chi fluctuations, the sound of the sword immediately rang out. Su Yan held the awakening celestial sword in his hand and swept it out. In an instant, only a cold light could be seen flashing past. In an instant, a few screams rang out. The people standing in front of the mission mirror thought that there was nothing to see. They were all preparing to leave or do other things, but they were all stunned. They did not even have time to react to what had happened. Their eyes stared fixedly at the mission mirror and the black flower cheetahs lying on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Ah! How is this possible? Someone finally came to his senses. Of course, the moment of realization was exchanged with even more shock that came from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head and roared, "How is this possible? How is this possible? This can't be real." This person's roar immediately resonated with the others. Yes, this can't be real. The spirit realm, this kid is at most at the peak of the spirit realm. How could he kill 5 black flower cheetahs? And it was an instant kill. Someone must be helping this kid, it must be like this. The crowd's shouts caused Lu Shang and Pang Chen, who were about to leave, to also notice this scene. The 2 of them looked over with the same shock on their faces. The masked people who were about to leave also stopped in their tracks and turned back to look at the black flower cheetahs lying on the mission mirror. Although their expressions behind the veils could not be clearly seen, it was still possible to see the shock and astonishment in their eyes. Young master. The person standing behind the purple-clothed youth was about to say something, but the purple-clothed youth waved his hand, not allowing him to speak. Su Yan naturally did not know that anyone outside the Hengduan Mountains could see his performance. What he wanted to do was to force Pang Chen and Lu Shang to use their true strength. Although the black flower cheetahs seemed very strong, they were not enough to stir up the hot blood in Su Yan's body. Pang Chen recovered from his shock and turned back to ask Lu Shang, "Should we go inform the elders?" Go quickly. Lu Shang reacted at the same time and hurriedly ran in the direction that the middle-aged man had left. Is this all they have? Su Yan followed the information provided by the domino and wandered around the Hengduan Mountains. The reward for a level 4 mission was 3,000 spirit stones, which was even higher than a level 6 mission. Moreover, the mission only required him to find a spirit-gathering grass. The spirit-gathering grass was a necessary ingredient to refine the spirit-gathering pill. Due to the spirit chi in the world, there were thousands of types of spirit-gathering grass. It could be said that they were almost everywhere. Not only in the Hengduan Mountains, but even some clans and sects also grew spirit-gathering grass. However, the mission only required him to find a spirit-gathering grass in the Hengduan Mountains. Who did not know the conspiracy behind it? The reason why Su Yan knew it was a conspiracy was not only because he wanted to obtain the high reward of spirit stones, but also because he longed for Pang Chen and Lu Shang's methods. Su Yan had the boiling blood of a swordsman flowing in his veins. He longed to be in battle all the time because he knew that only by constantly fighting could he continue to grow stronger. Pang Chen and Lu Shang were obviously Su Yan's best opponents. Therefore, after Su Yan obtained the spirit-gathering grass, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to wait in the Hengduan Mountains. When they saw Su Yan waiting there, they became anxious. The people watching outside were anxious for him. What's this kid doing? He killed 5 black flower cheetahs and obtained the spirit-gathering grass. Why hasn't he come out yet? With his speed just now, if he rushes out now, he will definitely be able to escape. Yes, he will definitely be able to escape. But why isn't he running? Is he still waiting for death inside? This was a world of the strong. Only the strong could attract the respect of others. Clearly, Su Yan's shocking performance had attracted the respect of everyone. They were all in the life-soul realm. Some of them were even at the peak of the life-soul realm. However, they knew that they would not be able to escape unscathed under the siege of 5 black flower cheetahs. Young master, what is this kid waiting for? The masked men could not help but be puzzled when they saw Su Yan sitting there and waiting. He's just an arrogant kid, the purple-clothed man who was addressed as the young master said coldly. When the masked men in white heard him say that, they frowned in confusion. However, they did not say anything and looked at the mission mirror again. Bang! With a loud bang, a few more figures suddenly appeared in the mission mirror. When the figures appeared, a powerful spirit chi burst out as if it was about to break out of the mission mirror. An expert at the peak of the life-soul realm. Chapter 130. This Lu Shang and Pang Chen really have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually sent a few powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage to deal with a Spirit Realm cultivator. A peak Fate Soul stage cultivator against a Spirit Realm cultivator. This brat is definitely finished. Sigh, what a pity. That brat just now was so fast. If he had been careful and cultivated properly, he would have definitely become a powerful figure in the future. What a pity, what a pity. When the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage appeared, the crowd immediately had the same expression they had when the black flower cheetah appeared. They concluded that Su Yan was definitely going to die this time. They weren't the only ones. When the purple-clothed youth in the distance saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. 3 powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage against a Spirit Realm cultivator? The people from the Guyu sect sure think highly of this brat. As he spoke, the purple-clothed youth waved his hand. Let's go. This brat is too arrogant. He will definitely die here today. When the masked people heard the purple-clothed youth's words, although they still wanted to see what kind of miracle would happen next, when they heard the purple-clothed youth's words, they didn't take another look and left with him. Within the Hengduan Mountains, Su Yan didn't know what was happening outside. He only looked at the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage and smiled slightly. Peak Fate Soul stage. Not bad. Stronger each time. As he spoke, Su Yan looked at the 3 powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage and narrowed his eyes. But it seems that just the 3 of you aren't enough. Death is at hand. When the leader of the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage heard Su Yan's words, he immediately shouted angrily. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he looked in front of him with a shocked expression. Where is he? It wasn't just the 3 of them. Everyone outside of the mission mirror was also stunned. Where is he? Where did Su Yan go? He disappeared. How is that possible? Amidst the puzzled voices of the crowd, 3 screams rang out. Immediately, everyone was stunned once again. As the 3 screams rang out, the purple-robed young man who was about to leave turned his head around at the same time. When he saw this scene, a sharp glint immediately appeared in his eyes. Of course, most of them were equally shocked. Looking at the 3 powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm lying on the screen, they muttered to themselves, "Impossible, impossible. This kid is only at the spirit realm. How could he kill powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm?" Although everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, they couldn't help but believe it because it was happening right in front of their eyes. Lu Shang and Pang Chen had just returned from chasing after the middle-aged man, and they just so happened to witness this scene. The 3 of them were also stunned on the spot. How could this be? The middle-aged man's lips quivered as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. If word got out that a spirit realm cultivator had killed 3 cultivators at the peak of the Fate Soul realm, he would definitely become the biggest joke in the entire Gone realm. However, this scene had truly happened in front of everyone, causing them to have no choice but to believe it. Elder, what do we do now?" Lu Shang looked at the middle-aged man in horror and asked carefully. After all, no matter what, Su Yan was just fooling himself. If Su Yan was at the peak of the life-soul realm, then it wouldn't matter. Unfortunately, Su Yan was only at the spirit realm and had no value at all. However, because he was at the spirit realm, he was able to kill 3 powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm. Lu Shang was truly afraid that the middle-aged man would blame him. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yan in the mission mirror. He stared at him for a long time without saying anything. He just looked at him quietly. The spirit realm. This kid's aura is indeed at the spirit realm, but why does it feel like it's not? The middle-aged man thought. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Could it be that this kid has entered that realm? How? How is this possible? The middle-aged man suddenly felt his entire body tremble. Looking at Su Yan's figure, he suddenly had an idea. He turned to Pang Chen and Lu Shang and said, "Pang Chen, Lu Shang, the 2 of you enter the Hengduan Mountains and kill Su Yan." What? When Lu Shang heard the middle-aged man's words, his entire body suddenly trembled. "Elder, we don't have the aura of your Guyu sect." Then what? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. "Pang Chen, Lu Shang, you brought this kid back. Now, the people I arranged inside have all died. Do you want me to do it myself?" As the middle-aged man spoke, a majestic spiritual qi pressure suddenly pressed forward. Lu Shang and Pang Chen's bodies trembled and they hurriedly said, "We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." "You wouldn't dare? Hurry up and enter." The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Although Lu Shang and Pang Chen were afraid of the monster inside, Lu Shang and Pang Chen knew that if they refused, they would probably die a worse death than if they entered. Now, Lu Shang and Pang Chen could only hope that after entering, they would quickly kill Su Yan and escape. They hoped that they wouldn't encounter the monster. The moment Lu Shang and Pang Chen entered, the purple-clothed youth standing in the distance also trembled. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something important. He turned around and said to the several masked men behind him, "You guys go in as well. You must take down that person. If you can't, kill him." "Yes, young master." The masked men nodded. With a leap, they had already entered the Hengduan mountain. Although they were fast, they still couldn't escape the middle-aged man's eyes. When the middle-aged man saw the masked men enter, his wide and thick eyebrows immediately wrinkled. Then, he saw the direction the masked men rushed in and immediately smiled. "The people from the Monster Palace are also here? Very good, very good. You'll be a little nourishment for my Guyu sect's sacred beast." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and the huge mission mirror image at the foot of the Hengduan mountain disappeared. "Hey, what's going on? Why did the mirror image disappear?" The spectators were very excited. When they saw the mirror image disappear, they all shouted. However, no matter how they shouted, the mirror image didn't appear again. Even a pinnacle life soul has appeared. If it appears again this time, it should be a sacred bloodline expert. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips as a bright light condensed in his eyes. The 13th level of the spirit channeling realm was an existence that transcended the legendary realm and the life soul realm. At this moment, in front of Su Yan, the life soul realm was not enough to arouse Su Yan's desire to fight. Only a saint would be able to reignite the boiling blood in Su Yan's body. Bang! Just as Su Yan was looking forward to it, the figures of Pang Chen and Lu Shang suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. When he saw the two figures, the corners of Su Yan's mouth curled into a smile. The two of you are finally willing to appear. Su Yan, give me your life. When Lu Shang and Pang Chen appeared, they didn't waste any words with Su Yan. With a cold shout, the spiritual qi in their bodies suddenly burst out and directly attacked Su Yan. Lu Shang and Pang Chen were both saints. The spiritual qi contained in the sacred bloodline in their bodies was not something a pinnacle life soul could compare to. Just as he was about to make a move, the spirit qi flew past. Immediately, the surrounding grass and trees trembled, forming a powerful hurricane that attacked. When Su Yan felt the pressure of this powerful spiritual qi, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. His eyes suddenly narrowed and shot out a blood-red light. He shouted loudly, "Come at me." At the same time, Su Yan suddenly jumped up. The thrilling sword in his hand had been replaced by the pagoda sword. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were both saints. Su Yan didn't want to fail miserably. Su Yan, die. Lu Shang and Pang Chen weren't sword cultivators, but magical treasures. However, although the two of them wanted Su Yan's life, Su Yan was only in the spirit channeling realm after all. To the two of them, he was just an ant-like existence. Therefore, when the two of them attacked, they didn't use their magical treasures. They only used their fists and feet to attack. Even so, they were still ferocious. Seeing this, Su Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, and directly met Pang Chen's attack with his sword. Pudong, with a loud sound, the two of them collided. Su Yan's sword collided with the spiritual qi condensed in Pang Chen's palm. In an instant, a ray of light jumped up. Die. Pang Chen saw that Su Yan dared to meet him head-on and smiled evilly. However, just as his smile rose, he felt the dense spiritual qi coming from his palm. Pang Chen's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes blurred. How is this possible? How can a spirit channeling realm block my attack? Break. Su Yan saw Pang Chen's twitching face and smiled coldly. He activated his cultivation method, and suddenly, a majestic spiritual qi leaped out. With a loud bang, the spiritual qi condensed in Pang Chen's palm was immediately broken. The Buddha sword swept past like a swimming dragon. As it bloomed, a bloody mist immediately surged. Ah! Pang Chen screamed. His palm was directly pierced by the Buddha sword, and a bloody mist surged. However, no matter what, Pang Chen was still a saint. He quickly reacted. As he activated his cultivation method, his body quickly flew back, dodging Su Yan's next attack. When Lu Shang saw this, he was also shocked. However, the speed of his attack towards Su Yan didn't slow down. He directly slammed his palm towards the top of Su Yan's head. Die, Su Yan. Lu Shang let out a loud roar. Suddenly, boundless spiritual qi surged, and her palm landed on the top of Su Yan's head. Her pupils shrank, and a scorching heat erupted from her. As long as Su Yan died in his hands, he could immediately leave this place. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. There's one more. How could Su Yan not see Lu Shang? The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned his head to look at Lu Shang, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Shang's speed immediately slowed down. At the same time, Su Yan patted his storage bag. The sword dragon had already arrived at Su Yan's feet. It activated its cultivation method and jumped up. Chapter 131. There's nothing impossible about it. While Pang Chen and Lu Shang were still in shock, Su Yan had already arrived in front of them on the sword dragon. Seeing Su Yan's cold smile, the corners of his mouth curled up. Both Pang Chen and Lu Shang immediately felt a surge of anger. They were saints, yet they were being ridiculed by a spirit realm martial artist. This was an insult to them. Bang! With a loud bang, Lu Shang and Pang Chen both sacrificed their Dharma treasures at the same time. Lu Shang's Dharma treasure was a huge steel ring, while Pang Chen's was a small coffin. When the two Dharma treasures appeared, the sky suddenly changed color. It was obvious that they were both extraordinary items. A mere spirit realm martial artist actually forced the two of us to sacrifice our Dharma treasures. Su Yan, you're quite capable. The moment they sacrificed their Dharma treasures, Lu Shang looked at Su Yan with a sharp light in his eyes. Su Yan looked at the Dharma treasures in their hands. They glowed brightly, and he knew that they were definitely not ordinary items. People who cultivated Dharma treasures were different from sword cultivators. Su Yan didn't know this before, but after becoming the successor of the Buddha sword sect, Su Yan knew that in ancient times, swords were only a type of Dharma treasure. And it was because of the appearance of the Buddha sword sect that the entire Gan territory became popular with sword cultivators. As a result, more and more sword moves and sword styles appeared. Sword cultivators became the mainstream of the entire Gan territory. However, sword cultivators who reached the Saint bloodline realm couldn't use sword techniques or sword moves. If they met someone who cultivated Dharma treasures, they would obviously have an advantage. This was why when Lu Shang and Pang Chen sacrificed their Dharma treasures, the way they looked at Su Yan immediately changed. The shock that Su Yan had given them today was simply too much. First, he killed 5 black flower cheetahs, which was enough to shock them. And if that wasn't enough, then Su Yan killed 3 peak fate soul realm martial artists in one fell swoop. It could be said that it had already reached a point of disbelief. Now, Su Yan was only in the spirit realm, yet he was able to injure Pang Chen. This gave Lu Shang and Pang Chen the illusion that Su Yan was not in the spirit realm. When had the spirit channeling realm become so powerful? Of course, no matter what, everything had changed after Lu Shang and Pang Chen took out their magic treasures. As long as they had the magic treasures, they believed that no matter how strong Su Yan was, Su Yan would not be able to escape death today. At this moment, Su Yan was a dead man in their eyes. They were more worried about the demon in the middle. Su Yan, die. When Lu Shang thought about the monster, his entire body trembled. He didn't waste any more time talking nonsense with Su Yan. Suddenly, he raised his magical treasure and the spirit chi in his body surged. His wishful Vajra ring suddenly emitted a bright light that overflowed in all directions. It quickly condensed in the air and Lu Shang shouted, "Wishful Vajra ring, golden serpent ray." Under this stern shout, the radiance that overflowed in all directions swiftly condensed in the air, transforming into a long snake that directly hacked towards Su Yan. As the light flickered, the surrounding air also condensed and attacked like a gale. At the same time, Pang Chen, who was holding the coffin, also made his move. Blackwood corpse coffin, come out. As Pang Chen's spirit chi surged, the coffin in his hand quickly released a black fog. The moment the black fog appeared, the surrounding vegetation started to tremble and wither in an instant. At the same time, the black fog quickly condensed in the air and turned into a ghost soldier. The ghost soldier held a huge blade in its hand and slashed downwards. In an instant, the sky and earth trembled and countless explosions rang out. What a powerful attack! Su Yan was shocked when he saw the two attacks. However, he didn't slow down in the slightest. His pupils suddenly shrank as he leaped up on the sword dragon. Su Yan knew that it was impossible to avoid the two attacks at the same time. Since he couldn't avoid them, he could only face them head-on. The great solar glazed sword well in his body started to circulate rapidly. All the spirit chi in his body surged out and rushed towards the pagoda sword in his hand. In an instant, the pagoda sword flashed and a sword cry rang out. Su Yan hadn't reached the saint bloodline realm, so he hadn't cultivated a sword art. However, when the long sword was drawn, the light that overflowed and its power was swift and violent. It was comparable to a sword art. Break! Su Yan gritted his teeth and suddenly clashed with the light that Lu Shang had turned into. When the two collided, countless flashes of light immediately appeared in the air. With a loud bang, a deep pit was immediately blasted open. At the same time, a cloud of fog rushed down and enveloped Su Yan. Boy, let's see how you can survive this time. Lu Shang looked at the surging fog with a wicked smile on his face. At the same time, Pang Chen's attack didn't stop. Although Pang Chen also believed that Su Yan was dead, he didn't stop attacking. The ghost soldier that had emerged from the coffin raised its blade and slashed at the fog. Asterisk bang, asterisk with another loud bang, the dust on the ground surged and exploded, enveloping Su Yan. Su Yan's figure couldn't be seen at all. Boy, you asked for it. Lu Shang smiled faintly. He didn't dare to stay here any longer and said, Pang Chen, let's go. If that monster comes out, the two of us won't be able to escape. Okay. Pang Chen nodded and was about to leave with Lu Shang. Asterisk bang, asterisk with a soft sound, several masked men appeared in front of Lu Shang and Pang Chen. When Lu Shang and Pang Chen saw the masked men, they looked at each other and confusion appeared in their eyes. One of the masked men looked at Lu Shang and shouted, "Where's Su Yan?" Although Lu Shang didn't know why these masked men suddenly appeared here, he was still a saint. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of these masked men. Looking at the fog that had yet to recede, he sneered, "Are you here to save Su Yan? I've already killed that boy." Killed him. The masked man frowned as he glanced at the fog that had yet to recede. He then turned to look at Lu Shang and Pang Chen and said, "Since the two of you killed that kid, the two of you can accompany them in death." What arrogance! Pang Chen shouted when he heard the masked man's voice. Suddenly, a surge of spirit chi surged out and rushed into the black wooden coffin that hadn't been completely collected. Suddenly, a thick black chi surged out of the black wooden coffin again. The black chi turned into a ghost soldier again. The ghost soldier raised a large blade and charged at the masked man. The ghost soldier took a step forward and surged forward like a huge wave. Not a bad treasure. When the masked man saw the ghost soldier charging at him, he smiled slightly and didn't panic. At the same time, a burst of spirit chi erupted from his body. The spirit chi surged and surpassed Pang Chen and Lu Shang's spirit chi. Lu Shang and Pang Chen couldn't help but tremble. Tuple saints. You're actually Tuple saints. It's good that you know. Although the masked men had their faces covered, the light in their eyes was enough to see their disdain for Lu Shang and Pang Chen. One had to know that in the life-soul realm, perhaps an 8th level life soul could kill a 9th level life soul powerhouse with their own treasure. However, once a saint entered the life soul realm, there was an insurmountable gap between every saint bloodline. A 2-pole saint could definitely kill a 1-pole saint with ease. It was no wonder that Lu Shang and Pang Chen were so shocked when they saw that the masked man was a 2-pole saint. A saint is indeed powerful. In the midst of the confrontation, a voice suddenly sounded from the mist. At that moment, the mist slowly descended. Su Yan's slightly battered figure walked out of the mist. What? You're not dead? When Lu Shang and Pang Chen saw Su Yan, they were shocked. It was even more terrifying than when they saw the masked man's 2-pole saint bloodline strength. It's not that easy to kill me. Su Yan looked at Lu Shang and Pang Chen and smiled. At the same time, he noticed the masked men. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he sensed the powerful spirit chi ripples from the masked men, tuple saints, and there are 3 of them at once. Su Yan looked at the spirit chi ripples from the 3 of them and a thought immediately surged in his mind: run. Although Su Yan wanted to fight, he wasn't a reckless person. If it was only a tuple saint, Su Yan might be able to fight with all his might. However, if it was 2 tuple saints, he definitely wouldn't have any chance of survival. Moreover, there were 3 tuple saints and 2 one-pole saints. Su Yan definitely wouldn't have any chance. He could only run. With that thought, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. He rode the sword dragon and immediately rushed forward. You want to run? Lu Shang and Pang Chen saw that Su Yan wanted to run. They roared and chased after Su Yan. As for the masked men, they had long forgotten about them. Only by killing Su Yan would they be able to vent the hatred in their hearts. Only then would they be able to cultivate without any regrets in the future. Lu Shang and Pang Chen ignored the existence of the masked men, but the masked men didn't ignore them. When the 2 of them gave chase, they saw the masked men smile. You want to run? Suddenly, the spirit chi within the masked men surged. They leapt into the air and blocked Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Only when Pang Chen and Lu Shang saw the masked men did they suddenly remember that apart from them, Su Yan and the masked men were also present. They could feel the spirit chi pressure from the masked men. Lu Shang and Pang Chen immediately shivered. They looked at the masked men and trembled. What do you want? His life is mine. The masked man pointed at Su Yan. Lu Shang immediately reacted and nodded. Yes, we'll leave immediately. Chapter 132. The mission image at the foot of Hengduan Mountain disappeared. Everyone could only see the scene of Su Yan completing the mission if they entered Hengduan Mountain. Unfortunately, no one dared to step in and could only stand at the foot of the mountain and complain. Really, it's removed just as we were enjoying it. That's right, we want to protest. Yes, protest, we want to see the mission image. Amidst the commotion, there was one person who was comfortably watching everything in the mission image. This person was none other than the middle-aged man who had issued the mission to Su Yan. When the middle-aged man saw what was happening on the mission screen, a cold smile appeared on his lips. To be able to block the combined attacks of Pang Chen and Lu Shang, it seems that this kid has really stepped into that legendary realm. Thinking about it, the smile on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. When he saw the masked people, his entire body trembled with excitement. 3 saints of 2 bloodlines, 2 saints of 1 bloodline, and the legendary realm. This time, we will definitely be able to awaken the blood beast Tao Tai. As long as the blood beast Tao Tai is awakened, my ancient Yu sect will no longer fear the monster palace. My ancient Yu sect will control the entire hidden devil region. The middle-aged man's laughter grew more and more excited. When he saw that Lu Shang and Pang Chen were about to leave, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ignorant people, you actually want to run. My ancient Yu sect nurtured the 2 of you and let you reach the Saint Realm so that you can serve the ancient Yu sect at any time. Now, you still want to leave? The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from Hengduan Mountain. Pang, pang, pang. At this moment, the escaping Su Yan, Lu Shang, and Pang Chen, who wanted to leave, suddenly seemed to be restrained by something. Their flying speed was suddenly blocked. What's going on? Su Yan's heart shook. He stood up and touched it. Suddenly, an electric current flowed. Su Yan's body trembled. Looking at the countless runes under his feet, he immediately understood what was going on. Forbidden. Someone actually set up a forbidden zone in Hengduan Mountain. By the time Su Yan came to a realization, Lu Shang and Pang Chen exchanged glances. They had also thought of something, and sorrow welled up in their hearts. Prohibition. Elder Gu Jian actually activated the prohibition. Does he want us to die here as well? Elder Gu Jian, us two brothers have always been loyal and devoted to the Guyu sect. Why can't you tolerate the two of us? Lu Shang thought of that terrifying monster and let out a mournful cry towards the sky. Outside Hengduan Mountain, the middle-aged man, Elder Gu Jian, heard Lu Shang's shout, and a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Idiot, my Guyu sect doesn't lack two saints of one bloodline. Elder Gu Jian sneered and turned to look at Su Yan's side. When he saw the spiritual energy of the masked men trembling, he smiled. Blood Beast Tao Tai, it's time for you to come out and wreak havoc. Saying that, Elder Gu Jian waved his hand, and suddenly, a low roar reverberated throughout Hengduan Mountain. This loud roar reverberated in the ears of everyone in Hengduan Mountain, and everyone couldn't help but tremble in body and mind. Lu Shang and Pang Chen were even more frightened. The two looked at each other and saw that the masked men were still looking at Su Yan. They suddenly thought of something. The two of them no longer cared about their usual dignity and stumbled towards the masked men. As they walked, they shouted, "Stop fighting, the blood beast Tao Tai is about to come out." The masked men naturally noticed this strange phenomenon. When they heard Lu Shang and Pang Chen's words, their eyes suddenly turned cold. They looked at Lu Shang and Pang Chen and shouted, "What the hell is going on? What blood beast Tao Tai?" Hearing the loud roar, Lu Shang didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly recounted how the Guyu sect had captured the blood beast Tao Tai and how they had used the two of them to lure others in and feed the blood beast Tao Tai. Su Yan frowned when he heard what the two said. He previously thought that Pang Chen and Lu Shang were only coveting his storage bag. How could he have thought that there were so many things involved in this scam? However, after thinking about it, Su Yan came to a realization. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were both saints. How could a saint be coveting his storage bag? Of course, Su Yan didn't understand that Lu Shang and Pang Chen were also coveting his storage bag. It was just that they were working for the Guyu sect. When the masked man heard Lu Shang's words, he suddenly frowned and asked Lu Shang, "Do you mean that this place has been sealed? Once the blood beast Tao Tai comes out, all of us will die here." "Yes, yes." Lu Shang nodded repeatedly and said anxiously, "That's right. Therefore, we have to work together and open this seal before the blood beast Tao Tai comes out." The masked men looked at each other and nodded. Clearly, they agreed with Lu Shang's idea. One of them looked at Lu Shang and waved his hand. "In that case, we will believe you for now. However, if we find out that you are plotting against us, the two of you know the consequences." "Yes, yes." Lu Shang nodded hurriedly. "Seniors, let's hurry up and open this seal. It will be too late if we wait for the blood beast Tao Tai to come out." "Yes." The masked men nodded one after another. Spirit chi surged in their bodies and they broke the seal around them. Since Su Yan's strength was low, the few of them had ignored him. Su Yan, on the other hand, was happy and at ease. He had no intention of helping. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't worried about not being able to leave this place, but that Su Yan knew that it was useless even if he worried. If Lu Shang and the other saints couldn't open this seal, then even if he helped, it would be useless. Not only that, Su Yan also had some expectations for the blood beast Tao Tai in his heart. Su Yan was clear that if he really opened the restriction and left this place, he would have to face the pursuit of 3 saints. If he couldn't open the restriction, perhaps when the blood beast Tao Tai appeared, he would have a chance of survival while the blood beast Tao Tai was entangled with the saints. In front of the mission mirror image, Elder Gu Jian wasn't worried at all when he saw the masked men trying to open the seal. A wicked smile appeared on his face. "Humph, don't even think about opening the seal I set up with just the few of you. Enjoy the havoc of the blood beast Tao Tai." Amidst the laughter of Elder Gu Jian. Bang, a loud noise erupted from the Hengduan Mountain. Roar. As a loud roar rang out, the bodies of the masked man, Lu Shang, Pang Chen, and Su Yan could not help but tremble. The blood beast Tao Tai was dozens of feet tall. Its entire body stood upright like a human, and its huge head was covered with countless lumps. Its bell-like eyes looked down at them, and a foul stench of saliva immediately left its mouth. Blood Beast Taotai, it's the Blood Beast Taotai. Pang Chun saw the huge beast in front of him and trembled in fear. He suddenly screamed, "Ah!" He completely forgot about the seal and rushed forward in a panic. Bang! With a loud sound, he was immediately bounced back. However, Pang Chun didn't seem to feel any pain and ran in another direction. At this time, the Blood Beast Taotai suddenly lifted its foot. Bang! With a loud sound, Pang Chun's entire body was stomped by the Blood Beast Taotai and turned into meat paste. When the Blood Beast Taotai saw the blood flowing out of Pang Chun's body, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed Pang Chun's body. The Blood Beast Taotai continued to move its teeth as it swallowed Pang Chun's corpse. Fresh blood flowed out from its disgusting mouth and turned into a foul stench. Pang Chun. When Lu Shang saw this scene, tears streamed down his face. He thought about how his brother, who had always been with him, had died in the Blood Beast Taotia's mouth. Lu Shang forgot the fear in his heart and shouted, "Taotai, I'll fight you to the death today." As he spoke, Lu Shang performed the wishful Vajra fist and jumped up. Immediately, spirit energy surged and a powerful light burst out from the wishful Vajra fist. It turned into a rainbow and slashed at the Blood Beast Taotai. However, the seemingly powerful light hit the Blood Beast Taotia's body like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't cause the slightest ripple. Instead, it angered the Blood Beast Taotai. The Blood Beast Taotai let out a low roar and opened its mouth. "Ah!" Lu Shang suddenly screamed and flew into the Blood Beast Taotia's mouth. With a gulp, the Blood Beast Taotai swallowed Lu Shang. Saints. Two famous saints in the hidden demon region were swallowed by the Blood Beast Taotai in a breath's time. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw this. The three masked men looked at each other. Although they were also surprised, they quickly recovered and nodded to each other. The three of them shouted at the same time and each took out a long rope. When the long rope appeared, it immediately emitted a bright light. "Go!" One of them shouted and the three of them jumped up at the same time. As they operated their cultivation methods, majestic spirit energy surged out and the three long ropes were thrown out. The moment the long rope was thrown out, it immediately turned into a long rope. Countless golden lights trembled and formed runes that surged toward the Blood Beast Taotai. Suddenly, the Blood Beast Taotai let out a painful roar. However, the three masked men didn't stop because of this. Instead, they kept making hand seals and sending wisps of spirit energy to the long rope. Soon, the long rope was attached to the Blood Beast Taotia's body and tightened. The Monster Palace is indeed a place where a group of demons and ghosts gather. It has such a method, but what can it do? Elder Gujian looked at the mission screen and smiled. Bang! Just at that moment, the Blood Beast Taotai that was restrained by the long rope let out a low roar. Suddenly, it waved its hands and the long rope that bound it was immediately shaken off. Chapter 133. With a bang, a powerful force erupted from the Blood Beast Taotia's body. This power was not the power of spiritual power, but an extremely strange power. When demonic beasts reached a certain level, they would also absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth just like martial artists to increase their strength. Demonic beasts that absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, although the power they emitted was completely different from that of warriors, there would still be traces of spiritual power in it. However, the Blood Beast Taotai did not have any. The power it emitted was extremely strong, but also extremely strange. The Taotai Blood Beast shattered the long rope and let out a furious roar. It swung its head, and before the three masked men could land on the ground, it opened its mouth and swallowed them into the Taotai Blood Beast's stomach. Although they were saints, experts of this world and the favored sons of the major sects, they did not even have a chance to struggle in front of the Blood Beast Taotai. The masked men, Lu Shang, and Pang Chun were all saints, but they were all devoured by the blood beast Tao Tai in a few breaths. Su Yan looked at this scene with a shocked expression. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it my turn now? At the thought of the tragic deaths of the saints, Su Yan couldn't help but smile mockingly. They were all at the Saint Vane realm, but they couldn't escape the devouring of the blood beast Tao Tai. What about me? Su Yan looked at the huge blood beast Tao Tai and felt a chill in his heart. Seeing the greedy eyes of the blood beast Tao Tai looking at him, Su Yan suddenly trembled. No, no, even if I die, I will make you lose some skin. Su Yan looked at the greedy eyes of the blood beast Tao Tai and the blood of Lu Shang and the others at the corner of its mouth. A surge of anger suddenly surged in his body. The fear he had towards the blood beast Tao Tai was completely suppressed at this moment. Looking at the blood beast Tao Tai, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Bastard, even if I, Su Yan, die here today, I will make you lose a layer of skin. Under the attacks of the blood beast Tao Tai, the saints were powerless to resist. Although Su Yan was conceited, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could kill the blood beast Tao Tai. However, Su Yan was unwilling to accept his fate just like that. Even if Su Yan died, he would use his last bit of strength to fight. Su Yan gritted his teeth, and the sun-colored glazed sword scripture was quickly activated. A majestic spiritual chi immediately surged out from his arm. The pagoda sword in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance. At the same time, a series of sword cries rang out. Su Yan used all his strength. His eyes flashed as he looked at the blood beast Tao Tai. He did not hope to kill the blood beast Tao Tai. He only wanted to let this beast know that humans were not to be bullied by a beast like him. Well, does this kid still want to struggle? Elder Gujian, who was watching from outside the mission mirror, saw Su Yan's appearance and immediately sneered. Struggling, is there any use? Accept the baptism of the blood beast Tao Tai. Ha ha ha. Elder Gujian thought of so many people becoming nutrients for the blood beast Tao Tai and suddenly laughed. He looked at the horns on the blood beast Tao Tai's head, which seemed to have grown a little longer. Elder Gujian's eyes immediately blazed. The heavens are really helping my Guyue sect. I really didn't expect this kid to step into the legendary realm. And this kid is only in his early 20s. If he is allowed to grow for a few more years, he will definitely become a formidable person in the future. TSK, it's a pity that you have fallen into my hands. Ha ha ha. Elder Gujian laughed again. For him, at this moment, it seemed that he was already standing at the peak of the Hidden Demon region. The entire Hidden Demon region would soon become the territory of his Guyue sect. Su Yan naturally didn't know that there were people watching from outside at this moment, so he didn't pay attention to the blood beast Tao Tai's horns that had grown longer. There was only a glimmer of light in his eyes. Kill. This was the only word in Su Yan's heart. No matter what happened today, he would definitely not let the blood beast Tao Tai have an easy time. ****, I'll let you experience the strength of us humans. Su Yan shouted coldly. Without any hesitation, his body suddenly surged out. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The Buddha sword in his hand slashed horizontally. Suddenly, a sword cry resounded and countless rays of bright golden light bloomed from the Buddha sword. As the golden light overflowed, a powerful force followed, attacking the blood beast Tao Tai like a raging storm. Seeing this, the blood beast Tao Tai growled and narrowed its bell-like eyes slightly. Obviously, it didn't put Su Yan in its eyes and showed a lazy look. Seeing this, Su Yan was even more furious. He shouted coldly, "Die!" The sword slashed towards the blood beast Tao Tai's head like a raging storm. Unfortunately, such a powerful attack was nothing more than a small wave in front of the blood beast Tao Tai. The blood beast Tao Tai let out a low roar and swung its head. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and Su Yan's body trembled. Then, his body was sent flying. Pucci, Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. This beast is indeed strong, but I don't believe that I, Su Yan, can't hurt you. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing without a trace of fear. Suddenly, Su Yan launched another attack. This time, he didn't use the Buddha sword. Instead, he patted his storage bag and the redly sword case flew out from it. Myriad swords return! Su Yan shouted. The moment his spiritual energy surged, several flying swords leaped up and turned into unparalleled rays of light to attack the blood beast Tao Tai. There were countless spiritual swords in the redly sword case, but Su Yan's current strength could only control a few of them. Of course, these flying swords were ferocious. Suddenly, countless sword cries rang out and sword light flashed as they attacked the blood beast Tao Tai. Die, you bastard! The moment the flying swords leaped out, Su Yan didn't stop. Instead, he shouted coldly. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out from his palm. The spirit chi was released and directly poured into the several spirit swords that flew out. Suddenly, the speed of the flying swords increased by a bit. They were like countless bolts of lightning. Even a two-vein saint wouldn't dare to take the attack head-on, but the blood beast Tao Tai had no intention of retreating. Su Yan immediately smiled. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant now. The blood beast Tao Tai seemed to have understood Su Yan's words. It let out a low roar as it lifted its huge palm and swung it out. Immediately, the few flying swords that were flying towards its body were struck down. When Su Yan saw this, he did not react at all. Instead, he smiled coldly. With a wave of his hands, a spiritual sword suddenly appeared behind the blood beast Tao Tai. Whoosh! The moment the spiritual sword appeared, it struck like a bolt of lightning. Before the blood beast Tao Tai could react, it felt a huge pain in its back. Roar! The blood beast Tao Tai immediately let out a mournful cry, and its huge face fell. Endless anger condensed in its huge eyes. Ha ha ha, a beast is indeed a beast. Although Su Yan knew that the sword couldn't do anything to the blood beast Tao Tai, he was also very happy to see the blood beast Tao Tai get hit. With Su Yan's current strength, although he couldn't really launch the innumerable swords, he could still launch 5 spiritual swords. And just now, Su Yan had already sent out 4 flying swords from the front. Su Yan had long known that it would be useless to attack the blood beast Tao Tai head-on. Therefore, when Su Yan launched the spiritual sword attack, he left a flying sword behind and circled to the blood beast Tao Tai's back in order to hit it. He wanted to let it know that Su Yan wasn't someone a mere beast could easily bully. Ha ha ha. Su Yan looked at the angry appearance of the blood beast Tao Tai and laughed heartily. But before Su Yan's laughter fell, the blood beast Tao Tai let out a loud snort from its huge nostrils. Its whole body began to move. Pang, pang, as it took a step, the whole Hengduan mountain seemed to tremble like an earthquake. Although the blood beast Tao Tai's body was unusually large, its speed was not slow at all. With a step, it immediately stepped on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was shocked. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a red light surged out. He stepped on the sword dragon and leaped to avoid the attack of the blood beast Tao Tai. Beast, it's not that easy to hurt me. Su Yan evaded the attack of the blood beast Tao Tai and immediately sneered. But Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. The red light in his eyes surged, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture was quickly activated at the same time. Although Su Yan was clear that he might still not be able to escape death today, the pride that was emitted from Su Yan's bones made him absolutely not submit like this. Even if he was going to die today, he wanted to let this beast know his strength. Beast, eat my sword again. Su Yan looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and shouted coldly. He gripped the Buddha sword in his hand and was about to attack. Seeing the furious blood beast Tao Tai, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was stunned. He stopped and looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on?" Su Yan frowned, and his pupils shrank. Suddenly, a red light leaped out of his eyes and his figure closed in on the blood beast Tao Tai. Roar! When Su Yan took a step, the blood beast Tao Tai suddenly let out a miserable howl. Its whole body retreated, trembling as if it was afraid of Su Yan. Chapter 134. Why is this beast suddenly afraid of me? Su Yan looked at the blood beast Tao Tai's terrified appearance and frowned, not knowing why. Could it be that this beast is frightened by my strength? Su Yan pondered, but the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately rejected by him. From the way the blood beast Tao Tai dealt with Lu Shang and the others just now, this blood beast Tao Tai was at least at the peak of the sky phase. Why would a demonic beast comparable to the peak of the sky phase be afraid of Su Yan, who was at the 13th layer of the spirit realm? This was obviously unrealistic. But other than this, Su Yan still couldn't figure out why the blood beast Tao Tai would suddenly reveal a look of fear. Not only was Su Yan puzzled, but Elder Gujian, who was standing in front of the mission mirror, was also stunned when he saw this strange scene. Seeing the blood beast Tao Tai's entire body trembling, he couldn't help but shout, "What's going on? Why don't you swallow this brat? As long as you swallow this brat, you will be the ruler of this world." Elder Gujian's words were obviously directed at the blood beast Tao Tai. Unfortunately, the blood beast Tao Tai didn't move at all. It was still trembling as it looked at Su Yan. At the same time, Su Yan was also constantly thinking about why the blood beast Tao Tai would suddenly be afraid of him. Just now, I used all my strength to attack, but I didn't see the blood beast Tao Tai being afraid. It was when the blood beast Tao Tai was about to step on me that I ran away, and then, Su Yan sorted out the entire process. When he thought of this, his entire body suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and muttered to himself, "Could it be that this blood beast Tao Tai is afraid because of my blood dragon pupil? The reason this blood beast Tao Tai is afraid is because I used the blood dragon pupil just now." Su Yan thought and immediately understood. When he was under the sword well, he had used the double dragon pupil to create the current blood dragon pupil. Dragons were the kings of the demon beasts in the world. They were divine beasts. Naturally, it was not something that the blood beast Tao Tai, a mere heavenly phenomenon realm demonic beast, could compare to. As Su Yan thought about this, he immediately became excited. He looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a bright red light surged out. As the red light surged, roar, the blood beast Tao Tai immediately let out a ferocious roar. Its trembling body directly rushed out. Bang! The barrier that the masked man, Lu Shang and the other four had tried for a long time but were unable to break through. As the blood beast Tao Tai charged forward, the barrier was shattered with a bang. The blood beast Tao Tai rushed out of the barrier and ignored Su Yan. It ran directly into the depths of Hengduan Mountain, roaring from time to time. As for the blood beast Tao Tai, it was so fast that it disappeared in front of Su Yan in just a short while. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned in place. After a long time, he recovered and revealed a trace of a smile. "Heh, this blood beast Tao Tai was actually scared away by me." While Su Yan was in a daze, Elder Gujian, who was standing in front of the mission mirror, was also dumbfounded. He stared at the Tao Tai blood beast disappearing from the mission mirror. Elder Gujian's body trembled and he staggered a few steps back. Looking at the mission mirror, he shook his head and said, "It's gone. Everything is gone. 100 years. I spent 100 years to trap the Tao Tai blood beast here. But now, there's nothing left. There's nothing left." Elder Gujian's lips trembled slightly. His entire person seemed to have aged dozens of years. 100 years. How many 100 years did one have in life? However, in order to nourish the blood beast Tao Tai, Elder Gujian had spent a total of 100 years. Before the blood beast Tao Tai gained sentience, Elder Gujian had brought it back and trapped it in the Hengduan Mountains. He had set up countless restrictions. In order to attract some experts to enter and become the blood beast Taotia's food, Elder Gujian worked day and night to let the blood beast Taotai grow. He wanted the blood beast Taotai to become the sacred beast of the Guyue sect. Coupled with the secret technique that he had obtained by chance, the blood beast Taotai could evolve again. At that time, the Guyue sect would shine brightly. At that time, he would become the master of the entire Hidden Devil region. However, when he was only one step away from success, all his dreams and hopes were destroyed. One step, only one step, as long as the blood beast Taotai could devour Su Yan, who had transcended the legendary realm, he could become the master of all. But now, the Taotai blood beast had broken through his restraints and escaped his control. Everything had turned to ashes. Pfft! As Elder Gujian thought about it, he suddenly became so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. Elder Gujian laughed ferociously. Gone, gone, all gone. Elder Gujian laughed miserably. He looked at Su Yan in the mission mirror and suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Su Yan, everything is ruined because of you. I'm going to rip you to shreds. Rip you to shreds. As Elder Gujian spoke, he leaped out and flew toward the Hengduan mountain. Su Yan naturally didn't know that a crisis was coming towards him. At the moment, he was still immersed in the joy of scaring away the blood beast Taotai. He saw the masked man, Lu Shang, and several other saints die in the blood beast Taotia's mouth. Although Su Yan was unwilling, he knew that he would definitely die today. Now, the blood beast Taotai was scared away by his blood dragon pupil. How could Su Yan not be excited about the feeling of surviving a disaster? Of course, Su Yan didn't have the intention to chase after the blood beast Taotai. If he could kill the blood beast Taotai, he would be able to exchange it for a lot of spirit stones with the beast core it contained. Spirit stones were what Su Yan lacked the most right now. Although Su Yan wanted to chase after the blood beast Taotai, he knew that even if the blood beast Taotai was scared away, with his current strength, he might not be able to kill it even if he caught up with it. Blood dragon pupil. Su Yan didn't have the intention to chase after the blood beast Taotai. He narrowed his eyes and felt more and more satisfied with his blood dragon pupil. Soon, Su Yan thought of a problem. If the blood dragon pupil could scare away the blood beast Taotai, wouldn't it be able to scare away other demonic beasts as well? This meant that he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Hengduan mountain range in the future. Su Yan looked into the depths of the Hengduan mountain range with a glint in his eyes. However, it was quickly covered up because Su Yan knew that dragons weren't the only divine beasts in this world. Who knew if there were any divine beasts in the Hengduan mountain range? Even if it wasn't a divine beast, would a sacred beast be afraid of the blood dragon pupil? Su Yan dismissed the idea of sweeping through the Hengduan mountain range. He remembered that the purpose of his trip was mainly for spirit stones. Su Yan had collected the spirit gathering grass and placed it in his storage bag the moment he entered. Now was the time to turn in the task and exchange it for spirit stones. Turn in the task. Su Yan thought about what Lu Shang and Pang Chen had said before the blood beast Taotai had appeared. A sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Gujian has a good idea. I wonder how he will feel when he sees this scene. Su Yan's face turned cold as he thought about it. When the blood beast Taotai had appeared, Su Yan had thought that he wouldn't be able to leave this place. At the time, Su Yan hadn't thought too much about it. After all, what was the point of thinking too much if he couldn't leave? However, things were different now. Su Yan wasn't dead and could leave this place. He thought about what Lu Shang had said and what Elder Gujian had done. Su Yan immediately felt a surge of anger. This was a world of the strong, where the weak were prey to the strong. Countless people died here every day. Human lives were like grass in this world. Su Yan didn't have any pity for these people, but what Elder Gujian had done had crossed Su Yan's bottom line. Raising a monster beast and using a reward to lure others in. Su Yan couldn't tolerate such despicable means. Gujian, I'd like to see what kind of expression you have now. Su Yan smiled coldly and immediately jumped out of the Hengduan mountain range. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that this scene had already been seen by Elder Gujian. Not only Elder Gujian, but the entire Guiyue sect also knew about this matter. Su Yan was now the biggest enemy of the Guiyue sect. Bang, before Su Yan could take a few steps, there was a loud noise and a figure immediately appeared in front of Su Yan. This person was none other than Elder Gujian. When Su Yan saw Elder Gujian suddenly appear, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, looking at Elder Gujian's twisted expression, he suddenly thought of something and smiled slightly. Elder Gujian, your wishful thinking is not bad. What a pity, ha ha ha. Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan's laughter, and his entire face couldn't help but twitch. He looked at the once familiar place, the cultivation place that he once dreamed of. At this moment, it was empty. A burst of anger immediately surged in Elder Gujian's body. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, today I will definitely tear you to pieces. As he spoke, a powerful spirit chi surged out from Elder Gujian's body. Peak Celestial Stage. The moment Su Yan saw Elder Gujian's spirit chi surge, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Those in the saint bloodline realm were called saints, while those in the celestial stage were called sovereigns. Sovereigns ruled all things in the world. This meant that those in the celestial stage had the ability to rule all things in the world. It was not something that saints could compare to. Furthermore, Su Yan was only at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, and was not yet a saint. Under the pressure of Elder Gujian's powerful spirit chi, Su Yan felt the chi and blood in his body surge, and the cultivation method that he was using was also suppressed at this moment. Chapter 135. The higher one's strength was, the harder it was to surpass it. In the world, the spirit channeling realm and the life-soul realm were as common as stray dogs. However, the Saint Vein realm was only in existence like a genius, and there were very few who could enter the celestial phase realm. Those who could enter the celestial phase realm were all elders of the various large sections. They were all monsters who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. From this, one could see how powerful the celestial phase realm was. Once one entered the celestial phase realm, they could see all the phenomena of the world, condensing into the stars, the moon, and the sun. And even the most common star was a one-star emperor. Even if dozens of saints at the peak of the 9 meridians fought against him, they would not be able to find an advantage. Moreover, Su Yan was not a saint. Even if he had stepped into the legendary existence, the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, he was still not a saint. Now, facing the powerful spiritual pressure of Elder Gujian, a one-star emperor, Su Yan could not resist at all. Under the pressure of Elder Gujian, Su Yan's cultivation method was completely suppressed. His entire body began to tremble. Even though Su Yan's eyes were still emitting a determined light, under the pressure of this spiritual power, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. 100 years, my 100 years of foundation has been destroyed in your hands. Su Yan, give me your life. Elder Gujian thought about how his 100 years of hard work had been destroyed because of Su Yan, and the anger in his heart continued to rise. Under this anger, when the cultivation method in his body was activated, the majestic spiritual power continuously surged into Su Yan's body. Su Yan did not have the slightest ability to resist. Am I going to die? Under the pressure of this powerful spiritual chi, Su Yan felt that his internal organs were churning. Although he wanted to resist, although he was unwilling, he was unable to do so. But no matter how much he struggled in his heart, his body could not use the slightest bit of strength under the pressure of this spiritual power. This was not the first time Su Yan had been pressured by a powerful spiritual aura. At that time, when Su Yan had snatched Xiang Tianba's cloud beast, he had been suppressed by Xiang Tianba's spiritual chi, which was at the pinnacle of the saint bloodline. Under the erosion of the spiritual chi, it was like being bitten by thousands of ants. This made Su Yan feel that this was an expert at the peak of the Saint realm. However, at that time, Su Yan's strength was at least weak, and he could faintly use a trace of spirit qi to resist. Under the pressure of the one-star celestial phenomenon Elder Gu Jian, Su Yan could not muster up the slightest bit of resistance, although his body did not suffer the pain of being bitten by 10,000 ants. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. There was no pain, and he could only watch as his life slipped away under the pressure of the spiritual energy. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Die, die. Elder Gu Jian laughed sinisterly. He thought about how he had worked hard for 100 years and was about to become a king, but Su Yan had ruined it. Endless anger surged in his body. He looked at Su Yan's gradually narrowed eyes. Elder Gu Jian suddenly thought that even if Su Yan died, it would still not be able to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Su Yan, do you want to die so easily? Elder Gu Jian sneered. He suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful wave of spirit qi surged out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly jumped up and was controlled by Elder Gu Jian in midair. Su Yan, you ruined my plans. Today, I will let you suffer the pain of being burned by fire. As Elder Gu Jian spoke, he waved his hand again. Suddenly, a scorching flame came out from his palm. As soon as the flame came out, the surrounding vegetation instantly withered. It burned Su Yan's body, and Su Yan's clothes were burned. Looking at Su Yan's body burning in the fire, Elder Gu Jian laughed sinisterly again. Ha ha ha, you dare to ruin my plans? You dare to ruin my plans? Elder Gu Jian controlled the flame to burn Su Yan's body. He seemed to have gone crazy. From time to time, he would laugh, frown, cry, and curse. Only when he saw Su Yan burning in the fire did his expression soften a little. Of course, at this moment, he knew that Su Yan was not suffering in the fire at all. Under the powerful spiritual energy pressure of Elder Gu Jian, Su Yan clearly felt his life slipping away. He felt that his dantian was about to explode. Su Yan even fell into despair. Death was always the most frightening thing. What's more, dying in such a baffling way was even more unacceptable to Su Yan. Su Yan did not deny that he was not afraid of death, but he was not the kind of person who was afraid of death. It was just that Su Yan simply could not accept dying in such a situation. As Su Yan watched his life slipping away, his heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. This made Su Yan fall into despair. In this moment of despair, Elder Gu Jian suddenly withdrew the powerful spiritual qi pressure and replaced it with the blazing fire. Su Yan couldn't deny the power of the blazing fire. But how could these flames compare to the earth fire when the divine artifact was unearthed? Su Yan was not even afraid of the earth fire, so how could he be afraid of these flames? His body emitted a faint red light that blocked all the flames, so Su Yan did not feel any discomfort. However, Su Yan did not dare to move. The celestial phenomenon stage, the emperor stage, made Su Yan feel the power of the celestial phenomenon stage. Just like what Su Yan had said when he was in the Su family, a member of the Su family must have the pride that a member of the Su family should have. Su Yan was a sword saint at the peak of a region, so he naturally had his own pride. However, having pride did not mean that he was arrogant. Celestial phenomenon stage. That powerful spiritual energy made Su Yan unable to breathe. Perhaps one day, Su Yan would become a saint and reach the peak of the saint bloodline, and he would still be able to survive under the pressure of the celestial phenomenon stage. However, Su Yan did not have the slightest chance now. Su Yan was very clear about the gap between him and Elder Gu Jian, so even though Su Yan did not feel any discomfort in the flames, he still did not dare to move. If he moved, he would let Elder Gu Jian know that the flames had no effect on him at all. At that time, he would fall into despair. No, I have to think of a way to leave this place. Su Yan thought to himself. Even though his clothes were burned, Su Yan still did not move. How do I leave this place? Su Yan's mind raced. At the celestial phenomenon stage, Su Yan had no chance to resist at all. If Su Yan wanted to leave this place, he had to defeat Elder Gujian. Perhaps if Su Yan was given some time to defeat Elder Gujian, Su Yan was confident that he could defeat Elder Gujian. Now, it was simply a fool's dream to say that he could defeat Elder Gujian, a one-star ruler. If he could not defeat Elder Gujian, if Su Yan wanted to leave this place, unless Elder Gujian took the initiative to let Su Yan go. Other than these two methods, there was no other choice. However, these two methods were clearly not feasible. Am I, Su Yan, destined to die here today? Su Yan felt a wave of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Elder Gujian also noticed the strange phenomenon of Su Yan being burned by the flames. Although Su Yan did not move at all, Elder Gujian still noticed it. Looking at Su Yan, who was wrapped in the flames, Elder Gujian frowned slightly. What's going on? Under my heavenly demonic beast fire, even if I lower the temperature now, even a saint will be burned to death within dozens of breaths. As for this Su Yan, why does he still have a complete body? Elder Gujian thought and frowned again. Could it be because this kid has crossed the legendary stage? After saying that, Elder Gujian shouted softly. All of a sudden, the burning flames became even more vigorous. Looking at the increasingly vigorous flames, Elder Gujian sneered, Su Yan, enjoy the pain of being eroded by the heavenly demonic beast fire. Enjoy this feast of death. The burning flames became even more vigorous. Although they did not burn the surrounding vegetation, the temperature of the flames turned the vegetation into ashes in an instant. In order to vent the hatred in his heart and let Su Yan experience the pain of being burned by the flames, Elder Gujian deliberately lowered the temperature of the heavenly demonic beast fire. Although the heavenly demonic beast fire could not be compared to the flames of heaven and earth, it was still the hottest existence among all flames. This fire was obtained from the heavenly demonic beast. The heavenly demonic beast was a fire-type demonic beast. The beast core within its body contained flames, and this flame could be refined and used by martialists. Many blacksmiths and alchemy grandmasters were unable to obtain the flames of heaven and earth, so the flames of various demonic beasts were their first choice. Although there were many demonic beasts in the world, demonic beasts with attributes were extremely rare. This was especially true for fire-type demonic beasts. For example, the heavenly demonic beast was rarely seen among all beasts. Furthermore, demonic beasts with attributes were stronger than normal demonic beasts. For example, the heavenly demonic beast. An adult heavenly demonic beast's strength could even reach the Spirit Sea Sovereign King realm. It was even stronger than Elder Gujian. The reason why Elder Gujian was able to obtain the heavenly demonic beast fire was due to a coincidence. Elder Gujian had always been very confident in the heavenly demonic beast fire. When the heavenly demonic beast fire was fully displayed, Elder Gujian believed that Su Yan would definitely die from the pain of being burned by the flames. It had to be known that even a peak saint bloodline expert would not be able to resist being burned by the heavenly demonic beast fire like this, let alone Su Yan, who was only at the 13th layer of the spirit realm. Even if he was at the legendary stage, Elder Gujian believed that Su Yan would definitely suffer the torment of the flames. Chapter 136. As Elder Gujian thought about it, he waved his hand and immediately withdrew the heavenly demonic beast fire. Su Yan's body instantly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan was thinking about how to escape from Elder Gujian's hands. The moment Elder Gujian withdrew the heavenly demonic beast fire, Su Yan's body landed. Immediately, he circulated his cultivation technique and slapped his interspatial bag, putting on a white robe again. Following that, he stepped on the sword dragon and without any thought, he poured all the spiritual power in his body into the sword dragon. His body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's lightning-fast reaction stunned Elder Gujian. Nevertheless, when he saw Su Yan's figure flashing forward, he quickly understood. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, this fella is indeed not afraid of my heavenly demonic beast fire. He thought that if the heavenly demonic beast fire burned his body directly, he might not have an easy time. Moreover, Yangming was only at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, yet he was not afraid of the heavenly demonic beast fire. Elder Gujian could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. This fella looks to be in his early 20s. Not only has he entered the legendary level, but he's also not afraid of the heavenly demonic beast fire. If I don't get rid of him today, who knows how powerful he'll be in the future. After the crying and laughing moments just now, Elder Gujian's anger toward the Taotai blood beast's escape had lessened a lot, and his mind naturally became much clearer. At that time, Elder Gujian only wanted to kill Su Yan to vent the hatred in his heart, so he did not think too much. Now that he thought about it, he realized how terrifying Su Yan was. The reason why a saint bloodline was called a saint was that if this person had only reached the saint realm after 100 years, he was no longer worthy of being feared. After all, if one could reach the saint realm after 100 years, his aptitude would be considered slow. Who knew how many years it would take for him to advance further in the future? Therefore, whether it was a saint or a celestial ruler, they were all signs of age. An ordinary person who entered the saint bloodline at the age of 30 was enough to be a proud son of heaven with outstanding qualifications. On the other hand, Su Yan was only in his early 20s, but he had already stepped into the legendary level and was only a step away from the saint level. His future achievements would naturally be feared. Elder Gu Jian had lived for hundreds of years. Although he had delayed a lot of time because of the Taotai blood beast, no matter what, he was only at the celestial phenomenon stage. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Su Yan's cultivation experience was. Elder Gujian's anger toward Su Yan for driving away the blood beast Taotai lessened significantly. However, his killing intent toward Su Yan did not lessen in the slightest. It only grew stronger. Since they were destined to be enemies, killing them in the cradle was the best choice. As Elder Gu Jian thought about it, his pupils shrank. Immediately, a strong killing intent surged out of him. He activated his cultivation method and leaped forward. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Even so, in front of Elder Gu Jian, who was a ruler, he was only like a gentle breeze and stopped moving. In an instant, Elder Gu Jian took a step forward and blocked in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, do you think you can escape? Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan and asked with a smile. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Elder Gu Jian's figure. However, he didn't say anything to Elder Gu Jian. Instead, he stood on the sword dragon and circulated the energy in his body before turning around and running in another direction. When Elder Gu Jian put away the heavenly demonic beast fire, Su Yan knew that the elder must have found out that he was not afraid of being burned by the fire. Therefore, Su Yan did not stop at all. He rode on the sword dragon and ran. Su Yan knew that perhaps this was just a meaningless struggle. Nevertheless, no matter what, Su Yan could not make Su Yan obediently wait for orders. Just like now, Su Yan still did not give up on escaping after being caught by Elder Gu Jian. Is it useful? Su Yan didn't want to give up, but in Elder Gu Jian's eyes, it was so funny. Su Yan, stay here. With a wave of Elder Gu Jian's hand, an enormous amount of spiritual qi surged out. It was so fast that it surged out like a dragon. A gust of strong wind immediately swept past. Su Yan was fast, but there was a huge disparity in their strengths, after all. Su Yan only felt his back shake. The sword dragon under his feet immediately tilted and fell to the ground. Bang! Su Yan fell heavily to the ground. His white clothes, which he had just put on and had not tidied up properly, were stained with dust. He looked rather miserable. Even so, Su Yan's eyes continued to emit a resplendent light. His gaze was like a torch, and no fear could be seen on his face. Although Su Yan was not someone who was afraid of death, he was not someone who wanted to die. Reviving the Futu Sword Sect, the secret of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. There were countless things that Su Yan had yet to accomplish. How could Su Yan be willing to die like this? Su Yan was not afraid of death, but he was not willing to die like this. Even so, Su Yan knew that if he was really going to die, it was useless even if he was afraid. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's shining eyes and felt a surge of admiration. He secretly admired him. With this child's wisdom and strength, if he joins the Guyue sect, even without the blood beast Tao Tai, the Guyue sect will not have to fear the monster palace one day. Elder Gu Jian's eyes moved as he thought about it. The killing intent he had for Su Yan slowly weakened. He looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you destroyed my 100 years of foundation. Today, you will die without a doubt." Elder Gujian coldly shouted. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said, "However, I can see that you are still young and ignorant. Now, I will give you a chance. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Perhaps I will be merciful and spare your life. Kneel down and beg me." When Su Yan heard Elder Gu Jian's words, he could not help but laugh. "You want me, Su, to kneel down and beg? Don't even think about it." Elder Gu Jian was hit by Su Yan's words, and the anger he had just suppressed surged again. However, thinking about Su Yan's aptitude, if he joined the Guyue sect, the blood beast Tao Tai might be able to devour the blood beast Tao Tai. Perhaps it could really make up for the loss of the Tao Tai blood beast. Elder Gujian suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Su Yan, squeezing out a smile. "Very good, very fast. As expected, heroes come from the youth." Su Yan did not pay attention to Elder Gu Jian's words. He was secretly guessing what Elder Gu Jian was planning. Thinking that the worst result would be death, Su Yan suddenly understood. He could even see through life and death, so what was there to be afraid of? "Su Yan, I can ignore the matter of the blood beast Tao Tai." Elder Gu Jian saw no reaction from Su Yan and did not talk nonsense. "Oh." When Su Yan heard Elder Gu Jian's words, without waiting for him to finish, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "If you don't want to bother with me, does that mean I can leave?" After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not wait for Elder Gu Jian's response and turned to leave. Before he could take a few steps, Elder Gu Jian stepped forward to stop him and shouted, "You can leave, but you have to make a blood oath to join my Guyue sect. In the future, you can only serve my Guyue sect and are not allowed to join other sects. If so, I can spare your life today. Make a blood oath." Su Yan frowned slightly. A blood oath was a kind of contract in the world of martial artists. If one made a blood oath, they must fulfill the blood oath, or they will be punished by the heavens. This blood oath could be said to be the most ruthless oath in the world of martial artists. Although Su Yan was not afraid of death, he did not want to die. Hearing that Elder Gu Jian was willing to let him go, Su Yan was tempted. No matter what, if he could escape today's calamity. If he joined the Guyue sect, then so be it. At worst, he would withdraw in the future. But when he heard that Elder Gu Jian wanted him to make a blood oath, Su Yan immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart. Su Yan hated it when others forced him. Now, Elder Gu Jian wanted him to make a blood oath and not join other sects. Wasn't this a fantasy? Humph. Su Yan could not help but snort lightly. He looked at Elder Gu Jian and said with a slight smile, "You want me to join your Guyue sect?" Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's expression and nodded slightly. He stroked the beard under his chin with a calm expression. He was confident that Su Yan would definitely agree, so he wanted Su Yan to make a blood oath. But before he could speak, he saw Su Yan sneer, "Old man Gu Jian, you want me, Su, to join your Guyue sect? You think too highly of your Guyue sect." "What?" Elder Gu Jian suddenly became furious when he heard Su Yan's words. It must be known that within a few hundred miles of the Hidden Devil region, many people dreamed of joining the Guyue sect. Now, he took the initiative to throw an olive branch to him. This kid actually refused. In particular, the disdain in Su Yan's eyes towards the Guyue sect made Elder Gu Jian even angrier. The killing intent that took a long time to adjust erupted once again. Su Yan, are you courting death? Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan and said coldly. Suddenly, a powerful spirit force erupted and pressured Su Yan. This spirit force was not as powerful as the one that Elder Gu Jian wanted to take Su Yan's life. However, such a majestic spirit force still made Su Yan's whole body tremble. Su Yan, I will ask you again, will you join my Guyue sect? Elder Gu Jian gritted his teeth and asked. The spirit force on his body faintly jumped, as if as long as Su Yan said no, he would immediately kill Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian's appearance without a trace of fear. Although he did not want to die, Su Yan knew that sometimes living was worse than death. As a man, as a peak sword saint, he must have his own pride. Even if he died, he could not disgrace this pride. This was the so-called a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Chapter 137. A small sect like my Guyue sect. When Elder Gu Jian heard Su Yan's words, his whole body trembled with anger. Although the Guyue sect was not as powerful as the Monster Palace, it was still a famous sect. Many people dreamed of joining the Guyue sect. However, at this moment, it was called a small sect by a brat. How could Elder Gu Jian not be angry? Suddenly, killing intent burst out from his eyes. Su Yan, you destroyed my 100 years of foundation. I will spare your life and let you join my Guyue sect. You dare to insult my sect like this. You really don't know what's good for you. Elder Gu Jian said angrily. Immediately, the cultivation method in his body was activated. The majestic spiritual energy instantly spread out and attacked Su Yan. The powerful spiritual energy swept out like a storm, shaking the surrounding vegetation. Su Yan saw such a powerful scene, but there was no fear in his heart. Since he was going to die today, why should he be afraid of such power? Not only was he not afraid, Su Yan laughed, ha ha ha, a small sect is a small sect. With the cultivation of an emperor of heaven, you dare to bully a weak spirit realm cultivator like me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? If I, Su Yan, die here today, then so be it. But if I don't die, I will definitely kill the Guyue sect and destroy your Guyue sect in the future. Su Yan said these words. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, his voice became a little hoarse. Even in the end, he was a little unable to speak. However, the majestic aura emitted from his eyes made Elder Gu Jian's heart tremble. Since this child doesn't want to join my sect, if he doesn't die today, he will definitely be a disaster. Elder Gu Jian murmured in his heart. He didn't care about the principles of bullying the weak. With a light shout, the invading spiritual energy suddenly increased several times. Pudong, Su Yan's entire body immediately flew out under the pressure of this huge spiritual power. Su Yan, I will ask you one last time. Are you truly unwilling to join my Guyue sect? Elder Gu Jian's figure pressed forward, arriving in front of Su Yan as he stared at Su Yan and coldly asked. Pfft, under the pressure of that powerful spiritual energy, it was simply unbearable. Su Yan had just stood up when he felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Su Yan's expression did not change in the slightest. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, still wearing a disdainful expression as he mocked. Su, have already said that I will never join a small sect like your Guyue sect. Impudent. This time, Elder Gu Jian coldly snorted and waved his hand, directly slapping towards Su Yan's head. How dare a yellow-haired brat call my Guyue sect a small sect? Die. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. So what if the Guyue sect was a small sect compared to his Buddha sword sect, the ancestor of all sword sects in the world? Buddha sword sect. I'm afraid that I, Su Yan, have no hope of regaining its glory in this world. Although Su Yan was unwilling, he knew that there was a great disparity between their strengths. As he muttered, the cultivation method in his body suddenly circulated quickly. Invincible golden body. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan knew that he would not be able to escape today, he still accepted his fate. Of course, he wouldn't accept it. Under such heavy injuries, Su Yan still used his final life-saving skill, the invincible golden body. Su Yan did not know if the invincible golden body could withstand Elder Gujian's palm, but no matter what, he had tried his best, and at least he did not let himself down. Bang! Elder Gujian's palm landed on Su Yan's invincible golden body, causing a powerful mist to rise. Elder Gujian's body was also shaken by the invincible golden body. What a powerful defense! Elder Gujian was slightly shocked, but he raised his palm again to slap Su Yan's body. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, I can't deny that you're a great genius, but what can you do? You're still going to die here today. Cough, 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 Su Yan's invincible golden body fell, and he immediately coughed up another mouthful of blood. He completely ignored Elder Gujian's words and muttered to himself, it seems that this invincible golden body still can't withstand the attack of an Emperor Tianxiang. If he hadn't used the invincible golden body, then Su Yan would definitely have died. Of course, Su Yan knew that although he had used the invincible golden body, Elder Gujian had not used his full strength. If Elder Gujian had used his full strength, then his invincible golden body would not have been able to withstand it. After all, he had used all the spirit force in his body to activate the invincible golden body, but he had still been injured by Elder Gujian's attack. Feeling the powerful palm, Su Yan was not afraid at all. He did not even raise his head. He only looked into the distance and muttered, "Is this the end?" As he spoke, Su Yan slowly closed his eyes. An Emperor Tianxiang dares to bully a spirit realm cultivator, yet you don't feel ashamed. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from the horizon. Although this voice wasn't loud, it was like a thunderclap that was accompanied by a powerful spirit force. Elder Gujian couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly retreat. Then, a person wearing black clothes and a bamboo hat appeared in front of Su Yan and Elder Gujian. When Su Yan heard the laughter, he opened his eyes. Looking at the person wearing black clothes and a bamboo hat, Su Yan seemed to see a ray of light. No matter what, Su Yan did not want to die. Who are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of my Guiyue sect? Elder Gujian looked at the person wearing a bamboo hat in front of him and his face could not help but sink. He could tell at a glance that the spirit force of this person wearing a bamboo hat was at least a 3-star celestial stage cultivator. Moreover, this was the lowest. Because of the spirit force fluctuations of the person in black, the pressure brought about by it made Elder Gujian feel a sense of fear. Elder Gujian, you, an Emperor Tianxiang dares to bully a spirit realm cultivator, yet you do not feel ashamed. Do you think I am meddling in other people's business? The person in black looked at Elder Gujian and laughed disdainfully. What do you know? Elder Gujian immediately shouted angrily. Although he was startled when he saw the spiritual energy fluctuation on the black-clothed man, he quickly recovered. No matter what, this was the Hidden Devil region. Although it was not the territory of the Guiyue sect, the Hidden Devil region was the closest to the Hidden Devil region. However, their ancient Yu sect was the closest to the Hidden Devil region, and the people of the ancient Yu sect had always regarded the Hidden Devil region as their territory. Elder Gujian did not believe that a 3-star celestial stage cultivator would be willing to offend the Guiyue sect for Su Yan. I don't care who you are. I must kill this child today. If you meddle in other people's business, wait for my Guiyue sect to hunt you down. Elder Gujian coldly said as he looked at the black-clothed man. Although Su Yan had described the Guiyue sect as a small sect, it was still a reputable sect. Many people in the Hidden Devil region were unwilling to offend the Guiyue sect. When Su Yan saw the person in black move, his heart immediately sank. Su Yan did not want to die. Since he did not want to die, the person in black who came out was obviously his biggest variable, his last straw of hope. Su Yan was really worried that the person in black would be afraid of the Guiyue sect's strength and leave. Obviously, Su Yan's worry was unnecessary. When Elder Gujian's voice fell, the person in black laughed disdainfully. What a Guiyue sect! I'm so scared. Humph! While speaking, the person in black coldly snorted and immediately leaped out. He shouted, since your Guiyue sect is so powerful, I will kill you today. Let's see how the Guiyue sect will find trouble with me in the future. As he spoke, the man in black released all of his spiritual power. His body surged out like a sharp sword and directly attacked Elder Gujian. You! Elder Gujian was about to argue when he saw the person in black's swift and violent attack. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back, narrowly avoiding the person in black's attack. But before Elder Gujian could return to his senses, the black-clothed man's body spun in midair magnificently, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was completely black. Although it didn't have any color and didn't flash with any light, the moment the long sword attacked, it immediately let out a crisp sound. Obviously, this sword was not an ordinary item. At the moment that sword was unsheathed, it immediately shot toward Elder Gujian. When Elder Gujian saw this scene, he was shocked. However, he had lived for hundreds of years and had rich combat experience, so his reaction was fast. Immediately, he also took out his own sword. The Guiyue sect was similar to the hidden sword tomb. They were both sword cultivation sections. At this moment, Elder Gujian also took out his sword. The moment the sword appeared, a burst of dazzling light surged out and shined in all directions. However, in contrast, it was not as good as the long sword in the hand of the person in black. Asterisk clang, asterisk the moment Elder Gujian took out his long sword, it immediately collided with the sword attack of the person in black, and a burst of bright light burst out in midair. The humming of the sword continued to resound. Because he blocked the sword attack, Elder Gujian took a breath of relief and said to the person in black, "Are you really not afraid of my Guiyue sect's revenge? Stupid." The black-clothed man sneered and waved the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy was emitted from the sword blade. It attacked like countless sharp blades. Elder Gujian's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He wanted to raise his sword to block, but the sword blade attacked him like a hurricane. It suddenly expanded, and Elder Gujian could not block it at all. Elder Gujian could only grit his teeth and quickly retreat. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow and his shoulder was hit by the sword. Immediately, blood spurted out from his shoulder. You! While Elder Gujian was in pain, anger immediately surged in his body. But when he raised his head, he saw the person in black holding the long sword and attacking his throat. When Elder Gujian saw this scene, the imposing manner he used to bully Su Yan just now disappeared, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Chapter 138. Hearing Su Yan's words, the black-clothed man's sword stopped when it was only half a centimeter away from Elder Gujian. Seeing this, Elder Gujian's tensed nerves relaxed at once, and his entire body went limp on the ground. The black-clothed man didn't care about Elder Gujian. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan. The black-clothed man was wearing a bamboo hat and his face was covered by a black veil. His expression couldn't be seen. Only a proud voice could be heard from under the bamboo hat. "This person wants to kill you. Are you going to save him?" When Su Yan heard the black-clothed man's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although Su Yan wasn't an evil person, he wasn't a good person either. Elder Gujian had forced Su Yan to say something and had almost caused Su Yan to lose his life. How could Su Yan save him? Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground. He looked at Elder Gujian who was limp on the ground and said disdainfully, "Senior, I'm not trying to save him. I'll take his life myself." "What? You'll take his life yourself?" When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he laughed mockingly. "Young man, it's good for martial artists to be arrogant, but you also need to know how to practice. I have to admit that you're an outstanding talent of the younger generation. However, with your current strength, taking Elder Gujian's life is a little, no." When Su Yan heard this, he knew that the black-clothed man had misunderstood him. He waved his hand and interrupted him. "Senior, I'm not going to take Elder Gujian's life now. I'm going to wait. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. That old bastard Gujian threatened me today. If Senior hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died here. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Although I, Su Yan, am not talented, I have always repaid kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Today, I, Su Yan, will definitely return the favor 100-fold for what that old bastard Gujian did to me." Su Yan's voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful, faintly emitting a dignified aura. The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but be stunned. He fell into a moment of silence. After a long time, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Heroes come from the young. Su Yan, you really have a good temper with this old man. Good, today I will spare this dog fart elder." "Thank you, Senior." Su Yan cupped his hands and thanked the man in black. Although this black-clothed man had saved him, no matter what, this world was dangerous. Su Yan did not know this black-clothed man, let alone understand him. Just now, seeing his silent appearance, Su Yan was really afraid that he would not agree. Now that he saw the black-clothed man agree, he was naturally overjoyed. After thanking the black-clothed man, he turned to look at Elder Gujian. Looking at Elder Gujian's slightly embarrassed figure at this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly condensed a bright light. He waved his hand and shouted, "Old bastard Gujian, Su, hate it when others force me. Today, you forced me to enter the Guyu sect. Although I, Su Yan, am not strong at the moment, Su Yan, swear that in 1 year, give me 1 year, and I will definitely step into the Guyu sect to take your dog life and wash away today's enmity." Although Elder Gujian was amazed by Su Yan's talent, he was disdainful of Su Yan's words. Su Yan was now only in the 13th layer of spirit realm. Given a year, he would at most be a saint, while Elder Gujian was a Tianxiang emperor. Even if Su Yan was given a year, Su Yan might not be able to hurt him, not to mention the Guyu sect behind him. Therefore, Elder Gujian didn't care about Su Yan's words at all. If it weren't for the black-clothed man standing next to Su Yan, Elder Gujian would have already made a move on Su Yan. Due to the black-clothed man standing next to Su Yan, although Elder Gujian was disdainful of Su Yan, he didn't dare to say anything. When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand at Elder Gujian and shouted, "Old bastard Gujian, since this young man said that your life is his and I won't interfere, scram." Elder Gujian slowly stood up from the ground when he heard the black-clothed man's words. Although the black-clothed man told him to leave, Elder Gujian still didn't feel at ease. His eyes were still cautiously looking at the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man saw Elder Gujian's appearance, he smiled disdainfully. "Gujian, if this old man wants to kill you, do you think you can escape? Since you're so afraid, why haven't you scrammed yet?" As the black-clothed man spoke, he waved his hand and suddenly, a majestic spirit force surged out. Elder Gujian's body shook and his whole body jumped a few meters away. Although this spirit force was huge, the black-clothed man didn't want to hurt Elder Gujian. The moment the spirit force attacked, he left a whirlwind force. Although Elder Gujian flew away, he wasn't injured. Taking advantage of the situation, Elder Gujian operated his cultivation method and his body quickly rushed forward. When Elder Gujian flew a few meters away, he thought that he was safe. Elder Gujian turned his head and shouted at Su Yan and the black-clothed man, "Su Yan and you, I don't care who you are. Since you dared to ruin my Guyu sect's matter today, you too will be hunted down by my Guyu sect." After Elder Gu Jian finished speaking, he jumped and left. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Only his words echoed in the Hengduan mountain. Hearing Elder Gu Jian's words, the black-clothed man and Su Yan showed a look of disdain. Su Yan secretly clenched his fists and secretly vowed in his heart, 1 year, I will definitely step into the Guyu sect and wash away today's injustice. Su Yan had always hated others oppressing him. Xiang Tianba couldn't do it in the past, so Elder Gu Jian couldn't do it. People living in the world should have pride, and this was Su Yan's pride. Su Yan looked at the direction Elder Gu Jian left. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and looked at the black-clothed man. He cupped his hands again and said, "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Although this junior is not talented, this junior will definitely remember today's kindness. If Senior needs anything in the future, this junior will definitely do his best to help." When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he turned and said, "Come with me." Su Yan was taken aback, but he still followed the black-clothed man. Su Yan had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Although he didn't know the identity of the black-clothed man and even had some doubts about it, when he thought of the black-clothed man's kindness for saving him today, Su Yan didn't hesitate to follow the black-clothed man. With the black-clothed man in front and Su Yan behind, the two of them didn't walk very fast. When the black-clothed man asked Su Yan to follow him, Su Yan thought that the black-clothed man would take him out of Hengduan Mountain. However, after taking a few steps, Su Yan knew that he was wrong. The black-clothed man didn't take him out of Hengduan Mountain. Instead, he walked into the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Hengduan Mountain was vast. Although no one knew how vast Hengduan Mountain was and no one had ever passed through it, everyone knew that the deeper one went into Hengduan Mountain, the more dangerous it was. It was rumored that there were even divine beasts comparable to emperors in Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, although Su Yan knew that his eyes had a magical suppressive effect on some monster beasts, he didn't dare to belittle himself. He believed that his eyes could suppress all monster beasts. Therefore, Su Yan was still quite afraid of the rumored monster beasts in the depths of Hengduan Mountain. However, seeing the black-clothed man's leisurely appearance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and followed him into the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Along the way, the black-clothed man didn't say a word. Su Yan wasn't a talkative person, so the two of them didn't say a word along the way. The black-clothed man walked in front while Su Yan followed behind. The further they went, the more cautious Su Yan became. However, after walking for nearly half an hour, Su Yan discovered a strange phenomenon in the black-clothed man's path. This was because the two of them didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. In Hengduan Mountain, monster beasts ran rampant. It could be said that they were everywhere. Except for the monster beasts at the edge of Hengduan Mountain, which were often killed by people, there were no other monster beasts. However, there were very few people who ventured deeper into the mountain range. Since the Hengduan Mountain was a paradise for demonic beasts, one would definitely encounter demonic beasts after walking for such a long distance. Unfortunately, the two of them walked for such a long time, but they didn't encounter a single monster beast. They didn't even encounter the lowest level monster beast. This made Su Yan feel strange. When he looked up and looked ahead, he didn't find anything. This made Su Yan wonder about the purpose of the black-clothed man. "We're here." Just when Su Yan wanted to ask, the black-clothed man, who hadn't said a word along the way, suddenly stopped and said to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned and looked around. Except for the unchanged ancient trees and the crisscrossing shrubs, there was nothing else. However, the black-clothed man said that they were here. Su Yan didn't understand what he meant. Just when he was about to speak, he saw the black-clothed man waving his hand. A huge shrub sitting next to him suddenly dispersed. A huge stone cave appeared in front of Su Yan. Looking at the stone cave that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yan's body suddenly shook. He never thought that there would be such a huge stone cave in Hengduan Mountain. Let's go. The black-clothed man didn't care about Su Yan's surprised expression. He said and walked into the stone cave. Su Yan didn't know where this place was, but when he saw the black-clothed man walking into the stone cave, he hurriedly followed. Just now outside the cave, Su Yan couldn't see the situation inside the cave. At this moment, after entering the cave, Su Yan was amazed by the huge size of the cave, and the depth of the cave couldn't be seen. Under such circumstances, there should be no light in the cave. As the black-clothed man and Su Yan walked in, the originally dark cave was as bright as day. Su Yan became more and more curious about this. Su Yan couldn't help but ask the black-clothed man at this moment, "Where is this place?" The black-clothed man smiled but did not say anything. He continued to walk forward. Su Yan found it boring and did not ask any more. He followed the black-clothed man and walked forward. The two of them walked for about half an hour. Other than the huge cave they saw earlier, there was nothing else new in the cave. Su Yan wanted to walk, but he felt bored. The black-clothed man didn't say a word. Su Yan was almost sleepy. Chapter 139. Swoosh swoosh, the sword will was originally formless, but this formless object emitted a whistling sound at this moment. The powerful sword will even caused Su Yan's body to tremble. Such a powerful sword will could only be felt by Su Yan at the sword well in the hidden sword tomb on the day the heaven-destroying divine sword was unearthed. The sword well was where the sword tomb was located, the tomb of the heaven-destroying divine sword. There were tens of thousands of spiritual swords there, which was why such a powerful sword will could be condensed. Could it be that this is another sword? Su Yan's body trembled. He could not believe that the idea in his mind was real. Puff, right at this moment, a soft sound rang out. The stone wall that was originally monotonous suddenly opened up, and a magnificent scene came into view. It was still a huge stone cave, surrounded by countless rocks. However, under the cover of the rocks, there were countless spiritual swords in the middle. In the middle of the countless spiritual swords, there was a huge copper furnace. In the furnace, the red magma was boiling and bubbling. In the magma, there was a long sword. This sword was completely red. It stood in the magma of the copper furnace, constantly emitting a dazzling light, forcing out a powerful sword will. This caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Looking at the long sword in the copper cauldron, his heart stopped beating. His eyes stared fixedly at the red long sword, revealing a look of greed. Yes, it was a greedy look. His whole body unconsciously leaned towards the copper furnace. Even though the copper furnace constantly emitted a strong sense of heat, it still could not stop Su Yan's footsteps. Swords, the person who did not lack swords in the world was Su Yan. Su Yan had obtained the red fire sword case left by his late father in the sword well, including all the spiritual swords in the sword well. At the same time, he had suppressed the outstanding talents in the hidden sword tomb and obtained the heaven-destroying divine sword. He also had the two powerful weapons, Ghost Howl and Buddha. Towards ordinary spirit swords, Su Yan could not even arouse the slightest interest. However, when he saw this sword, Su Yan was completely attracted. That powerful sword will could only be compared to the heaven-destroying divine sword. Divine sword. Su Yan slowly leaned forward, feeling the powerful sword will. His whole body trembled with excitement, and the Virokana glaze sword scripture involuntarily rotated. A powerful spiritual chi burst out, directly surging towards Su Yan's arm. Su Yan's arm suddenly, he reached for the spiritual sword in the copper furnace. Right at this moment, a powerful force blocked Su Yan. Following that, the black-clothed man's slightly aged voice could be heard, "When the divine sword is unearthed, it will definitely produce demonic images. Although this scorching sun has the will of the divine sword, it does not have the splendor of the divine sword." The black-clothed man said, shaking his head. Su Yan's whole body was shaken, and he returned to the place where he was standing. The greed in Su Yan's eyes dimmed, and his mind also recovered. Senior, Su Yan woke up, and when he looked at the black-clothed man, his face could not help but blush. The black-clothed man had led Su Yan to this place. Obviously, everything here belonged to the black-clothed man, and Su Yan's action just now was obviously to take someone else's item. If this item was someone else's, it would be fine, but it was the black-clothed man's. The black-clothed man had just saved Su Yan's life, and now he wanted to take his item. This was obviously not Su Yan's style. Looking at the black-clothed man, Su Yan's face was full of guilt. The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan's expression, but laughed and said, "Who in the world is not greedy? Although the scorching sun does not have the brilliance of the divine sword, it has the divine sword's will. You can't be blamed for being greedy." Although he could not hear the slightest trace of blame from the black-clothed man's words, Su Yan felt even more ashamed. His face flushed, but when he looked at the spiritual sword in the copper cauldron, a bright light still shot out from his eyes. Just as the black-clothed man said, how many people were not greedy for the divine sword in the world? If it were other divine weapons, it would be fine, but this divine sword was Su Yan's lifelong love, and it would be fine if he did not let Su Yan encounter it. Now that he had encountered it, how could Su Yan not be moved? If this sword belonged to someone else, Su Yan would definitely have snatched it. However, this divine sword belonged to his benefactor, which made Su Yan feel conflicted. Looking at the divine sword, the burning desire in his heart collided with the belief of repaying kindness that constantly spread in his heart. The two constantly clashed. Su Yan's entire body became hot and dry, and the spiritual qi in his body also began to run amok with his blood vessels. His eyes moved, and a scarlet light burst out. The two beliefs constantly clashed, and Su Yan's body became more and more violent, burning Su Yan to the point that he could not help but let out a low growl. When this sound spread out, it was like a clap of thunder in the stone cave. On the other hand, the black-clothed man standing beside Su Yan did not move at all. He only looked at Su Yan's increasingly violent appearance and said slightly, "More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. If the heart is unable to control the sword, how can you control the sword? Su Yan, you should properly reflect on yourself in this sword cave." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a gorgeous screen of light spread out. Su Yan's entire body, the scorching sun sword in the copper cauldron, and the countless spiritual swords on the ground surrounded the stone cave. The moment the black-clothed man left, Su Yan's fanaticism slowly began to cool down in front of the magnificent light screen erected by the towering barrier. More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. The moment he calmed down, the black-clothed man's words immediately appeared in Su Yan's mind. He muttered to himself, feeling the sword essence that was constantly spreading from the surroundings. Su Yan's entire body suddenly froze, and his eyes condensed, shooting out a bright light, as if he had an epiphany. Controlling the sword, first control the heart. Su Yan kept muttering, then sat down and closed his eyes. Thinking of the various things in the past, thinking of the things that had happened since he came to this world, Su Yan's face alternated between smiling and worrying. He sat quietly like this for a long time. Suddenly, Su Yan opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth revealed an excited smile. I understand. Outside the barrier, the man in black who had been monitoring Su Yan's situation nodded in satisfaction when he saw the smile on Su Yan's face. This child is worth teaching. More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. Su Yan was a peak sword saint in his previous life. He believed that his understanding of the sword was not inferior to anyone, so the moment Su Yan was reborn, he embarked on a wrong path. He blindly pursued the highest realm of the sword, blindly pursued the fastest speed of the sword. However, it made Su Yan forget the sword essence, sword heart, and sword path that he had once comprehended. In this short period of thinking, Su Yan understood everything. A sword in your hand can't be as powerful as you are. Instead, you must understand the integration of the sword and yourself. Only when you achieve the unity of the sword and man can you exert the greatest power of a good sword. Once upon a time, Su Yan had understood this principle. However, after coming to this world, Su Yan only pursued strength blindly and neglected his comprehension of the sword. When he encountered the divine sword, he was stunned. When he encountered the divine sword, there was only greed, but he did not think about building a bridge with the divine sword. Only when a bridge was built, the divine sword would be a divine sword. Otherwise, no matter how good the sword was, it would just be a piece of scrap iron. At this moment, Su Yan understood everything. A bright light condensed in his eyes. He looked at the spiritual sword in the bronze cauldron, and there was no longer any greed. Without the blinding greed, Su Yan looked at the spiritual sword, felt the flowing veins on its body, and looked at the sword essence that was bursting out of it. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Sword will was a formless object. However, Su Yan could see that the sword will was continuously condensing in the void, forming numerous veins. Holy vein, this is the holy vein. Su Yan looked at the veins formed by the sword essence and immediately realized that this was the holy vein that he had been looking for, the holy vein that he had been longing to condense. On the path of cultivation, when one reached the peak of each stage, it was useless to just absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One must comprehend it. Comprehend, although it was easy, it was an insurmountable gap. At the peak of life soul, one had to comprehend the holy vein and condense the holy vein. Many people could not find their holy vein, and could only stay at the peak of life soul for their entire life, unable to cross over. Su Yan was also looking for his own holy vein in the demon-subduing region. However, because of the lack of spiritual stones, Su Yan was not in a hurry. Instead, he came to the Hengduan mountain to earn some spiritual stones. Who would have thought that he would not only not earn spiritual stones, but also find his own holy vein? Holy vein, this was not something that could be exchanged with spiritual stones. Su Yan looked at the veins formed by the surging sword essence, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and suddenly operated the cultivation method in his body. The spiritual energy that had settled in his dantian was released along the veins in his body. As the countless veins collided, a sharp pain attacked him. In this sharp pain, Su Yan did not frown. Instead, he became more excited, because he knew that this was the sign of a holy vein. After this moment, he was no longer in the spirit channeling realm, but a saint, the leader of the younger generation in the world. As Su Yan operated the cultivation method in his body, the constantly flowing sword essence in the surroundings poured into Su Yan's body, forming a huge vortex. Puff! Outside the cave, the originally clear blue sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Countless muffled thunder exploded from the horizon, bombarding the flashing light. The black-clothed man outside the barrier heard the sound of thunder outside, but did not panic at all. It was as if he had already known that there would be such a strange movement. With a wave of his hand, a majestic spiritual energy suddenly surged up, directly protecting the cave. The huge lightning fell on the cave and was quickly absorbed by the spiritual energy. Only at the foot of the Hengduan mountain, everyone did not understand what was happening. Looking at the sudden lightning, countless people cursed, "Damn, why is there thunder all of a sudden?" In contrast to these people's confusion, not far from the hidden demon region, many elders stood on the martial arts platform of the ancient Yu sect, watching the scene in the Hengduan mountain. Although Elder Gujian was arrogant outside, at this moment, standing among the crowd, he did not dare to breathe loudly. In front of the many elders, an elder in purple-brown clothes watched for a while, then slowly turned to Elder Gujian and said, "Gujian, this matter started because of you, and it will end because of you. This boy is not even 20 years old, but he is already a saint. His future achievements are immeasurable." Chapter 140. Although the ancient Yu sect couldn't compare to the large sects of the Monster Palace, it was still a sect that couldn't be underestimated within the 5 counties. Moreover, the ancient Yu sect was located at the edge of the Hidden Devil region, occupying the largest golden area within the 5 counties. After such a long time, the ancient Yu sect had accumulated an unimaginable amount of wealth. When Elder Gu Jian gave the order, the ancient Yu sect's red wanted notice, which had never been activated since its founding, was activated. The target of the wanted notice was none other than Su Yan and the black-clothed man who had saved Su Yan's life. The entire Hidden Devil region boiled over. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Of course, amidst this joy, there was still shock. Although Su Yan wasn't a native of the Hidden Devil region, Su Yan had accepted Lu Shang and Pang Chen's mission that day, causing Su Yan to become the topic of the entire Hidden Devil region. Of course, what made Su Yan famous in the entire Hidden Demon region was Su Yan. That day in the Hengduan Mountains, everyone had seen Su Yan with their own eyes. He was only in the spirit channeling realm, but he had killed an expert in the Fate Soul realm with one strike of his sword. This scene caused the entire Hidden Devil region to boil over. Countless people came to the foot of the Hengduan Mountains, wanting to see Su Yan's glory. Unfortunately, at that time, Elder Gu Jian wanted the blood beast Tao Tai to devour Su Yan, so he turned off the mission mirror, disappointing countless people. However, this didn't affect their determination to see Su Yan's glory. Everyone gathered at the foot of the Hengduan Mountains, wanting to wait for Su Yan's return. They all hoped that Su Yan would be able to break Lu Shang and Pang Chen's mission. Unfortunately, they waited for several hours, but Su Yan still hadn't come out. This caused them to lose confidence in Su Yan. After all, in their eyes, no matter how strong Su Yan was, he was only in the spirit realm. For a spirit realm expert to be able to kill a Fate Soul expert was already an anomaly. Moreover, this mission had been set up by the 2 saints, Lu Shang and Pang Chen. If a spirit channeling realm cultivator wanted to take advantage of a saint, it would be impossible. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Before they saw Su Yan come out, everyone thought that Su Yan was dead. Because of the short gap in time, although no one had forgotten about Su Yan, he had only become a topic of conversation. In their eyes, Su Yan was already a dead man. The Guyu sect's red wanted notice once again made Su Yan a celebrity in the entire Hidden Devil region. That Su Yan didn't die, he actually didn't die. How is this possible? He's only in the spirit channeling realm. That's right. Even a saint expert couldn't escape unscathed after falling into the trap set up by Pang Chen and Lu Shang. How did Su Yan do it? And, not only that, how did this Su Yan offend the Guyu sect? They actually issued a red wanted notice that hadn't been used for hundreds of years. Because of the Guyu sect's wanted notice, Su Yan was suddenly pushed into the limelight and became a big celebrity in the Hidden Devil region. This made Su Yan a person that everyone took delight in talking about. And just as everyone was talking about it, another shocking piece of news came from the Guyu sect. A bounty notice. A bounty notice, no matter who it is, as long as they bring Su Yan's head to the Guyu sect, they will be able to exchange it for 1,000,000 spirit stones. 1,000,000 spirit stones was a huge fortune in anyone's eyes. Even a saint expert, or even an Emperor Tian Xiang, might not have so much wealth. Once this bounty notice was released, it once again set off a huge wave in the Hidden Devil region. The moment the huge wave surged, countless people scrambled to rush into the Hengduan mountain. Perhaps before this, everyone only had the attitude of watching the show. Under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, everything changed. Everyone wanted to get Su Yan's head, including some saints and even emperors. And when countless people were frantically trying to kill Su Yan, only one person did not have any evil thoughts because of the 1,000,000 spirit stones. He even faintly worried for Su Yan. This person was none other than Butt Face, who had only met Su Yan once. 1,000,000 spirit stones, if it were anyone else, but Face would definitely fight for 1,000,000 spirit stones, because as long as he had these spirit stones, he would be able to buy 1,000,000 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, he would be able to buy the best pills and the best spirit weapons. He would also be able to get rid of his daily poverty. Unfortunately, for some reason, whenever But Face thought of Su Yan's handsome face and the fact that so many people wanted to kill Su Yan, he would feel worried. A burst of worry welled up in But Face's heart. But Face and Su Yan had only met once, and they were not friends. They could not even be compared to many of But Face's friends in the Hidden Devil region. But Face did not know why, but he was worried about Su Yan, as if there was some kind of connection between the two. Looking at the continuous stream of people entering the Hengduan Mountain, But Face, who was originally excited about the news that Su Yan was not dead, was now left with only worry. Looking at the boiling Hengduan Mountain, But Face frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he stood up and snorted coldly. "No, I have to enter the Hengduan Mountain to inform the senior and let him know." After But Face finished speaking, he stepped into the Hengduan Mountain. Of course, no one paid attention to him. They all thought that he was just someone who wanted a piece of the pie for the 1,000,000 spirit stones. The Guyu sect's bounty order undoubtedly made the Hengduan Mountain the liveliest moment. It also became a disaster for countless demonic beasts in the Hengduan Mountain. Of course, accompanied by this disaster, it brought some high-level demonic beasts a sumptuous feast. At this moment, Su Yan could be said to be the most leisurely person. When the great pain disappeared, suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy erupted from Su Yan's body. Howl, a comfortable feeling came from all over his body, and Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. Bang! Su Yan waved his hand, and a majestic spiritual energy immediately surged out and hit the surrounding stone walls. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and a huge pit was blown out of the stone wall, and a burst of fog burst out. The stone wall was as hard as iron, but at this moment, it was blown up by Su Yan. Looking at this scene, Su Yan was stunned, and then he licked his lips. Is this the power of a saint? Su Yan smiled slightly, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture quickly followed. At this moment, although his dantian had not changed, at the moment of the cultivation method's operation, countless spiritual energy was emitted and flowed in a meridian in Su Yan's body. This was the holy meridian, the symbol of a saint. And it was just this meridian, but Su Yan could feel that his spiritual energy was dozens of times stronger than before when he was at spirit channeling level 13. At this time, Su Yan was confident that if he were to face Pang Chen and Lu Shang, he would definitely be able to kill the two of them without any effort. Su Yan, congratulations. Just as Su Yan was still immersed in the excitement of the saint's world, the black-robed man opened the barrier he had set up and walked in. Senior. When Su Yan saw the black-robed man, he immediately felt a surge of gratitude. Su Yan did not forget that if it had not been for the black-robed man's last reminder, Su Yan might not have been able to condense a holy meridian, and he might have even lost his life here. It was the black-robed man's words and the comfortable feeling of the barrier he had set up that had prevented Su Yan from going crazy. At this time, the person Su Yan was most grateful to was naturally the black-robed man. The black-robed man looked at Su Yan, but still maintained his indifferent appearance. However, when he looked at the scorching sun sword in the copper cauldron, his pupils suddenly shrank. With a wave of his hand, the scorching sun sword suddenly leaped up and flew in the direction of Su Yan, stopping in front of Su Yan. I will pass on this incomplete scorching sun sword to you today. The black-clothed man looked at the scorching sun god's sword and a hint of reluctance flowed out from his eyes. After a moment of silence, he looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "Pass it on to me." Although Su Yan suppressed the greed in his heart for the scorching sun sword, the burning desire in his heart did not dissipate in front of the scorching sun sword. Although this sword might not be comparable to the heaven-destroying sword, Su Yan knew that this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. Now that the black-robed man had given it to him so easily, how could Su Yan not feel flattered? The black-robed man had saved him twice, and Su Yan did not say anything. After all, saving him was a piece of cake for the black-robed man. However, now that he wanted to give such a valuable item to him, this action was not something that could be compared to a piece of cake. Senior, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort. This sword is so valuable, I cannot accept it. Su Yan rejected the black-robed man's good intentions, although his heart was bleeding. However, Su Yan did not regret it, because Su Yan understood that in this world, what could a man do and what could not do. The black-robed man seemed to have expected Su Yan's rejection. He smiled slightly and said, although this sword is valuable, if no one can control it, it is just a piece of scrap metal. Sigh. As he said that, the black-robed man seemed to have thought of something sad. He lowered his head and sighed. He stared blankly at the stone wall beside the cave for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth, as if he was talking to Su Yan, but also as if he was talking to himself. My life was a sword, but my life was ruined by the sword. In the end, I was unable to forge a scorching sun sword. What a pity, what a pity. The black-robed man roared to the sky. Then, he turned his head and said to Su Yan, Su Yan, although this scorching sun has the shape of a scorching sun, it does not have the brilliance of a scorching Sunday. It is just a piece of scrap metal. And I want to give you this sword because I want you to forge it in the future and let the scorching sun show its brilliance. Although it has the shape of a scorching sun, it does not have the brilliance of a scorching Sunday. Su Yan frowned and looked at the black-robed man in confusion. You are still young, so there are some things that you do not know. When you become a master swordsmith in the future, you will naturally understand the meaning of my words today. As the black-robed man spoke, his voice suddenly deepened. He looked at Su Yan and said, Su Yan, today I want to give you the way of swordsmithing. Do you accept it? The Way of Swordsmithing. Chapter 141. Su Yan was a peak sword saint in his previous life. Su Yan believed that his knowledge of the sword was not inferior to any master. But this was only his knowledge of the sword. He could not know the essence of the sword itself. If he wanted to know the essence of the sword, he had to understand the way of the sword, which was to become a swordsmith. In his previous life, Su Yan had traveled between the north and south of the river countless times in order to find a way to forge a sword. Unfortunately, in the end, Su Yan reincarnated into this world and still could not fulfill the regret in his heart. After coming to this world, Su Yan pursued strength wholeheartedly, but buried the way of the sword in the bottom of his heart. However, this obsession was always buried in the bottom of his heart and was not erased. At this moment, when he heard the black-clothed man mention the way of the sword, Su Yan's heavy heart suddenly surged. Looking at the black-clothed man's eyes, at the same time, a fanatical light involuntarily flowed out. He only saw the black-clothed man's face under the bamboo hat. This fanaticism was suddenly suppressed by Su Yan. If Su Yan had not experienced the chi deviation of the scorching sun sword, perhaps Su Yan would have agreed without hesitation. After all, this was Su Yan's unfulfilled wish. And it was after experiencing the chi deviation that Su Yan's mind grew again. Even if he wanted to, he could still control the fanaticism in his heart. He had doubts about the black-clothed man's identity. This black-clothed man had not revealed his identity, but he had saved him several times, and had given him such a precious item. Now, he wanted to teach him the way of the sword. As the saying goes, one does not receive rewards without pains. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan's hesitation and seemed to understand something. He smiled slightly and said, Su Yan, are you wondering why I am so good to you? Yes. Su Yan did not hide the thoughts in his heart. He nodded and said, Senior, to be honest, I do have some doubts about your identity. After all, the two of us have never met before. There has never been any friendship between the two of us. Speaking of this, Su Yan glanced at the black-clothed man. Seeing that he did not express his opinion, he continued, and you have saved me several times between life and death. This is already a great kindness. Now, you have given me such a precious scorching sun sword." As he spoke, Su Yan glanced at the scorching sun sword that he hadn't put away and said, "I'm already unable to repay such a precious gift. Now, you've even granted me the Tao of sword forging. How can I dare accept it?" After saying that, Su Yan politely cupped his hands towards the black-clothed man and stared at him without blinking. In fact, the reason why Su Yan said so much was because he wanted the black-clothed man to reveal his identity. How could the black-clothed man not know Su Yan's intention? He glanced at Su Yan and laughed. "Su Yan, actually, this is not the first time we have met." "No." Su Yan could not help but frown when he heard the black-clothed man's words. Although he could not see the real face hidden under the bamboo hat, Su Yan knew very well that he did not know any friends of Emperor Tianxiang. If he did, it would be some elders in the sword collection tomb. Su Yan had never had any friendship with those elders. Now that Su Yan had been expelled from the sword collection tomb, those elders would definitely not come all the way here to save him. Moreover, Su Yan had stayed in the sword collection tomb for a long time. He knew that there was no master swordsmith in the sword collection tomb. After listening to the black-clothed man's words, Su Yan already knew that the scorching sun sword came from this black-clothed man. With the scorching sun sword as a weapon, Su Yan was confident that there were no more than 3 people in the world who could forge this sword, not to mention the sword collection tomb. It would be fine if Su Yan did not meet such a master swordsmith. If he did, Su Yan would definitely remember. "Huh, Su Yan, I guess you can't remember. I'll let you see my real face." The black-clothed man knew that Su Yan would definitely not be able to guess who he was. He laughed and said. With a wave of his hand, he took off the bamboo hat on his head. An extremely ugly face was instantly revealed. His entire head was densely covered with countless lumps. There was not a single patch of smooth skin on his face. His entire face was twisted together, his eyes were rolled up, and his nose was blocked by countless lumps. Only his 2 large nostrils could be seen. Su Yan looked and his heart suddenly trembled. However, Su Yan was, after all, extraordinarily intelligent. He quickly calmed down and looked at the extremely ugly face. Suddenly, a face that he had seen before appeared in his mind. "Ugly uncle?" Su Yan asked with uncertainty. "Looks like you still have some memory." The black-clothed man smiled slightly, obviously admitting his identity. It turned out that this person was not someone else. He was a swordsmith from Heaven Shuang City. Su Yan still remembered that the shocking celestial sword he was using now came from this person. Although the shocking celestial sword was not a divine weapon, it was still an extraordinary item. Before obtaining other swords, Su Yan had always relied on the shocking celestial sword to reach where he was today. Naturally, he was grateful to the ugly uncle. In Su Yan's impression, this ugly uncle was someone from Heaven Shuang City. Now that he was in Hidden Demon Region's Hengduan Mountain, it could be said that he had met an old friend in a foreign land. Although the ugly uncle's face was extremely ugly and would cause fear in others, Su Yan still felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at him. He looked at the ugly uncle a few more times and frowned slightly. "Ugly uncle, I remember that you weren't so." When Su Yan said this, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. However, the ugly uncle smiled indifferently and said on behalf of Su Yan, "I'm not that ugly, right?" Su Yan nodded awkwardly. Calling someone ugly was obviously extremely disrespectful. Su Yan wanted to apologize, but the ugly uncle did not take it to heart. Before Su Yan could speak, the ugly uncle spoke first. "I spent my entire life forging swords, using my body to forge swords. How could I not be injured by swords? I only destroyed my face. I'm lucky that I didn't lose my life." Su Yan frowned slightly. He clearly did not understand the meaning of the ugly uncle's words. Without waiting for Su Yan to ask, the ugly uncle suddenly turned his head. His ugly face suddenly exuded a stern expression. He looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, now that you know my identity, are you willing to accept my path of forging swords?" Su Yan was naturally willing. However, even so, Su Yan still had many doubts in his heart. Just now, the ugly uncle's face was hidden under the bamboo hat. Su Yan was suspicious of his identity. Now that Su Yan knew the ugly uncle's identity, he became even more suspicious. In Su Yan's impression, the ugly uncle was only a blacksmith in Heaven Shuang City. Yes, that's right, he only knew how to forge swords. He could not be considered a master. Not only that, Su Yan also remembered that the ugly uncle was only at the peak of the spirit realm. How could he have the strength of an Emperor Tian Xiang? An Emperor Tian Xiang with such sword-forging skills, no matter which sect he was in, he would definitely be a famous elder. Why would he come here? Countless doubts filled Su Yan's mind, making it impossible for Su Yan to agree. The ugly uncle looked at Su Yan's constantly changing expression and sighed slightly. "Sigh, looks like you won't ask clearly and won't accept." Su Yan felt awkward again. After all, the ugly uncle was his benefactor, and what he did was completely for his own good. However, he was suspicious of the ugly uncle. How could Su Yan feel awkward? The ugly uncle smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. These things are not shameful. It's good to talk about them. It will be helpful for your future." After the ugly uncle finished speaking, he raised his head and looked outside, as if he was sorting out his memories. After a while, he turned his head and spoke to Su Yan. "Su Yan, I'm actually also from the Hidden Sword Tomb." And it was this first sentence that made Su Yan's entire body tremble. The ugly uncle was also from the Hidden Sword Tomb, and he had stayed in the Hidden Sword Tomb for so long. Why didn't he know? While Su Yan was puzzled, he saw the ugly uncle speak again, so he didn't interrupt him. "I've spent my entire life as a sword. I only hope to be able to forge a divine sword in this life, but how could a divine sword be so easy to forge? In order to forge a divine sword, I traveled the world in hopes of forging a divine sword. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all in vain." As he spoke, the ugly uncle looked at the scorching sun divine sword with a slightly dejected expression. He sighed ruefully and continued. Perhaps the ugly uncle had traveled the world alone for so many years. Now that he was talking about his experiences with Su Yan, he couldn't control his chatterbox and spoke one by one for Su Yan. Su Yan was confused as he listened. After listening to the ugly uncle's experiences, when he looked at the ugly uncle again, his eyes were filled with reverence. This was reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't just the feelings of gratitude just now. Of course, Su Yan also understood the ugly uncle's identity at the same time. Although the ugly uncle didn't tell Su Yan his name, Su Yan knew that this ugly uncle was definitely not his real name. The reason why he had the title of ugly uncle was because he was forging a sword and was devoured by the sword, causing him to become what he was now. Not only that, the ugly uncle was also the sword-forging elder of the Hidden Sword Tomb. His status in the Hidden Sword Tomb was even higher than the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Taoist Master Heaven Sword. It was just that the ugly uncle was dedicated to the sword and didn't have the heart to manage the Hidden Sword Tomb. Therefore, not many people in the Hidden Sword Tomb knew of the ugly uncle's existence. After listening to this, Su Yan had a general understanding of the ugly uncle. Of course, this understanding was accompanied by more doubts. Because of the ugly uncle's tone, he was actually not from the Hidden Sword Tomb and only came here later. It could be said that the Hidden Sword Tomb was only a place for him to travel. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan asked about the ugly uncle's true identity, the ugly uncle didn't say anything. He only told Su Yan, "When you grow to a certain point, you will naturally know." Seeing the ugly uncle's firm attitude, Su Yan didn't ask any more. In the end, the ugly uncle changed the topic to the most important one. "Su Yan, to be honest, the reason why I saved you is not only because you are a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, but also not because you are from the Heaven Twin City. The reason why I saved you is because I hope that one day, you will be able to make up for my regret. Your regret? Su Yan frowned. Although the ugly uncle didn't say what his regret was, Su Yan knew that his regret was definitely related to sword forging. Chapter 142. Of course, other than expressing his humility, he was also complimenting Cho Bo. Before, Su Yan did not know Cho Bo's identity and only felt gratitude towards him. Now that he knew Cho Bo's identity, he was a sword-forging grandmaster. This compliment came from the bottom of his heart, without the slightest hint of falsehood. Humans were strange creatures. No matter where they stood, there would always be vanity in their hearts. Everyone liked to listen to compliments. Cho Bo was no exception. When he heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on his extremely ugly face. It was just that no one dared to look directly at Cho Bo's face. His smile was even uglier than his crying face. Of course, this was only in the eyes of outsiders. Su Yan admired Cho Bo from the bottom of his heart, so how could he despise his ugliness? Su Yan, there's no need to flatter me. Although Cho Bo was quite pleased with Su Yan's compliments, he still waved his hand and said, I have been a sword all my life. This time, I have only forged a sword that is neither divine nor ghostly. With my current strength, it is clearly impossible for me to forge another sword. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has the intention. When Su Yan heard Cho Bo's words, he was shocked. In the beginning, Su Yan did not have much doubt about Cho Bo's strength. After all, the Emperor of Tianxiang was already an expert of a generation in Su Yan's eyes. Hearing Cho Bo's words, he suddenly understood. Although Su Yan had not stepped onto the path of sword forging, Su Yan was a peak swordsman of a generation after all. He naturally knew that sword forging did not only rely on one's skill, but also on one's strength. This was because a good sword was a sword that was connected to the spirit. When forging a sword, the amount of spirit energy that had to be poured in was not something that an ordinary martial artist could achieve. In Su Yan's current situation, Su Yan was a saint of a bloodline. If he wanted to forge a sword, he could only forge an ordinary spirit sword at most. It could not even compare to Su Yan's shocking celestial sword. The Emperor of Tianxiang was at most one level higher. And now, Cho Bo had managed to refine the Ardent Sun Sacred Sword. Although Cho Bo had said that the Ardent Sun Sacred Sword was an unfinished product, the faint radiance emitted by the Ardent Sun Sacred Sword was not something that could be created by just anyone. Cho Bo's strength, based on this. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at Ugly Uncle and his mouth opened wide. The respect he had for Ugly Uncle deepened. Uncle Cho did not mind. He looked at Su Yan's expression and waved his hand. Su Yan, this is all in the past. I'm only a ruler now. With your talent, you'll surpass me in a few years. When Ugly Uncle said this, he could clearly feel the regret in his heart. Su Yan originally wanted to ask Cho Bo what realm he had reached when he was at his peak. Even so, seeing how dejected he was, he could only give up. Fortunately, Cho Bo was open-minded. After a brief sigh, he immediately recovered. He looked at Su Yan with a sharp light in his eyes, and he asked Su Yan, all right, you don't have to refuse anymore. I know that you're passionate about swordsmithing, so don't hide it in front of me. Hearing Cho Bo's words, Su Yan could not help but blush. Indeed, before this, when Su Yan did not know Cho Bo's identity, he was puzzled that he had suddenly received such a heavy gift. After knowing Cho Bo's identity, the doubts in Su Yan's heart were solved. The reason why he still dealt with Cho Bo for so long and did not agree to his request was only because Su Yan was curious. He wanted to know more about Cho Bo. However, now it was clear that Cho Bo was unwilling to talk about many things. Moreover, Cho Bo had already pointed it out, so Su Yan could not continue to dwell on this topic. Since Cho Bo wanted to teach him the way of swordsmithing, then he was his master. Su Yan knelt down on one knee, and was about to perform the ceremony of acknowledging Cho Bo as his master. However, before Su Yan could kneel down, Cho Bo waved his hand and stopped Su Yan. Su Yan, there's no need for this ceremony of acknowledging me as your master. With your future achievements, you'll definitely be a dragon among men, while I'm only. Cho Bo did not finish his sentence, but Su Yan could see the grievance in Cho Bo's heart, and was about to explain something. However, Cho Bo did not give Su Yan the chance to explain, and said with unusual determination, Su Yan, although I've taught you the way of swordsmithing, there's no need for the two of us to address each other as master and disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Cho Bo had taught him the way of swordsmithing, and this kindness was not inferior to the kindness of saving his life. How could Su Yan not acknowledge him as his master? Unfortunately, Cho Bo did not wait for Su Yan to explain, and interrupted Su Yan. Su Yan, listen to me. There are some things that you don't understand now, but when you grow to a certain extent in the future, you'll naturally understand why I don't want you to acknowledge me as your master today. All right. After Cho Bo finished speaking, he waved his hand, and did not give Su Yan the chance to explain. A telepathic thought was transmitted into Su Yan's mind, and mixed within the telepathic thought was the introductory knowledge of the way of swordsmithing. Feeling the knowledge transmitted by the telepathic thought, Su Yan's heart immediately boiled with excitement. Swordsmithing was an unfinished regret of Su Yan's in his previous life. Today, he had finally completed it, so how could Su Yan not be excited? Cho Bo was obviously a master of swift and decisive actions. The moment he imparted the basic knowledge of swordsmithing, taking advantage of the fact that there was a swordsmithing furnace in the stone cave, he immediately let Su Yan start to forge the sword. It took several days for the sword to be forged. During these days, Su Yan had been forging the sword, and he was happy to be idle. Su Yan was happy to be idle, but the entire Hengduan mountain was like a bustling market. Countless people gathered to suppress Su Yan, and some even did business in the Hengduan mountain, buying and selling some elixirs, spiritual weapons, and magic treasures. The entire periphery of the Hengduan mountain could be said to be surrounded by countless voices, showing an unprecedented bustle. There were shouts from the peddlers as well as the cries of those who wanted to kill Su Yan. It was as if Su Yan was on a heinous mission. Hurry up, Su Yan must be in front. Kill him, and you can get 1,000,000 spirit stones. Everyone was driven crazy by the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Whether it was the spirit realm, the life-soul realm, or the saint bloodline realm, they were all crazily looking for Su Yan in the Hengduan mountain. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. In order to find Su Yan, for the reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones, many experts lost their lives in the Hengduan mountain. The Hengduan mountain was not a bustling market, but the most dangerous place in the 5 counties besides the East Sea. That's right. There were 3 dangerous places in the 5 counties, the East Sea, the Hengduan mountain, and the Evil Spirit Cave. Because of the existence of the Monster Palace, the East Sea was recognized as the most dangerous place in the 5 counties, so very few people dared to set foot in this place. As for the Evil Spirit Cave, although it was also one of the 3 dangerous places, no one knew where it was, so the only place left was the Hengduan mountain. The Hengduan mountain was listed as one of the 3 dangerous places by the ancestors a long time ago. Over the years, countless people entered the Hengduan mountain to search for treasures and kill monsters, and many returned with great gains. Gradually, people forgot that the Hengduan mountain was one of the 3 dangerous places. Only the corpses that died in the mouths of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain remembered that the Hengduan mountain was one of the 3 dangerous places. The bustle of the past few days had brought an unprecedented disaster to the low-level monsters in the Hengduan mountain. At the same time, it had also brought a feast for the high-level monsters. Of course, this did not stop the determination of the people to hunt down Su Yan. After all, 1,000,000 spirit stones was so attractive no matter where it was. At this moment, if Su Yan knew that the Guyu sect had offered 1,000,000 spirit stones for his capture, Su Yan would probably chop off his own head and offer it to the Guyu sect. One had to know that this was 1,000,000 spirit stones, who wouldn't be moved. Of course, there was also one such person, and that person was Butt-Face. To be precise, it wasn't that Butt-Face wasn't moved by the 1,000,000 spirit stones. It was just that Butt-Face didn't know why, when he thought of Su Yan, especially Su Yan's aura, Butt-Face's heart was only worried about Su Yan and was not moved by the 1,000,000 spirit stones at all. Everyone entered the Hengduan mountain to hunt down Su Yan. Butt-Face came to the Hengduan mountain to inform Su Yan. Butt-Face's strength was only at the life-soul stage. In the Hengduan mountain, it could be said that his strength was low. Along the way, Butt-Face encountered many monsters. He almost died in the hands of these monsters several times. Fortunately, Butt-Face had learned how to survive in the hidden demons area for a few years. If he couldn't beat the monsters, Butt-Face would roll up his pants and run without caring about his dignity. In fact, Butt-Face's luck was good. The monsters he met several times were not far from his strength. That was why Butt-Face could survive in the Hengduan mountain for so many days. In these few days, countless martial artists at the life-soul stage had died in the mouths of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain. Even some saints were not spared. Butt-Face's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the life-soul stage. It was lucky that he could survive. Butt-Face was different from the people who were hunting down Su Yan. However, he had one thing in common with them, and that was, where did Su Yan go? "Senior, where did you go?" Butt-Face once again escaped from the mouth of a demonic beast. He sat on a big rock, panting heavily as he muttered to himself. The sun was shining brightly on the Hengduan mountain, emitting a warm feeling. However, this warmth still couldn't disperse the ever-present danger that shrouded the Hengduan mountain. It was well known that the deeper one went into the Hengduan mountain, the more dangerous it was. Butt-Face was only at the periphery, but he almost died in the end of the monsters several times. Looking at the depths of the Hengduan mountain, Butt-Face couldn't help but hesitate. Should I continue to go? Butt-Face's status in the hidden demons area had always been low. This low status also made Butt-Face self-aware. Although he was at the 5th stage of the life-soul stage. With such strength, in the hidden sword tomb, Butt-Face would be one of the best in the inner sect at his age. Chapter 143. Bang! Just as Butt-Face was hesitating, a loud bang shook the entire Hengduan mountain. Demonic beast. Butt-Face's first reaction was that another demonic beast had appeared. Without saying anything, he started to run. At this moment, a shout was heard. "Quick, trap him, don't let him run away. All of you, attack him together." When Butt-Face heard these shouts, his heart couldn't help but tighten. "Senior." Butt-Face's eyes were blurred as he looked in the direction of the shouts. Thinking about Su Yan's safety, he suddenly activated his cultivation method and ran in the direction of the shouts. The shouts were only a few miles away from Butt-Face. Butt-Face advanced at full speed again. With his 5th stage life-soul cultivation, his speed wasn't slow at all. In a short while, he arrived at the place where the shouts were. "Stop it." Butt-Face looked at the people surrounding him and his heart tightened again. The spiritual chi in his body immediately surged. With a roar, he pushed the crowd aside and rushed in. His eyes were no longer blurred, but with anger. He looked at those people with a gloomy face and shouted, "With me, Butt-Face, here, don't even think about hurting my senior." The people surrounding him were all cultivators of the life-soul stage, and they were also natives of the hidden demon area. Although they didn't usually interact with Butt-Face, they knew him. Several people were encircling and killing a demonic beast. When they saw Butt-Face suddenly barge in, all of them couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Butt-Face's imposing manner that they had never seen before, everyone was even more astonished. After a while, one of them reacted. He pointed at Butt-Face with a magic weapon in his hand and shouted, "Butt-Face, are you crazy? What do you mean by senior? Is this beast your senior? Ha, ha, ha. As that person spoke, the people standing next to him immediately burst out laughing. Hearing their laughter, Buttface couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and glanced at the ground. Only then did he see a demonic beast that looked like a big tiger lying there. Only then did Buttface realize that he had made a mistake. His worried heart also calmed down at this moment. He looked at the people surrounding him and said with an embarrassed smile, "I'm sorry, seniors, I made a mistake, a mistake." After saying that, Buttface turned around and was about to leave. However, his status in the hidden demon area had always been low. Just now, his sudden appearance had startled the powerhouses of the hidden demon area. How could they let him leave so easily? Immediately, one of them stepped forward to stop Buttface. The other person was obviously the leader of this group. When he saw Buttface's misty eyes, he seemed to think of something. He shouted, "Buttface, what do you mean you made a mistake? What exactly did you make a mistake?" For a moment, the leader, for a long time, he didn't know how to answer. He stuttered for a long time and didn't say a word. This made the leader even more suspicious. A cold smile appeared on his square face. He pointed at Buttface and shouted, "Buttface, tell me, did you think this demonic beast was Su Yen and you wanted to come in to save him?" Although Buttface was cowardly, it didn't mean that he wasn't smart. When he heard the square-faced man's words, he shook his head hurriedly and said, No, I don't know Su Yen. Why would I save him?" It was a pity that Buttface's simple and honest appearance was obviously not suitable for lying. The square-faced man didn't believe Buttface's words at all. He sneered and said, "Buttface, is that really not the case?" "No, of course not. I can't wait to kill Su Yen in exchange for 1,000,000 spirit stones. How could I save him?" Buttface looked at the square-faced man's deep eyes and said hurriedly. It was a pity that Buttface, who was born bad at lying, tensed up under the square-faced man's sharp eyes. The square-faced man ignored Buttface's expression completely. Only the smile on his face became more and more creepy. "Buttface, you're not going to say it? Then I'll help you say it." The square-faced man smiled coldly. "Buttface, although I don't know what kind of bewitching potion Su Yen fed you. However, you were able to offend Lu Shang and Pang Chen to help Su Yen. This is enough to show your relationship with Su Yen." "I didn't," Buttface shouted hurriedly. It was a pity that the square-faced man didn't pay attention to him at all. He directly interrupted Buttface and continued, "Buttface, you don't have to explain. Everyone entered this dangerous place for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones to suppress Su Yen. And for so many days, almost everyone in the Hidden Demons region has been looking for Su Yen, but no one has found him. Obviously, it was you, Buttface, who leaked the information. Yes or no?" At the end of his words, the square-faced man's eyes suddenly widened. The spirit chi in his body suddenly jumped up. The powerful spirit chi pressure of the peak of the life-soul stage pressed down on Buttface. Buttface's body suddenly trembled. He was already stuttering because of fear, and under this pressure, he couldn't speak fluently. He could only stammer, I didn't." It was a pity that the square-faced man was now certain that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information to Su Yen. Otherwise, why couldn't they find Su Yen after so many days? Coupled with Buttface's strange behavior when he and the others were killing the demonic beast just now, the square-faced man firmly believed that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information to Su Yen. Although the square-faced man didn't know why Buttface would help an outsider like Su Yen, he was certain that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information. "Buttface, tell me quickly, where is Su Yen?" The square-faced man thought about the temptation of the 1,000,000 spirit stones and stopped talking nonsense with Buttface. Instead, he directly asked Buttface about Su Yen's whereabouts. Not to mention that Buttface didn't know where Su Yen was. Even if Buttface knew, he definitely wouldn't say it. Under the powerful pressure of the spirit chi, Buttface muttered, "I don't know. Don't know?" The square-faced man didn't care about Buttface's uncomfortable expression at all. He smiled coldly and waved his hands. A powerful spirit chi surged out again. It enveloped Buttface's entire body. Buttface's face became more and more unsightly and paler. Unfortunately, the square-faced man didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Instead, he shouted again, "Buttface, do you really want to die for that outsider?" Although Buttface wanted to explain, it was a pity that under the powerful pressure of the spirit chi, he couldn't speak at all. His body trembled slightly and he kept shaking his head. The square-faced man was at the peak of the life-soul stage and was only one step away from the saint stage. Moreover, the square-faced man didn't look very old. To be able to reach the peak of the life-soul stage at such a young age, he could be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Therefore, the square-faced man was considered a leading figure in the hidden demons region and often had some followers around him. In the past few days, the square-faced man had even called on all his followers to enter the Hengduan Mountains to kill Su Yan. Unfortunately, in the past few days, not only had the square-faced man called on his followers not found any trace of Su Yan, but many of them had even lost their lives in the Hengduan Mountains. The suppression of the past few days had already made the square-faced man impatient. Now that he was certain that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information to Su Yan, how could the square-faced man let Buttface go so easily? "Buttface, I think you really won't cry until you see the coffin." The square-faced man let out a cold snort from his nose and leaped forward, grabbing Buttface's throat. Buttface, who was already suffering under the pressure of the spirit chi, had his throat locked. His face was pale and he kept coughing. "Speak, Buttface, speak quickly." The square-faced man didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Instead, he tightened his grip and shouted coldly. Buttface felt that his throat was getting tighter and tighter, and the breathing in his chest was no longer smooth. His mind was also in a daze. "Am I going to die?" Buttface thought to himself as he slowly closed his eyes. Although he was unwilling, Buttface had no other choice. He could only feel his life slipping away. Buttface still thought about Su Yan the most. This time, Buttface came to the Hengduan Mountains for Su Yan. Of course, he came to save Su Yan. At the last moment of his life. Buttface asked himself, "Is it really worth it for me to do this?" Buttface and Su Yan had only known each other for a few hours, but Buttface didn't know why he was willing to think for him. At the last moment of his life. Buttface's heart also surged with regret. However, at the moment that regret surged, the blood vessels all over his body moved, and the regret disappeared without a trace. In exchange, it was a sense of perseverance. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. When a man is about to die, his actions are magnanimous. Thinking about his life of cowardice and mediocrity, Buttface's chest immediately surged with anger. "I'm going to die anyway. Why do I have to die so sullenly?" Buttface thought to himself. His eyes that were about to close suddenly opened, and a burst of cold light burst out. The cultivation method in his body was activated. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of rich spirit chi burst out. The square-faced man didn't expect Buttface to suddenly erupt. He wasn't paying attention, and his body was directly shocked by the powerful spirit chi and was directly knocked back a few steps. "Buttface, how dare you!" The square-faced man saw that he was actually forced to retreat by Buttface, and a surge of anger immediately surged in his body. He looked at Buttface and shouted. If it were any other time, when Buttface saw these people, he would either run away or flatter them. However, now Buttface thought that he was going to die anyway. Why can't I be magnanimous for once? Why can't I be tough for once? Buttface thought and activated the cultivation method in his body. At this moment, his cultivation was no longer at level 5 life soul, but level 6 life soul. That's right, under the pressure of the square-faced man just now, Butt-Face leveled up. Chapter 144. Unfortunately, the strength of a level 6 life soul was far from enough. After all, the people Butt-Face was facing now were all martial artists with level 8 life souls and above. That square-faced man was only one step away from a saint. With Butt-Face's strength, he had no chance of winning against them. Butt-Face also knew the disparity in strength between the two of them. However, Butt-Face was not afraid at all. Although his face was trembling, he was no longer afraid. He, Butt-Face, had been struggling in the hidden demons region for so many years and had always lived with his tail between his legs. Today, let me, Butt-Face, live a grand life. Butt-Face thought to himself as he took out a short sword. That's right, Butt-Face was also a swordsman. It was just that for so many years, he had never had a sword of his own. He only had a short sword, which was even shabby. However, this short sword had been with Butt-Face for many years. When the short sword appeared, there was no earth-shattering sound, and there was no dazzling light. However, the short sword seemed to have felt the humiliation in its owner's heart. Under the surge of spirit chi, it vibrated faintly. Today, I'll fight it out with you. Butt-Face pointed his sword at the square-faced man and the others. His face was expressionless, and there was a faint majesty between his brows that had never been seen before. When the square-faced man and the others saw Butt-Face's expression, they were stunned at first, then a wave of anger surged in their hearts. Butt-Face, as his name suggested, was a dog in their eyes. And now, such a dog dared to point a sword at them. This was definitely a kind of blasphemy. The square-faced man was the first to get angry. He pointed at Butt-Face and shouted, "Butt-Face, you're courting death. Butt-Face, are you tired of living? Butt-Face, is it because you haven't fought for too long? Is your skin itching?" Listening to these contemptuous voices, Butt-Face's expression remained the same, but the cold smile on his face became even more brilliant. Die, itching for a beating, tired of living. Wasn't this what he was afraid of before? And to live with his tail between his legs? Now that he knew that he was going to die, what was there to be afraid of? Die! Butt-Face shouted. Without waiting for the square-faced man and the others to make the first move, he raised his short sword and rushed toward them. Courting death. Although Butt-Face had decided to take back the last shred of dignity for himself, it was a pity that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. The square-faced man shouted coldly and immediately waved his hand. A strong burst of spiritual energy erupted and directly blocked Butt-Face's attack. With a flip of his hand, Butt-Face was suddenly sent flying. Poochie, Butt-Face's body surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. Butt-Face wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He wasn't scared at all. Instead, he laughed, "Ha, ha, is that all? This won't kill me. Crazy, crazy." Seeing Butt-Face's expression, the onlookers shook their heads. However, they didn't show any mercy. The moment Butt-Face rushed over, everyone attacked him. After a few short attacks, Butt-Face was still exhausted and his body was covered with wounds. However, Butt-Face didn't give up. He was still working hard for his last shred of dignity. The square-faced man was more concerned about Butt-Face's life and death. He was more concerned about Su Yan's hiding place. Looking at the dying Butt-Face on the ground, he shouted again, "Butt-Face, quickly tell me where Su Yan is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome." Butt-Face laughed. Even now, he was still telling him that he was welcome. It wasn't a fool's dream. Since Butt-Face had already thrown caution to the wind, he naturally wouldn't be in danger. He looked at the square-faced man with a determined look. "Go to hell." Butt-Face roared and activated his cultivation art. He used the last bit of his spiritual energy to stab the square-faced man for the last time. "You're courting death." Although Butt-Face was fast, he was still too slow compared to a strong person at the peak of the life-soul stage. The square-faced man shouted coldly and immediately waved his hand. Butt-Face was once again sent flying. The square-faced man was obviously angered by Butt-Face. This time, he wouldn't let Butt-Face off easily. He shouted angrily, "Butt-Face, since you're courting death, don't blame me." As he spoke, the square-faced man leaped and arrived in front of Butt-Face, who had yet to land on the ground. He pushed out his palm and instantly, Butt-Face flew toward another person. At this moment, the other person immediately took over. Butt-Face was sent flying and was thrown around like trash. Intense pain came from Butt-Face's body. However, Butt-Face gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't let himself let out a cry. Butt-Face knew that he was going to die here today. However, he wasn't afraid. Instead, at the last moment in his mind, he thought more about Su Yan. There are so many of you bullying one person. Don't you feel ashamed? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the horizon. Then, a figure in white appeared in front of the square-faced man and the others. Su Yan. When the square-faced man and the others saw the figure in white, they immediately became excited. Su Yan, you're finally willing to come out. The square-faced man didn't give Butt-Face a quick death just now because he wanted to lure Su Yan out. Now that he saw Su Yan come out, he was naturally very excited. Of course, Su Yan wasn't lured out by him. In the past few days, Su Yan had been forging swords. During this time, Su Yan was almost addicted to it. It was a pity that he was a newbie after all. The materials left in the cave had been used up by Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to come out to find some materials to forge swords, but he didn't expect to encounter this scene. Su Yan and Butt-Face weren't friends, but they knew each other. If Butt-Face were to fight with others, Su Yan would definitely sit and watch. Su Yan wouldn't allow so many people to bully one person. Su Yan didn't care about the square-faced man and the others at all. He caught Butt-Face and looked at Butt-Face's pale face. He frowned slightly and patted his storage bag. He took out a few pills that he had obtained on the celestial sword peak of the hidden sword tomb and stuffed them into Butt-Face's mouth. At the same time, Su Yan's cultivation method was activated. A wisp of spirit chi flowed into Butt-Face's spirit sea, and Butt-Face gradually regained consciousness. Am I dead? Butt-Face thought he was dead when he opened his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Where am I?" As Butt-Face spoke, he saw Su Yan's face and suddenly jumped up. He looked at Su Yan and shouted in horror, "Senior, why are you here? Run, the people of the Guyu sect are chasing you now." What? Su Yan frowned. Obviously, he didn't understand the meaning of Butt-Face's words. However, before Butt-Face could speak again, the square-faced man next to him shouted coldly, "Su Yan, accept your death obediently. Maybe I can leave you with an intact corpse." When Su Yan heard the square-faced man's words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. However, he didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he asked Butt-Face, "Butt-Face, what's going on?" "Senior, the Guyu sect has put a bounty of 1 million spirit stones on your head. Now, many experts in the entire hidden demon region want to suppress you, so you should run." Butt-Face was seriously injured. The last sentence was almost shouted out with a roar. After shouting this sentence, he fainted again. However, this time, Su Yan understood a little. The Guyu sect has put a bounty of 1 million spirit stones on my head. They really think highly of me. Su Yan smiled slightly and turned to look at the square-faced man. Looking at their excited expressions, it was obvious that they were also here for the 1 million spirit stones. "Do you want to kill me in exchange for 1 million spirit stones?" Su Yan asked calmly. His tone didn't fluctuate in the slightest. It was neither warm nor angry. "Yes." When the square-faced man heard Su Yan's words, he sneered and said, "Su Yan, I think you also know the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones. So, if you die, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending the Guyu sect. Is that so? Su Yan's expression still didn't change. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the square-faced man and the others. Then, from what you said, it seems that you must want my life today. That's right. So, Su Yan, if you don't want to suffer, we brothers will definitely not make things difficult for you on the account that you are worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. The square-faced man looked down at Su Yan and said, as if the 1,000,000 spirit stones were already in his pocket. His eyes were constantly flashing with a burst of excitement. Su Yan looked at his appearance and couldn't help but smile again. 1,000,000 spirit stones is indeed tempting, but do you think you can live to take it? As Su Yan finished speaking, he added in some spirit qi. When the spirit qi burst out, it immediately emitted a strong and imposing aura. The square-faced man and the others couldn't help but be stunned. However, they quickly came to their senses. The square-faced man still shouted, Su Yan, I know that you have some ability. But even so, you can't escape death today. So, I advise you to obediently surrender. Surrender? Su Yan sneered and looked at the square-faced man's ugly face. It seemed that his face was even more unbearable than ugly uncle's face. As for these people, Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He didn't look at them anymore. He directly carried butt face and was about to leave. When the square-faced man saw that Su Yan was about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, Su Yan, since you have encountered me, you still want to leave. The square-faced man stood in front of Su Yan and said. However, before he could finish speaking, the square-faced man's eyes suddenly shrank. His domineering and mighty body slowly went limp. Boss, boss. The few people who followed the square-faced man saw that their leader had fallen and shouted one after another, wanting to fight to the death with Su Yan. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to these people. Seeing that he had already killed the chicken to warn the monkey, but they were still not afraid, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. A majestic spiritual qi suddenly erupted from his body. The few people who were about to rush up suddenly stopped in their tracks as they felt the strong spiritual qi fluctuations. Very quickly, someone reacted. Saint, this is the aura of a saint. How is this possible? You are only at the spirit realm. How did you reach the saint realm in just a few days? How is this possible? How is this possible? Chapter 145. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Su Yan ignored the astonishment of those people and shouted coldly. In an instant, a majestic spiritual energy surged out, and the power of a sage erupted once again. Under the pressure of this powerful spiritual energy, the group of people with the square face were so scared that they wet their pants. No one dared to step forward, and they all ran down the mountain. Although Su Yan was not a good person, Su Yan knew what could and could not be done in life. Killing the innocent was something Su Yan would never do. Although these people wanted to take his life, they were also influenced by interests. Killing their boss was enough. So when he saw those people leave, Su Yan did not make things difficult for them. Instead, he carried butt face to the stone cave. Su Yan came out this time to go down the mountain to find materials for sword forging. However, after this wave of events, Su Yan became vigilant. People were arrogant, but they could not be ignorant. Su Yan was arrogant all his life, but he was not conceited. The Guyu sect had issued a reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment, the entire Hidden Demons region was looking for Su Yan. If he went out now, who knew how many masters were waiting for him? Although Su Yan had just jumped into the sage stage, he also knew that there was always someone better than him. Before things were clear, Su Yan would not rashly leave this stone cave. At least this stone cave was in the Hengduan mountain. It was obviously a secret hiding place. Even if those people wanted to find him, it would not be an easy task. In this stone cave, there were only two people, Su Yan and Butt Face. When Ugly Uncle taught Su Yan the way of sword forging, he guided Su Yan for 2 days and then left. As for Cho Bo's departure, although Su Yan had asked about his whereabouts, Cho Bo didn't tell him. He only told Su Yan that one day, he would be able to set foot on the 9 regions, where Su Yan would get what he wanted. Su Yan didn't understand the meaning of Ugly Uncle's words, but it was precisely because of Ugly Uncle's words that Su Yan had a longing for the 9 regions. The Hengduan Mountain was between the 5 counties and the 9 continents. The Hengduan Mountain was vast, and it was one of the 3 most dangerous places. For countless years, no one had been able to cross the Hengduan Mountain on foot. It was also because of this mountain that the 5 prefectures were separated from the 9 continents. Among the materials that Su Yan had read in the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb, there were only a few records about the 9 continents. The 9 continents was the true world of martial artists. At that time, when Su Yan saw these words, he didn't feel much. But when he heard Uncle Chao's words, he suddenly remembered these words. Only then did he have a longing for this mysterious continent of the 9 continents. Of course, Su Yan understood that all of these were not things that he could pursue now. What he needed to do now was to wake Butt Face up and ask him about what had happened in the Hidden Demons region these days. Butt Face had been ravaged by the square-faced man and had been badly injured. Fortunately, Su Yan had rushed over in time and given Butt Face a lot of elixirs to control his injuries. Now, Butt Face's body was only lacking spiritual qi and he was unconscious. Su Yan looked at Butt Face and said nothing. He suddenly activated the cultivation method in his body, and a trace of spiritual qi entered Butt Face's bloodline to heal him. Every martial artist's spiritual qi could not only hurt people, but also save people. Transferring spiritual qi to save people was the simplest way to save people in the entire Gan territory. No matter what stage, as long as there was enough spiritual qi in the body, it could save people. Originally, this was a simple way to save people. But when Su Yan's spiritual qi entered Butt Face's body, Su Yan's heart trembled. At the moment when the spiritual qi was transferred, Butt Face's meridians were like hungry pythons that suddenly bloomed and sucked Su Yan's spiritual qi. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his spiritual qi. He looked at Butt Face's body in surprise. Transferring spiritual qi to save people was completely controlled by the person who saved them. Now, Su Yan found that Butt Face was sucking his spiritual qi. He was surprised and suspicious about Butt Face's identity at the same time. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Everyone's heart was full of curiosity, and Su Yan was no exception. He always wanted to find out what he didn't know. What's more, it was such a strange thing, which aroused Su Yan's strong interest. Although spiritual qi can save people, because of the different cultivation methods, the converted spiritual qi is different. It is difficult for 2 people to combine their spiritual qi without dual cultivation. Su Yan muttered to himself. He was puzzled about why Butt Face was sucking the spiritual qi in his body. What surprised him more was that when his spiritual qi was transferred to Butt Face's body, there was no trace of backlash. This was what shocked Su Yan the most. Su Yan already knew that his Virokana Glaze swordplay could not only absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but also absorb sword will and convert it into spiritual qi. Su Yan didn't know why the Virokana Glaze swordplay had such a magical effect. However, Su Yan understood that his spiritual energy was different from anyone else's. His spiritual energy was much more overbearing than ordinary people's spiritual energy. If he hadn't reached the level of appreciation, Su Yan wouldn't have dared to save people rashly. Now, when his spiritual qi was transferred to Butt Face's body, there was no backlash at all. Puzzled, Su Yan moved his mind again. When the cultivation method in his body was activated, a wisp of spiritual qi was transferred from his palm to Butt Face's body. At the moment when the spiritual qi was surging, Butt Face's body suddenly burst out with a bright light. All the meridians in his body bloomed again, sucking Su Yan's spiritual qi. Su Yan had just been promoted to the holy stage, and the spiritual qi in his body was dozens of times more than when he was at spirit realm level 13. His spiritual qi was abundant, and he wasn't afraid of Buttface sucking. Su Yan, who wanted to find out the secrets of Buttface's body, wanted to see how much spiritual qi Buttface could absorb. Su Yan didn't care about Buttface sucking. Instead, he sped up the transmission of spiritual qi. He wanted to see how much spiritual qi Buttface could absorb. As Su Ke continued to transfer his spiritual energy, the aura emitted from Buttface's body became more and more strange. About an hour later, bang, suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the bright light exploded. It surged up from Buttface's chest. The light circled around and instantly formed a giant sword. Under the huge sword, a majestic force suddenly rushed out to attack. Su Yan was shocked. He waved his hands and hurriedly withdrew the spiritual qi that was transferred to Buttface's body. He wanted to use his spiritual qi to resist this majestic force. Just as Su Yan was about to activate the cultivation method in his body, he suddenly realized that this force didn't hurt Su Yan at all. Instead, it had a familiar smell. This smell Su Yan frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered that this was the smell from the pagoda. The smell of the pagoda. Why does Buttface have the smell of the pagoda? Su Yan looked at Buttface with his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. Su Yan had only known Buttface for 2 days. When he had first seen Buttface, he had thought that Buttface resembled Fatty Lu Fei from the Hidden Sword Tomb because of Lu Fei. Therefore, Su Yan didn't have a good impression of Buttface. It was just that Su Yan had always liked to be alone and wasn't good at making friends. As a result, he didn't have much interaction with Buttface. Therefore, Su Yan didn't know Buttface. He also didn't know why Buttface had the smell of the pagoda. It seems that I can only wait for Buttface to wake up before asking. Su Yan thought for a long time but still couldn't understand. He looked at Buttface and shook his head with a wry smile. When Su Yan stopped the transmission of spiritual qi, the giant sword that was condensed from light on Buttface's body quickly lost its light. The smell of the pagoda that shocked Su Yan also slowly disappeared. Buttface's eyes, which were closed tightly, opened slowly at this moment. Where am I? Buttface's memory was obviously still of being surrounded and killed by the square-faced man. When he opened his eyes and saw the stone walls around him, he fell into a trance. Could it be that I'm already dead? As Buttface murmured, he rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something. He jumped up abruptly and shouted in panic, "Senior!" Buttface had just shouted this sentence when he saw Su Yan standing in front of him. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly said, "Senior, run, run." Buttface shouted as he pushed Su Yan. The nervous expression on his face wasn't fake at all. Although Su Yan didn't understand what had really happened in the Fumo area these few days, from Buttface's intermittent words before he fainted, he understood. The Guyu sect had offered a reward of 1 million spirit stones for his capture. 1 million spirit stones. Thinking that he was embarrassingly short of money, Su Yan couldn't help but be moved. If this person was someone else, Su Yan was afraid that he would also take this reward. However, when he saw that Buttface's expression was full of concern for him and wasn't moved at all by the temptation of 1 million spirit stones, Su Yan couldn't help but have a better impression of Buttface. "Buttface, calm down. We are now in a very safe place." Su Yan spoke to appease Buttface's agitated expression. A very safe place. When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he frowned slightly and looked around before asking again, "Senior, where is this?" Su Yan was stunned. Su Yan really didn't know how to describe this place. He looked around and made up a story. "This is a very safe place." "Oh." Buttface didn't ask any more questions. When he heard Buttface say that this was a very safe place, his heart was somewhat comforted. His heart, which had been tense for the past few days, also relaxed at this moment. His legs went soft and he sat down on the ground. Chapter 146. When Su Yan heard Buttface's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and asked, "Buttface, tell me what happened in the Hidden Demons region in the past few days." Buttface was straightforward and directly told him everything that had happened when Su Yan had entered the Hengduan Mountain to carry out the mission, including the reward mission and the red arrest warrant issued by the Guyu sect. Red arrest warrant. When Su Yan heard that the Guyu sect had issued a red arrest warrant that hadn't been issued in 100 years, he couldn't help but sneer. "The Guyu sect thinks highly of me. A red arrest warrant and a reward of 1 million spirit stones. Very good, very good." Su Yan's expression didn't change in the slightest when he heard the last two words, very good, very good. However, anger suddenly surged in his heart. What Su Yan hated the most was being forced by others. The Guyu sect's elder Gu Jian had tried to force him to join the Guyu sect but failed and wanted to strangle him in the cradle. As he thought about it, a sneer appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth once again. "This Guyu sect sure has a good idea." As he thought to himself, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "Guyu sect, I, Su Yan, have no enmity with you. However, since you forced me to this point, then don't blame me, Su Yan, for flattening your Guyu sect one day." Su Yan secretly swore in his heart. However, Su Yan also understood that with his current strength, he would be overestimating himself if he wanted to flatten the Guyu sect. What he needed to do now was to constantly strengthen himself. Of course, strength wasn't something that could be rushed. Now, Su Yan was most interested in Buttface. He was even more puzzled by the aura of the pagoda that had been emitted from his body just now. Su Yan glanced at Buttface and didn't directly ask him about the pagoda. The pagoda. The Buddha sword sect had disappeared from this world for a long time. Many people didn't have any memories of the Buddha sword sect. Furthermore, the Buddha sword sect's past glory had attracted many people's attention. Although Su Yan was the only successor of the Buddha sword sect and was proud of the sect, Su Yan knew that his current strength was not enough to protect the sect's reputation. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Yan didn't want to talk about the Buddha sword sect. Even after coming out, Su Yan didn't want to use the Buddha sword sect too much. This was to prevent people from interfering with the sect's development. Buttface, the Guyu sect offered a bounty of 1 million spirit stones for my capture. Don't tell me you're not tempted at all. Su Yan didn't ask about the pagoda's aura. Instead, he probed Buttface. Buttface didn't know why Su Yan had suddenly asked him these questions, and he was surprised. With 1 million spirit stones, he could start a family. Who wouldn't be moved by such wealth? When Buttface heard about the bounty of 1 million spirit stones, he was indeed tempted. However, when he thought of Su Yan, that temptation turned into an inexplicable worry. Looking at Su Yan's sharp eyes, Buttface didn't intend to hide anything from Su Yan. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, to be honest, who wouldn't be tempted by 1 million spirit stones? It's just that I don't know why, when I saw you, I had an inexplicable feeling. This feeling is like, wait. Su Yan looked at Buttface's reminiscing expression and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He stopped Buttface from searching for that feeling. After all, Buttface was a man. It was inconceivable for a man to say such ambiguous words to another man. Buttface looked at Su Yan's ugly expression and obviously realized that his behavior was inappropriate. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior, I didn't mean that. It's just that, feeling, alas, I don't know what to say." "Okay." Su Yan nodded and didn't say anything. Although Buttface didn't describe what kind of feeling it was, Su Yan believed that Buttface's words were true. If Buttface had said directly that he wasn't tempted, Su Yan would have doubted him. After all, it was a bounty of 1 million spirit stones. If even he was tempted, Buttface wouldn't dare to say that he wasn't tempted. In fact, from the beginning, Su Yan knew that Buttface didn't have any bad intentions towards him. It was just that one shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. Moreover, in this dangerous world of martial artists, where the strong preyed on the weak, one naturally had to be more vigilant. Su Yan looked at Buttface carefully again. Looking at his clear eyes and his charming smile, he couldn't help but nod and drop his guard against Buttface. However, the aura of the pagoda on Buttface was still a mystery. He looked at him and asked, "Buttface, can you tell me about your background?" Buttface was stunned again, and then a self-deprecating expression appeared on his face. He said, "Senior, I, Buttface, grew up without parents. I grew up with the help of some kind-hearted people in the demon-subduing area. How can I talk about my background?" As Buttface spoke, the self-deprecating expression on his face showed traces of pain. A few tears faintly flickered in his eyes, but they quickly disappeared. From this, it could be seen that Buttface's heart was firm. A real man doesn't cry easily. "I'm sorry." Su Yan looked at Buttface's expression and said shamefully. No matter what, Su Yan had reminded him of a sad past at this moment. "It's okay." Buttface waved his hand and said with a smile, "Senior, I'm used to being alone since I was young." "Okay." Su Yan nodded and didn't say anything more. Sometimes, too many words weren't needed between men. A look was enough. It was useless to say more. However, when Su Yan heard that Buttface was an orphan, he became even more confused about the aura of the pagoda on Buttface's body. Originally, Su Yan had thought that the aura of the pagoda on Buttface's body was because some elders in his family were related to the Futu Sword sect, and Buttface had obtained the inheritance. However, Buttface said that he was an orphan who had lost his parents when he was young and had obtained the inheritance of his family. Obviously, this conjecture was dispelled. Then why does Buttface have the aura of the pagoda on him? Su Yan looked at Buttface and frowned. He thought for a long time but couldn't think of a reason, so he could only give up. Since he couldn't think of the root of this problem now, he could only slowly find the answer from Buttface in the future. Su Yan looked at Buttface. Thinking of Buttface's actions this time and his simple and honest appearance, Su K knew that Buttface was also a person worth befriending. After thinking for a while, he said, "Buttface, what path do you have in the future?" "Path in the future?" When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, a confused light immediately appeared in his eyes. For so many years, Buttface had never thought about the future. Although he also had a level 5 life soul in the hidden demon area, he was younger than Buttface. Buttface had reached the level 5 life soul at such a young age, so he could be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. It was a pity that Buttface's background was miserable and he had no background. Even though he had a level 5 life soul, he could only live with his tail between his legs in the hidden demon area. Every day and night, he had to endure the humiliation of some people with backgrounds in the hidden demon area. For him, he had never imagined the path in the future. He only wanted to live through today. Now that Su Yan suddenly asked this question, Buttface's fantasies about the future immediately aroused. What should I do in the future? Looking at Buttface's bewilderment, Su Yan could roughly guess what was going on. He said slowly, "Buttface, you have to remember that a man must have a goal in life. Otherwise, what's the point of living if you're like a walking corpse?" Buttface looked at Su Yan and was suddenly shocked. Although Buttface respectfully called Su Yan a senior, Su Yan was only a few years older than Buttface. Obviously, the achievements and fame that Su Yan had obtained now were not something that Buttface could compare with. Buttface suddenly knelt down in front of Su Yan and said, "Senior, Buttface, have been in the hidden demon realm for more than 10 years, and I have been mediocre all this time. Now, I don't know where I should go. If you are willing, I will follow you from now on." "What?" Su Yan nodded his head and helped Buttface up. He said slowly, "Buttface, have you thought it over? You should know that I am now being hunted by the entire hidden demon area. If you follow me, you will be implicated. Senior, Buttface is not afraid of this. Buttface said without hesitation. His eyes were filled with determination. This was an aura that Buttface had never had before. Looking at Buttface's determined eyes, Su Yen nodded his head with gratification. He patted Buttface's shoulder and said, "Okay, Buttface, from now on, you will follow me and command the world." Command the world. These 4 simple words were filled with boundless majesty. Buttface's blood, which had never been boiling before, started to boil at the sound of these 4 words. A man in the world must wear fine clothes, ride a horse, drink wine, cut off people's heads, and dominate the battlefield. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed. Su Yen took out a bottle of fine wine from his storage bag. Of course, this wine did not belong to Su Yen. It was left behind by Ugly Uncle, but Su Yen put it away. One had to know that right now, Su Yen was penniless. At that time, when Su Yen was hungry, because he was wholeheartedly focused on forging the sword, it was Ugly Uncle who brought food for Su Yen to eat, leaving behind a bottle of fine wine. In this place, the 2 of them became friends. Naturally, a bottle of fine wine was needed. The 2 of them did not care at all. Because Su Yen killed the square-faced man and caused another riot in the hidden demon area in the Hengduan mountain, they drank to their heart's content with Buttface. Su Yen did not drink often in this world. However, in his previous life, he was indeed the god of wine. He would not be drunk even after 1,000 cups. Perhaps he had inherited his drinking habits from his previous life. After drinking dozens of cups of strong liquor, his expression did not change. Buttface, on the other hand, immediately became drunk after drinking a few cups. Chapter 147. That night, Buttface was so drunk that he was unconscious. He spoke more than he had in the 10 years he had spent in the hidden demon region. Su Yen drank a lot too. However, because he had a high tolerance for alcohol and Su Yen was not a talkative person, Su Yen listened to Buttface talk about his childhood in the hidden demon region for the entire night. This allowed Su Yen to understand Buttface better. At the same time, he also understood how miserable Buttface had been in the hidden demon region for more than 10 years. However, Su Yen did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Buttface. It was not that Su Yen was heartless, but Su Yen knew that from that day onwards, Buttface would be his friend. After that night, Buttface would complete his transformation. Just as Buttface had said, he would one day become an ambitious and ruthless person on the battlefield. Buttface, from today onwards, you will become a dazzling star in the hidden demon region. Su Yen patted Buttface's shoulder and took out a spirit sword from his storage bag. He placed it beside Buttface. From his conversation with Buttface, Su Yen knew that he was also a sword cultivator. He also knew that Buttface did not have a sword of his own, so Su Yen chose a spirit sword from the red parting sword case. Although this spirit sword was not as good as Su Yen's Ghost Howl and Buddha, it was still a top-grade sword that Su Yen had chosen from the thousands of swords in the sword well. This sword did not have a name, and Su Yen did not give it a name. Since this sword was given to Buttface, it was up to Buttface to name it. When martial artists drank, they could actually use spirit energy to force the alcohol out of their bodies. Today, the 2 of them drank to their heart's content, so they did not use spirit energy. After Buttface was drunk, he lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Su Yen looked at Buttface and could not fall asleep. Putting aside the Futu Sword sect and the Monster Palace, the matter of the Guyue sect would be a thorny one given Su Yen's current cultivation. Su Yen had always been a loner. However, after this encounter with Buttface, Su Yen realized that no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't win against so many people. It was just like some disciples of large sections. Although they were not strong enough, they were still noble disciples of their sections. Even if they were stronger than them, they still had to be courteous to some rogue cultivators. In the past, Su Yan was very proud of the hidden sword tomb. After all, it was the #1 sect of the scenic continent, a place that everyone in the celestial dual city yearned for. Not to mention, he also had the sword well. Once upon a time, Su Yan had always thought that he would stay in the hidden sword tomb. He had always been proud of this place. Sometimes, he even thought that he would lead the hidden sword tomb to an unprecedented peak. He wanted to make the hidden sword tomb stand at the top of the world. With this thought, Su Yan obtained the Futu sword by chance and unwittingly took on the heavy responsibility of the Futu sword sect. Su Yan still had a fanatical heart. However, Su Yan never thought that he would be expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Thinking about being expelled from the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan showed a sense of sadness. The hidden sword tomb. Although you betrayed me, I, Su Yan, will not betray you. No matter what happens to the sect in the future, Su Yan will not shirk my responsibility. Su Yan stood at the entrance of the stone cave. Because of the starry night, he was not afraid of being discovered. He looked at the bright moon in the sky, and a sense of determination bloomed in his slightly desolate eyes. However, he quickly turned his head and thought about the Futu sword sect. Although Su Yan did not want to bear the responsibility of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan knew that the Futu sword sect was the heavy responsibility that he had to bear. For the Futu sword sect, not only did they sacrifice the #1 genius of the hidden sword tomb, Mu Zijian, but also the #1 elder of the hidden sword tomb, Lu Hong, and Venerable Buter in the Futu pagoda. Everyone died for this, and the heavy responsibility was handed to Su Yan. How could Su Yan let it go? Thinking about the Futu sword sect, Su Yan could not help but think of Butt Face. He looked at the night sky and muttered to himself, the Futu sword sect is the ancestor of all sword sects in the world. I'm afraid I can't support it alone. Since I've accepted this responsibility, should I start recruiting some disciples for the Futu sword sect? Although Su Yan had this thought, he quickly shook his head and rejected it. It was not that Su Yan did not want to strengthen the Futu sword sect, but Su Yan knew that the Futu sword sect was in a weak position now. Because of the Futu sword sect's past glory and the many secrets it had left behind. With Su Yan's current strength, if the Futu sword sect were to be exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of various forces. The Futu sword sect might even be buried and never be able to make a comeback. Therefore, before the Futu sword sect reached a certain level of strength, it could not be exposed to the world. Not only that, but Su Yan was the only disciple of the Futu sword sect who had been taught by Venerable Buter. It could be said that he was the only disciple of the Futu sword sect, and also the only sect master of the Futu sword sect. However, the sect master should have the seal of the sect. However, no one knew where the seal of the Futu sword sect was, so how could they recruit disciples? If I want to revive the Futu sword sect, I have to keep getting stronger. Su Yan had just become a saint, but the desire for strength in his heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew even stronger. Strength. Only by standing at the peak and finding the seal of the Futu sword sect can I have the chance to revive the Futu sword sect. Su Yan's eyes shone with dazzling light as he looked into the night. He shouted in his heart, power, power, on the path of cultivation. Every step forward would be hundreds of times more difficult than the previous one. Now, Su Yan was a 1-meridian saint. If he wanted to become a 2-meridian saint, it would be even harder than reaching the peak of life soul from a spirit-channeling realm cultivator. This was also why many people's strength had stagnated in the world. Saints were divided into 9 meridians. Only after reaching 9 meridians could one reach the peak of the saint realm. Only then could one condense the celestial aspect and become an emperor. Although there were only 9 meridians, there was an insurmountable gap between each meridian. Every meridian formed in the body was a kind of epiphany. In other words, after becoming a saint, not only did one need to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate, one also needed an opportunity to condense a meridian again and advance. An opportunity was something that could only be encountered by chance. How could it be so easy to encounter one? Therefore, although Su Yan longed for strength, he was not anxious. He was more concerned about the Guyu sect's bounty of 1,000,000 spiritual stones for his capture. 1,000,000 spiritual stones. If one is not in the life-soul realm, even a saint would join in. With my strength alone, I definitely can't go against all the cultivators in the region of hidden demons. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought about it. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he knew that it was impossible for him to go against all the cultivators in the region of hidden demons by himself. Do I have to hide in this cave and not go out? Su Yan muttered. Suddenly, his eyes turned and he shouted, "No, I, Su Yan, am a man. How can I be trapped here? I must find a way out." Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, he was thinking about how to leave Hengduan Mountain and how to escape the Guyu sect's pursuit. Although the region of hidden demons is not within the Guyu sect's sphere of influence, it is located at the border of the region of hidden demons. If I don't want to be chased by them, I have to leave the region of hidden demons. Su Yan was a little unwilling to give up. He came to the region of hidden demons mainly for the Monster Palace. Su Yan did not know the Monster Palace, but he did not know why when he obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Su Yan felt that he had to make a trip to the Monster Palace. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. As a man, there were things he could do and things he could not do. Su Yan certainly could not allow this to happen. Therefore, he had to make a trip to the Monster Palace. Monster Palace. Thinking of the Monster Palace, Su Yan's eyes, which had not yet escaped the Guyu sect's pursuit, immediately surged with a sharp light. Since my current strength is not a match for the Guyu sect, then to resolve this dispute, I naturally have to find a sect stronger than the Guyu sect. The Monster Palace, which was located near the East Sea, was obviously Su Yan's best choice. Su Yan licked his lips as he thought. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Guyu sect, if I enter the Monster Palace, let's see what you can do to me. Su Yan thought and made up his mind. He had to enter the Monster Palace. That way, not only could he inquire about the secrets of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, but he could also avoid the Guyu sect's pursuit. This was killing two birds with one stone. However, the Monster Palace is filled with demons and ghosts. It's obviously impossible for me to enter the Monster Palace with my human form. I don't want to offend the Guyu sect and the Monster Palace. If that happens, I really won't have a place to stay in the 5 counties. Thinking of his identity as a disciple of the Monster Palace, Su Yan frowned again. His face revealed a difficult expression. How can I disguise myself as those monsters and enter the Monster Palace? Su Yan looked at the starry night of the Hengduan Mountains and thought about this question in his mind. Unknowingly, the sky was already bright. However, Su Yan had no intention of entering the stone cave. Instead, he walked out. It was not that Su Yan was arrogant, but Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to face what he had to face. He could not hide in the stone cave for a lifetime. Since that was the case, why should he hide? It was better to go out openly and find some secret techniques that could allow him to enter the Monster Palace. As long as he could find them, he would not be afraid of the Guyu sect. After entering the Monster Palace, when he came out, it would be the end of the Guyu sect. Therefore, Su Yan was also gambling that he would not encounter some powerhouses of the Guyu sect. As long as they were in the life-soul realm, Su Yan would not be afraid no matter how many of them there were. One had to know that Su Yan was now a saint. Su Yan, here, the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones was simply too huge. Su Yan had only taken a few steps out of the cave when he was discovered by someone. Someone immediately started shouting. Hearing this person's shout, Su Yan could not help but frown. With a wave of one hand, a majestic spirit energy surged out and he shouted, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Chapter 148. That person was only in the life-soul realm. Under Su Yan's angry roar that was mixed with spiritual energy, his body suddenly trembled and he retreated dozens of meters away. His eyes were also shining with a light of fear. His voice was almost hoarse, but he still shouted, "Su Yan is here. Su Yan is here. People die for money, and birds die for food. It's not unreasonable." When Su Yan saw that the person was so scared and still dared to shout, he shook his head helplessly. With a wave of his hand, a strong wave of spiritual energy attacked. The martial artist in the life-soul realm who shouted did not have the slightest chance to resist. His pupils shrank slightly, and his body fell back, dead. Su Yan would not do something like killing innocent people indiscriminately. However, this did not mean that Su Yan was a kind person. As the saying went, a general success was built on thousands of bones. In his previous life, Su Yan was a top swordsman of his generation. The sword in his hand was stained with countless blood. Moreover, the world he was in now was a world where martial artists were respected and the strong preyed on the weak. Su Yan had no intention of killing these people, but these people wanted to die, so they could not blame Su Yan for being ruthless. In the past few days, the craze to hunt down Su Yan in Hengduan Mountain did not weaken because of the death of the square-faced man and the others. Instead, it pushed the whole craze to the peak. Many experts in the entire Hidden Demon region did not care about the dangers of Hengduan Mountain at all. They kept pouring into Hengduan Mountain to search for Su Yan. At this time, the entire periphery of Hengduan Mountain was almost surrounded by people. Although the person who shouted just now had been killed by Su Yan, his shout had already spread. As soon as the voice came out, the entire Hengduan Mountain immediately boiled up. "Su Yan is here, quick, quick, kill, catch Su Yan, get 1,000,000 spiritual stones, and become a millionaire. After killing Su Yan, I will never have to worry about food or clothing." First, one person appeared in front of Su Yan, followed by a second person, a third person, until Su Yan was completely surrounded by warriors. The temptation of a reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones is really great. Looking at the densely packed cultivators, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. However, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. The condensed resplendent light shot towards those people with a trace of disdain. If Su Yan was still at the 13th level of spirit channeling, perhaps Su Yan would not be so calm. However, Su Yan was now a saint. With a single glance, Su Yan knew that although there were many of them, they were only at the Fate Soul realm. There were even some who were at the Spirit realm. Looking at the Spirit Drawing realm martial artists, Su Yan couldn't help but smile playfully. They really are willing to sacrifice their lives for money. Ah, at this moment, one of them couldn't hold it in any longer. With a roar, he rushed towards Su Yan. With the first person, there was a second, then a third. In an instant, hundreds of warriors surged towards Su Yan like a flood. Although these people were only at the life-soul realm, there were so many of them that it could be considered a great momentum. The gathered spiritual chi actually formed a mist that could be seen with the naked eye. A bit interesting. Su Yan looked at the mist of spiritual energy and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He slapped his storage pouch and in an instant, there was a ghostly howl. A black longsword appeared in Su Yan's hand. It was the ghostly howl sword that Su Yan had obtained from Xiang Tianba. If one were to say who had the most hidden swords in the world, who else but Su Yan would have the most? Su Yan had the scarlet parting sword case, which contained countless spiritual swords from the hidden sword tomb and sword well. However, among these tens of thousands of spiritual swords, only the ghostly howl sword, the Buddha sword, and the heaven-destroying sword caught Su Yan's eye. The Buddha sword was the symbol of the Buddha sword sect. Su Yan didn't want to attract the attention of others, so the only sword he could use was the ghostly howl sword. Of course, the scorching sun godly sword that Chobo had given him was another matter. Su Yan had already entered the path of sword forging and knew some of the flaws of the scorching sun godly sword. Although it had the shape of a godly sword, it didn't have the brilliance of a godly sword. If he used it, it might not be able to match the ghostly howl sword. Although the ghostly howl sword wasn't a godly weapon, it was still one of the best weapons. As it spread out, a whistling sound immediately rang out, and a black fog spread out. That black fog spread out, and it actually gave off a ghastly feeling. The sword followed the heart. A good sword could only shine when it was wielded by an ambitious person. It wasn't the first time Su Yan had used the ghostly howl sword, but as a saint, the power that the ghostly howl sword exuded was incomparable to before. Looks like this is my first battle after ascending to the saint level. Su Yan's heart was filled with the blood of battle. There wasn't a moment when he didn't yearn for an expert who was on par with him so that he could fight it out. As a saint, Su Yan didn't want to fight with these ancient martial art practitioners who were at the life-soul realm. However, with so many ancient martial art practitioners and experts at the life-soul realm, it piqued Su Yan's interest. I didn't intend to kill you, but you're seeking death for wealth. Don't blame me then, Su Yan said to himself as he looked at the ancient martial art practitioners who were getting closer and closer. He licked his lips. Just as the first person attacked him with a ritual implement in his hand, Su Yan's body, which had been motionless all this time, finally moved. As soon as he stepped out, his body instantly left an afterimage in the void. The ghostly howl reverberated, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The scream was mournful and eerie, but it couldn't resist the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones to many ancient martial art practitioners. They had already been blinded by 1,000,000 spirit stones. The moment one person fell, another immediately charged at Su Yan. However, in the face of absolute strength, such overestimation of one's abilities was obviously courting death. Only to see Su Yan's illusionary figure moving as another person fell to the ground. At the instant he moved again, another miserable shriek rang out. The ghost howl sword was stained with fresh blood, and the sword humming sound was even more terrifying. Brothers, let's attack together. Obviously, this group of people had formed an alliance under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Here, regardless of whether they were on good terms with each other in the past or had enmity with each other in the past, they only had one goal. That was to kill Su Yan and obtain 1,000,000 spirit stones. As a few people fell, some wise men immediately shouted, "Brothers, Su Yan is already a saint. We are no match for him if we fight him alone. We have to join forces. Join forces." It was unknown who shouted, but everyone came back to their senses. In the world of ancient martial art practitioners, there was no one who didn't live in deception every day. In this world of deception, those who could survive and reach the life-soul realm were not fools. When everyone came to their senses, they instantly spread out and surrounded Su Yan in the middle. There were people who used swords, and there were also ancient martial art practitioners who used magic treasures. There were more than a dozen people who attacked Su Yan at the same time. A group attack? Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the many ancient martial art practitioners who were attacking him at the same time, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Suddenly, a red light surged out. The speed of the surrounding people immediately slowed down a bit. At this moment, Su Yan's cultivation method was activated. The majestic spirit chi surged out from the Saint Meridian and directly entered the ghost howl sword. In an instant, the ghost howl sword was filled with the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. The dance of the fish and dragon swept across the world. Amidst the rumbling of the sword, Su Yan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the cultivators. He leaped into the air and spun around. His white robes fluttered in the wind as a powerful sword chi shot out from the ghost howl sword. Surrounding Su Yan's body, it was like a huge thunderbolt that exploded. Countless spirit chi surrounded Su Yan and exploded. Ah! Ah! In an instant, the dozen or so people who had surrounded him screamed and were all sent flying. If it was only one person's death, it might not have affected these people who were blinded by 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, in just a few breaths, more than 10 or 20 people had died. The surrounding vegetation that was stained with blood looked extremely horrifying under the scorching sun. The miserable state of the corpses was so shocking. The Alliance army that was crusading against Su Yan was finally afraid. Fear rose in their hearts. Looking at the blood-stained ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and listening to the continuous ghost howl, they couldn't help but retreat. The powerful spirit qi that was faintly emitted from Su Yan also made them feel a trace of fear. For a moment, hundreds of people looked at Su Yan but didn't dare to go up. Seeing their trembling figures, Su Yan pointed at the ghost howl sword in his hand and shouted, "Who wants to court death? Quickly come and accept your death. Killing one person is killing. Killing hundreds of people is also a hero." Su Yan was not a cruel person, but he was also not a merciful person. Now that he had started killing, if these hundreds of people were still blinded by the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, Su Yan would not show mercy. What are you afraid of? Kill him. No matter how strong Su Yan is, he is only a saint. His spirit qi will be exhausted sooner or later. Although many of the 100 people were afraid, there were also people who were not afraid of death. Under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, they roared and rushed towards Su Yan again. With one person's encouragement, a second person would follow. The battle that had stopped erupted once again. Are you really not afraid? Su Yan shouted coldly. The ghost howl sword in his hand whistled again. Just now, Su Yan only wanted to kill those madmen who attacked him. He wanted to make an example of them. However, since these people were so stubborn, Su Yan would not be polite anymore. His body leaped up, and his long sword shot out. In an instant, the condensed spirit qi was like a dragon of the East Sea, setting off a huge wave that surged forward. The waves washed away the sand, and countless strong winds swept over. Screams rang out. Countless people retreated, but they could not escape the pressure of the powerful spirit qi. There were also some people who were at the peak of the life-soul realm. Under the pressure of such powerful spirit qi, they could still circulate their spirit qi and jump up to throw a treasure at Su Yan. Unfortunately, before the treasure could reach Su Yan, it was cut off. Su Yan's saber had already reached Su Yan. Surrounded by so many people, Su Yan was also injured, but he was unharmed. Under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, a massacre. Chapter 149. Su Yan was not in the mood to kill these people. They were the ones who were courting death. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Su Yan did not have a trace of pity. Birds died for food, and people died for wealth. This was the unchanging truth in the world. If he did not kill these people, he would die because of them. After more than 100 people died in Su Yan's hands, the rest of the warriors finally showed fear. They no longer persisted in going about things the wrong way. They screamed and ran towards Hengduan Mountain. Seeing them leave, Su Yan's body went limp. He half-squatted on the ground with Ghost Howl in his hand and spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm not afraid of these people, but there are so many of them, so my spiritual qi consumption is huge. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a spirit-gathering pill, and swallowed it. He circulated his technique to regulate his breathing. Spiritual qi wasn't endless, but rather, it was limited. For example, the spiritual qi contained in a spirit-channeling cultivator was the size of an egg, while a life-soul cultivator's spiritual qi was the size of a rooster. A saint's spiritual qi was the size of a house. Of course, this was only a metaphor. The real spiritual qi in a saint's body depended on one's aptitude. Su Yan did not use his sword skill, but he had been regulating his breathing and circulating his spiritual qi while killing 100 people, so he still consumed a lot of spiritual qi. It was not a lack of spiritual qi, but it was enough to make Su Yan suffer. I didn't expect that a mere life-soul cultivator with the power of 100 people could make me feel like this. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He thought about what he thought yesterday, and he became more determined to recruit disciples for the Buddha sword sect. A single person's strength was still a single person's strength after all. Of course, Su Yan knew these things were matters for the future. At the moment, the most important thing was to solve the current problem. Su Yan was not so naive as to think that this matter would end because of today's massacre. Not only would it not end because of this, but it had just begun. The temptation of 1,000,000 spirit ores could even tempt a ruler, but the people who appeared today were only life souls. Now that there was such a huge commotion, there would definitely be more experts coming. The newcomer's strength was definitely stronger than his life soul. It was very likely that he was a saint or even a ruler. Of course, it was more likely that he was an elder of the Guyu sect. One had to know that the Guyu sect had not only offered a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones, but also the red wanted order that had not been activated for 100 years. At the thought of this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. If we can withstand the Hidden Devil region, with the unwritten rules of the Hidden Devil region, we won't need to fear the Guyu sect. Although the unwritten rules of the Hidden Devil region were unwritten, no one had dared to create trouble in the Hidden Devil region in the past 100 years. The Hidden Devil region was actually a pretty good place to avoid danger. However, Su Yan was clear that if he went down the mountain, he would be surrounded before he could reach the Hidden Devil region. It's impossible to go down the mountain. Looks like I can only go deeper into the Hengduan mountain. Su Yan glanced at the depths of Hengduan mountain. Without any hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked in. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Just as Su Yan took a step forward, he heard someone shout from behind, "Su Yan, do you still want to hide?" When Su Yan heard this shout, he could not help but frown. He looked back and saw a middle-aged man in purple floating in the air. He was obviously a saint. All saints had the pride of a saint. This person was not accompanied by anyone else. He was alone, but the majestic spiritual chi that he emitted was not something that the 100 people in the life-soul realm could compare to. Su Yan looked at the surging spiritual chi on this person's body and knew that this person was a saint of 2 bloodlines, who was even stronger than him. He smiled and said, "Senior, I have no enmity with you. Why are you making things difficult for me?" Ha ha ha. When the person heard Su Yan's words, he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Su Yan, isn't your question funny?" "Senior, Su doesn't think it's funny. Senior is a saint. Don't tell me that you don't care about your status for a small fortune." Su Yan looked at the person and asked coldly. When Su Yan said this, the person's body clearly shook. Every expert paid attention to their own identity. This status was just like the unwritten rule in the Hidden Demon region. There was also an unwritten rule in the world of warriors. It could be said to be an unwritten rule, but it could also be said to be some invisible and untouchable moral issues. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you. Unless someone really stood at the top of the pyramid, no one dared to belittle themselves and claim to be invincible in the world. Since they were not invincible in the world, every expert was worried that they would incur the wrath of others when they indiscriminately killed the innocent or their juniors. This would cause them to embark on a path of eternal damnation. Perhaps no one cared about the Fate Soul realm. However, after becoming a saint, every saint was an outstanding talent in the world of warriors. Naturally, they had their own status. When the person heard Su Yan's words, he was in a daze. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones. He pointed and shouted, "Su Yan, don't say such useless words. Not to mention the 1,000,000 spirit stones, just based on the fact that you killed 100 people today, I, Yi Kong, can take your life without going against morality." Su Yan looked at the corpses on the ground and laughed, "Senior, how could I have killed them? These people wanted to kill me. I only fought back. What's wrong with that?" "Humph," Yi Kong snorted and ignored Su Yan's reason. He shouted, "Su Yan, no matter how you quibble, you will definitely die today." As Yi Kong spoke, he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I admire your qualifications. In just a few days, you were able to enter the Saint Realm from the Spirit Realm. There is no one else in the world with such qualifications. Unfortunately, as Yi Kong spoke, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Su Yan and said, "Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. You are just a saint and you think that you are invincible. Therefore, you will definitely die today. Is that so?" Su Yan smiled and said, "Senior Yi Kong, why do you think that I will definitely die today?" "Su Yan, stop pretending. Just now, I saw that your spirit chi was lacking, and your strength is not as good as mine. Do you think that you still have a chance to survive in my hands?" It turned out that Yi Kong had been here for a long time. It was just that he was a smart person and always did things properly. Just now, when those Fate Soul Realm people were fighting with Su Yan, he didn't do anything. He didn't make a move. Instead, he watched quietly. He was waiting for this opportunity. Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's expression and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, Senior, are you really not going to spare me, Su Yan, today?" "Nonsense." Yi Kong pointed at Su Yan and shouted again, "Su Yan, you will definitely die today. However, seeing that you are also a dragon among men, if you still have a shred of self-awareness, I advise you to obediently surrender and avoid physical pain." Avoid physical pain. Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's confident appearance and immediately smiled. His body leaped up, and in an instant, a wave of spirit chi surged out. The ghost howl sword in his hand let out a ghost howl once again. Just now, Su Yan's dim eyes immediately condensed into a bright light. He pointed at Yi Kong and shouted, "Yi Kong, I respect you as a senior and won't fight with you. Since you want to die today, don't blame me, Su Yan, for being polite." "What?" When Yi Kong heard Su Yan's words, a wave of anger surged in his heart. Of course, when he saw the spirit chi that erupted from Su Yan's body, he was even more surprised. "Su Yan, you, is it very strange?" Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's surprised expression and laughed coldly. Those who were familiar with Su Yan knew that Su Yan was never one to talk nonsense. The moment Yi Kong appeared, Su Yan knew that today's battle was unavoidable. If it was any other day, Su Yan would definitely not say a word in such a situation. The reason why he talked so much with Yi Kong today was to recover his strength. Just now, when he fought with hundreds of Life Soul Realm warriors, he had used up too much spirit chi. If the battle started immediately, Su Yan knew that he would definitely not be Yi Kong's opponent. Therefore, everything Su Yan said to Yi Kong just now was to stall for time, to buy time for himself to recover his strength. Yi Kong looked at Su Yan's cold expression and immediately came to a realization. He looked at Su Yan and said, "So you were just stalling for time just now, to buy time for yourself to recover your strength?" Su Yan did not answer Yi Kong's words. Instead, he laughed coldly. A trace of disdain flashed across his face. Clearly, he had already told Yi Kong that it was too late to know now. Yi Kong did not care about Su Yan's disdainful expression. Instead, he looked at the majestic strength that erupted from Su Yan's body. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he asked, "No. Impossible, you. How did you recover your spirit chi in such a short time? This is impossible. Could it be that you swallowed some elixir?" After Yi Kong asked this, he immediately dispelled this idea. This was because he had been staring at Su Yan from the beginning and did not see Su Yan swallow any elixir. Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's astonished expression and did not waste any more words. He coldly shouted, "Senior Yi Kong, I originally had no enmity with you. However, since you want to die today, I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, Su Yan's floating body immediately turned into a long rainbow and rushed out. The ghost howl sword in his hand flew straight up. Like a black python, it leaped out and emitted waves of mournful ghost howls. In the confusion of the black gas, it was like a stormy sea, floating unsteadily. What a powerful attack! Yi Kong's heart shook when he saw this move. However, he was after all a saint of two veins, so his reaction was naturally fast. At the same time, he took out his own treasure. His treasure was an iron anchor that looked like an eagle's claw. As soon as the iron anchor was taken out, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Yi Kong instantly activated the treasure and burst out a powerful spirit chi light that shot towards Su Yan's body. That powerful ray of light shot out like a storm, whistling through the air, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble. Its speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, shooting towards Su Yan. Yi Kong looked at his attack and laughed with satisfaction. Su Yan, so what if you have recovered your strength? After all, you are only a saint of one vein. You will still die in my hands. Chapter 150. A saint with one bloodline and a saint with two bloodlines. Although the difference was only one bloodline, there was a huge difference between the two. According to common sense, a saint with one bloodline would definitely not be a match for a saint with two bloodlines. However, Su Yan could not be judged according to common sense. Su Yan had stepped into the legendary level and passed the life-spirit realm. He condensed the way of the human heart and formed the holy bloodline to become a saint. Although he was only a saint with one bloodline, he was comparable to a beginner saint with two bloodlines. What was more, Su Yan had those heaven-defying eyes, blood dragon pupil. Su Yan, die. If you die, I'll get 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yi Kong looked at the light emitted by his weapon, as if he could already see the 1,000,000 spirit stones waving at him. Yi Kong's face revealed a sinister smile. Although this attack was not his strongest attack, even a saint with two bloodlines might not dare to take it head-on. Su Yan actually dared to take it head-on. Was he not courting death? Seeing that Su Yan was about to be hit by the light from his weapon, Yi Kong's smile grew wider. Su Yan, so what if you're a genius? So what if you can quickly recover your spirit chi? You're still going to die in my hands. Yi Kong roared ferociously. His excitement was not only because of the 1,000,000 spirit stones, but also because a genius was going to die in his hands. Is that so? Just as Yi Kong was roaring, he suddenly heard Su Yan's laughter. It was so close, as if it was right next to him. Yi Kong was stunned for a moment and continued to move forward. Pang! The beam of light that was emitted by his own artifact directly exploded on the ground. Su Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yi Kong's body trembled as he suddenly felt a strong spiritual energy coming towards him. Not good. Yi Kong was indeed a saint with two bloodlines. He reacted quickly, raised his iron anchor that looked like an eagle's claw, and swung it out. It was neither fast nor slow. With a clang, it met Su Yan's ghost howl sword. With a loud explosion, Yi Kong's entire body was pushed back more than 10 steps. Such reaction speed, as expected of a saint of two lineages. Su Yan did not expect that Yi Kong would be able to dodge his unexpected move. He could not help but frown. Although Yi Kong managed to block this attack, because he was caught off guard, even though he managed to block it, his body was still pushed back a few dozen steps. He slid to the ground and staggered back a few dozen meters before he finally stopped. His clothes were torn apart by the ghost howl sword, and one could vaguely see his dark skin. He was in a sorry state. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be a man. Looking at his torn clothes, Yi Kong was instantly enraged. With a cold shout, he raised his eyebrows and raised the eagle claw in his hand. Immediately, a deafening sharp sound could be heard from the horizon. The surrounding air started to spin like a gust of wind. At the same time, a crimson light started to bloom. Su Yan, die. At the moment when the light condensed, Yi Kong waved the eagle claw in his hand. Immediately, a strong spiritual power burst out. This time, regardless of power or speed, this light beam was much stronger than the first attack. Not only that, the attack range was much larger than before. With such a strong attack, even a saint of two lineages might not be able to dodge it. Yi Kong did not believe that Su Yan, who was only a saint of one lineage, could dodge it. Just now, Yi Kong only thought that Su Yan was just lucky. How would Yi Kong know that Su Yan's luck was actually all based on strength? Looking at this strong attack, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. This was not a warrior of the life-soul realm, but a true saint. A saint of one lineage more than him. Su Yan naturally did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately raised the ghost howl sword and swept it. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual power turned into a black fog and surged out. It directly collided with Yi Kong's attack. Su Yan, do you think it's useful? Yi Kong saw Su Yan's attack and laughed. Su Yan completely ignored Yi Kong's laughter. Similarly, there was no change in his expression. His heart was calm and his face was cold. For Su Yan, instead of talking nonsense, it was better to enjoy the fun of the battle. That's right, for Su Yan now, he was enjoying the battle. The blood of battle flowed in his veins. Just now, 100 people of the life-soul realm besieged him. Although it was enough for him to have a good fight, he could not fight to his heart's content. And this Yi Kong, a saint of two lineages, was obviously Su Yan's best opponent at the moment. Su Yan looked at this powerful attack. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he also had a greedy look. He licked his lips and the ghost howl sword in his hand attacked again. Immediately, it turned into a black fog and attacked. At this moment, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He patted his storage bag and the sword dragon instantly surged out. Su Yan's body was still on top. Puff! At this moment, Yi Kong's powerful attack suddenly exploded on the ground and a burst of fog surged. Ha, ha, 1,000,000 spiritual stones are mine. Seeing this scene, Yi Kong laughed again. This was because in his opinion, Su Yan was definitely going to die. There was no way he could escape his attack. But in the next moment, his laughter suddenly stopped. He saw Su Yan standing on the sword dragon. His white robe fluttered as he stood on top of the thick fog. He was unscathed. How is this possible? Yi Kong looked at Su Yan. His pupils suddenly shrank together and his face was full of astonishment. He simply could not believe that everything in front of him was real. Su Yan, a mere saint of one lineage, how did he manage to dodge? Senior Yi, I can't deny that your attack is very strong, but your speed is too slow. Su Yan sneered and immediately stepped out. Yi Kong had taken the initiative twice. This time, Su Yan did not give Yi Kong any chance. As his body rushed out, the ghost howl sword in his hand immediately erupted with a whistling sound. The mournful ghost howl was accompanied by the surging black chi, faintly emitting a terrifying aura. His speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash of light, he had already arrived in front of Yi Kong. So fast. Yi Kong was stunned, but his reaction was also very fast. Seeing Su Yan's ghost howl sword attack, he hurriedly raised his eagle claws to block. Bang! There was a loud bang. A sword and a magic weapon collided and immediately exploded. Su Yan was not surprised that Yi Kong was able to block his attack. After all, Yi Kong was a saint of two lineages. Su Yan immediately waved his hands and raised his sword. The sword was as fast as lightning and slashed down on Yi Kong. It was so fast that it only took a thought. Yi Kong did not expect Su Yan to be so fast. Shocked, Yi Kong hurriedly raised his eagle claws to block. How could he block Su Yan's attack that he had long prepared? The ghost howl sword slashed down and suddenly a majestic spiritual chi surged. Pudong, Yi Kong's entire body was sent flying and hit an ancient tree in Hengduan Mountain. Puchi. Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Kong's mouth. Cough cough, Yi Kong coughed dryly and looked at Su Yan who was about to attack again. Before he could say anything, he roared out of anger, Su Yan, do you really think that's all I have? Yi Kong roared, and the eagle claws in his hands suddenly burst out with a bright light. As the eagle claws moved, bang! Suddenly, dozens of dart-like concealed weapons scattered and stabbed towards Su Yan's body. The speed of the dart was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Although the speed of the darts had slowed down, the number of darts was extremely large. Is it too late to dodge? Su Yan murmured in his heart. He quickly activated his cultivation technique and waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Like a whirlwind, it danced in front of Su Yan. When the darts collided with it, they were all blocked. Su Yan, do you think this is it? Yi Kong sneered when he saw Su Yan waving the ghost howl sword to block the darts. His hands moved and dozens of darts burst out from the eagle claws. The darts were like arrows leaving the bow. They were so fast that they could not be seen with the naked eye. In addition, the darts also contained a majestic spirit chi. As they spread, a loud roar immediately resounded in the air. Not only that, the darts did not attack Su Yan directly this time. Instead, they spread out and surrounded Su Yan. This Yi Kong is quite strong. If I did not have the blood dragon pupil, I would have died under his magic weapon. Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's attack. The fiercer the attack, the calmer Su Yan became. Looking at the darts that were constantly spinning, he frowned and thought of something. He patted his storage bag and suddenly, 10 spirit swords flew out. They spread out around Su Yan. Break! Su Yan shouted, and a majestic spirit chi surged out. Bang! In the sky, lightning suddenly flashed and countless loud sounds burst out. What? Yi Kong saw the sudden appearance of countless flying swords in Su Yan's hands and could not help but be stunned. What is going on? How can this kid have so many spirit swords? And how can he control so many flying swords? Sword cultivators and magic weapon cultivators were different. Sword cultivators could only use one sword to unleash the sword's greatest power. Su Yan could control so many flying swords. Not only that, when controlling so many flying swords, the power of the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hands did not weaken in the slightest. Now, with the flying swords blocking the darts, Su Yan immediately had a chance to catch his breath. Looking at Yi Kong, who was still in a daze, he shouted coldly. A sword settled the universe. A sword settled the universe. Chapter 151. Puchi, a burst of blood spread from Yi Kong's throat. Yi Kong's face was distorted and his pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. Unfortunately, it was all over. No matter what, he would eventually fall here and everything would turn to ashes. Su Yan slowly put away the ghost howl sword. Looking at another corpse on the ground, he shook his head helplessly and sighed, why bother? It was not that Su Yan was arrogant, but that these people were overestimating their abilities. Just like Yi Kong, he was a saint of two veins. If he had not underestimated his opponent from the beginning, perhaps it would be unknown who would be lying on the ground now. Even if Su Yan could win, it would obviously not be so easy. This was also why every time Su Yan faced an enemy, he would never underestimate them. There was not a single time where he did not go all out. Su Yan was not happy because he had killed another person. Instead, he looked worried. He and Yi Kong were not ugly. Everything was caused by Gu Yuzong. Even the hundreds of Life Soul Realm ancient martial art practitioners felt that all of this was caused by Gu Yuzong. It was Gu Yuzong who had forced Su Yan to take this step. Gu Yuzong. Su Yan's eyes turned and the resentment he felt towards Gu Yuzong increased again. However, Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he would not be able to kill Gu Yuzong. However, with his current strength, he was obviously courting death if he wanted to kill Gu Yuzong. Not only that, he also had to worry about Gu Yuzong surrounding him. Immediately, Su Yan did not stop and walked towards the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Although Su Yan knew that the road ahead was dangerous, this was the only way. All of this was because Gu Yuzong had forced him. With every step he took, Su Yan's hatred towards Gu Yuzong deepened a little. Hengduan Mountain was one of the 3 great danger zones. With every step he took, the danger would increase a little. Su Yan walked for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, the strength of the demonic beasts he encountered also increased. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the demonic beasts were. Even at this moment, the strength of the demon beasts that Su Yan encountered exceeded Su Yan's own strength. It was no longer something that Su Yan's current strength could rival. Fortunately, because of his blood dragon pupil, Su Yan didn't have to spend too much time dealing with these Yao beasts. Even so, Su Yan still stopped in his tracks. They were already at the edge of the depths of the Hengduan Mountains. No one knew what kind of demonic beasts were hiding inside, even though Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil. However, who could be sure that the blood dragon pupil would be effective against all demonic beasts? Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. In the end, Su Yan didn't know where to go. He wandered around aimlessly in this dangerous place. In the end, only death awaited him. I haven't stopped along the way, and I haven't found any rare treasures. Am I going to keep walking like this? Su Yan stopped and looked into the distance, his eyes filled with confusion. Su Yan hadn't had this kind of confusion for a long time. The reason for this confusion was all because of Gu Yuzong. His hatred towards Gu Yuzong had reached the extreme. If someone from Gu Yuzong came now, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. Coincidentally, at this moment, a loud shout came from behind Su Yan. Su Yan, you made me look for you. A voice came from behind Su Yan. That person was obviously Elder Gu Jian, who Su Yan asked Chou Bo to let him go that day. Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian and the people around him. He couldn't help but frown because he could sense that these people were all Sky Sovereigns. Sky Sovereigns. Although Su Yan wanted to kill these people from Gu Yuzong, Su Yan still knew his own limits when it came to Sky Sovereigns. He couldn't deal with Elder Gu Jian alone, not to mention that Elder Gu Jian wasn't the only Sky Sovereign here. Humph, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to leap into the Saint Realm in just a few days. You really are a monstrous existence. My Gu Yuzong didn't waste the red warrant to hunt you down. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan. At first, he was shocked, but then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The spirit qi on his body surged. When Su Yan saw this, he did not hesitate at all and ran forward. At this moment, with Su Yan's strength, he would only die if he encountered a Sky Sovereign. Only by running would he have a chance to survive. Su Yan, do you think you can run away? Seeing that Su Yan wanted to run away, Elder Gu Jian sneered. He couldn't deny that Su Yan was very fast among those of the same level. But so what? No matter how fast Su Yan was, he was only a saint, while Elder Gu Jian was a ruler. The disparity in strength between the two was an insurmountable gap. No matter how Su Yan struggled, he couldn't escape from Elder Gu Jian's grasp. Elder Gu Jian thought about the humiliation that ugly uncle had brought him that day. He thought about the nonsense that Su Yan had said to him at the last moment. He looked at Su Yan's running figure and immediately felt a surge of anger in his body. He was different from the others in the Guyu sect. After hearing about Su Yan, the others only thought that he wouldn't be of use to them and would become a scourge in the future, so they had to strangle Su Yan in the cradle. On the other hand, there was hatred between Elder Gu Jian and Su Yan from that day. To him, Su Yan must die. If Su Yan didn't die, he would definitely leave a fetter on his future cultivation path. At that time, if he wanted to improve his cultivation, it would probably become empty talk. Therefore, Su Yan must die. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan, and his eyes immediately surged with anger. He had been waiting for these few days for a long time. If it wasn't for the sect's order to let the people from the hidden demon region look for Su Yan first, he, Elder Gu Jian, would have already set out to look for Su Yan. Now that he met Su Yan, how could Elder Gu Jian let Su Yan escape so easily? When Su Yan had just jumped 100 meters away, Elder Gu Jian snorted and suddenly jumped up. His speed was as fast as lightning as he rushed out. In just a short moment, he had already arrived behind Su Yan. Su Yan, die. Elder Gu Jian clearly remembered that day. He didn't kill Su Yan, and gave him the chance to be rescued by the mysterious person. This time, Elder Gu Jian wouldn't make the same mistake. With a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit chi surged out and immediately rushed behind Su Yan. I still can't escape. Su Yan felt the majestic spirit chi behind him and frowned slightly. He knew that no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Emperor Tian Xiang. In that case, he could only fight. Although Su Yan was bound to lose this battle, Su Yan wouldn't give in so easily. Su Yan waved one hand and took out the ghost howl sword. Suddenly, a ghost howl surged and emitted a dense black fog. Su Yan, do you think it's useful? Seeing Su Yan like this, Elder Gu Jian knew that Su Yan still wanted to resist, so he sneered. With a push of his hands, a powerful spirit chi swept out. Su Yan's body inexplicably trembled, and the ghost howl sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. Su Yan, let me tell you, it's useless. Even if you're talented, you're only a saint now. So, die. Elder Gu Jian laughed. As long as Su Yan died here, the fetters in his heart would be untied. Under the pressure of this powerful spirit chi, Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Unfortunately, this power was too strong. However, no matter how fast Su Yan resisted, he was still fast. In the face of this absolute power, he still couldn't resist at all. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Am I really going to die here? Su Yan felt a trace of unwillingness in his heart, and the solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. No matter what, it was still the last gamble. Under the pressure of the powerful spirit chi, Su Yan's body immediately emitted a bright light as he circulated his cultivation method. This was the prelude to the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body could be said to be Su Yan's last trump card. After all, to release the invincible golden body, the consumption of spirit chi was too large. Of course, all of this was only relative to when Su Yan was still at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. Now, Su Yan was a saint. The spirit chi contained in a saint was dozens of times more than before. Now that he released the invincible golden body, Su Yan naturally wouldn't lack spirit chi. Suddenly, the golden light flashed and spread out around Su Yan, enveloping Su Yan's entire body. Elder Gu Jian's attack, blocked by the invincible golden body, exploded with a powerful energy that swept out. The surrounding plants were all destroyed, leaving not a single trace behind. Good boy, you're really strong. When Elder Gu Jian saw this scene, he was first shocked, but because of the previous experience, he wasn't too surprised. After all, last time, he had already seen the power of Su Yan's invincible golden body. However, those elders who came with Elder Gu Jian hadn't seen Su Yan use the invincible golden body, so they didn't know how heaven-defying Su Yan was. At that time, when the Red Wanted notice was issued in the sect, and the reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones, these people felt that it was a bit of a fuss. Now that they saw that Su Yan was able to block the attack of Elder Gu Jian, and Emperor Tian Xiang, their faces showed a surprised expression. Only then did they understand why the Guyu sect master showed such a nervous expression when he learned about Su Yan. This boy was only a saint, but he was enough to block the attack of an Emperor Tian Xiang. If he was allowed to grow, then in the future, one by one, they were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. If Su Yan grew to the Emperor Tian Xiang in the future, or even higher, what would happen in the future? Su Yan, I have to admire your defense, but as far as I know, this defense of yours consumes a lot of spirit chi. Let's see how many times you can activate this defense. Chapter 152. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance was futile. Under the pressure of Elder Gujian's powerful spiritual qi, Su Yan felt the blood in his body tremble. All struggles were futile. However, how could Su Yan be willing to be tied up without a fight? With the strength of a saint under Su Yan, he could barely activate the invincible golden body twice. Although Su Yan knew that after using the invincible golden body this time, what awaited him would be complete death. However, Su Yan also knew that if he did not use the invincible golden body, he would die immediately. Therefore, Su Yan did not hesitate to activate the invincible golden body. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated, and a dazzling light bloomed. A cold smile appeared on Elder Gujian's face when he saw this. What? You still want to use that move? Su Yan, do you think it's useful? Elder Gujian sneered. With a wave of his hand, dense spiritual qi gushed out of his hand and immediately turned into a powerful light beam that attacked Su Yan. The moment the light beam shot out, a faint sneer appeared on Elder Gujian's face again. He was amazed by Su Yan's strength, but so what? As long as Su Yan's invincible golden body fell, he would still obediently accept his death. No matter what kind of aptitude Su Yan had or what kind of heaven-defying abilities he had, after today, Su Yan would no longer exist in this world. Plop! Elder Gujian's attack hit Su Yan's body and immediately exploded. Although Su Yan blocked this attack, his invincible golden body defense also fell. When Elder Gujian saw the light of Su Yan's invincible golden body dissipate, he looked down at Su Yan and laughed mockingly. Su Yan, what else can you do now? Be careful. At this moment, a few emperors standing behind Elder Gujian suddenly shouted. What? Elder Gujian shuddered, but it was already too late. A flying sword shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. Elder Gujian was shocked to see the sudden appearance of the flying sword. However, he reacted quickly and rushed out. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Although he had managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, the flying sword still slashed across his arm. Whoosh! Instantly, a mist of blood burst out. As expected, an emperor isn't something I can kill right now. When Su Yan saw that Elder Gujian had dodged his attack, the light in his eyes dimmed. The spirit energy in his body was depleted, and his body went soft. He leaned on the ghost hull sword in his hand and half knelt on the ground. Surprise filled Elder Gujian's face when he saw the wound on his arm. Originally, he thought that another expert had come to save Su Yan. However, after seeing Su Yan's expression, he immediately understood. Anger surged out of his body. Su Yan, you actually dared to hurt me. How dare I hurt you? Su Yan coldly smiled and did not reply to Elder Gujian's words. His eyes were filled with disdain as if he was mocking Elder Gujian. Compared to Elder Gujian, the emperors who came with him saw everything clearly. They looked at Su Yan in shock. A saint, Su Yan's only a saint, but he almost took the life of a ruler. Although it was because Elder Gujian had underestimated his opponent, it was still shocking. But even so, it was still shocking enough. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. The few of them once again understood why the Guyu sect would issue a red wanted notice and even spread a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones. This Su Yan was simply a monstrous existence. Initially, they felt disdain when Elder Gujian asked them to chase after Su Yan together. After all, they were emperors, so they naturally had the pride of a ruler. This time, they truly realized how terrifying Su Yan was. When they looked at Su Yan, killing intent rose in their eyes. It was not because of the sect, but because they felt fear in their hearts. If the young fellow did not die, they would be the ones to die in the future. Of course, although they had the intention to kill, they did not make a move because Elder Gujian alone was enough. They were shocked. After all, a saint could never defeat a ruler. Su Yan, die. Elder Gujian was so angry that his hair was about to explode. He was a dignified emperor and an elder of the Guiyue sect, but he was injured by a saint. This was the greatest humiliation in history for Elder Gujian, who had dominated the hidden demon region for many years. Su Yan activated the cultivation method in his body. Suddenly, a dense spiritual energy gushed out and rushed towards Su Yan's body. When one's strength reached a certain level, one did not need to use physical attacks. One could crush one's opponent with spiritual qi alone. Just like Elder Gujian and Su Yan now. Elder Gujian did not need to make a move at all. As long as the spiritual qi in his body surged, it was enough to take Su Yan's life. The moment the spiritual qi surged, Su Yan's entire body trembled. It seems that I'm going to die today. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Su Yan's mouth, but Su Yan did not regret it. A man should have his own position in the world. Even if Elder Gujian spared him this time, Su Yan still would not join the Guiyue sect. This was the pride of the Su family, as well as the pride of a peak sword saint. If he were to lose this pride of his, he would rather die than live on. Su Yan slowly closed his eyes, without the slightest distracting thought, waiting for death to come. Asterisk puff, asterisk at this moment, a loud sound suddenly burst out. A monster beast appeared out of nowhere and directly slammed into Elder Gujian. Elder Gujian was shocked in an instant and hurriedly dodged. The spiritual qi pressure on Su Yan also reduced a lot. Su Yan immediately calmed down and looked at the monster beast that suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Yan was no stranger to this monster beast. It was a saber-toothed tiger with the strength of a saint. As soon as this saber-toothed tiger appeared, it attacked Elder Gujian. Elder Gujian and the others were Tianxiang emperors, so naturally they were not afraid of this saber-toothed tiger. However, even if they were not afraid, they still needed time to deal with this monster beast. This allowed Su Yan some time to spare. Run. When Su Yan saw the saber-toothed tiger fighting Elder Gujian, the only thought in his mind was to escape from this place. Su Yan was not afraid of death, but it did not mean that he did not want to live. Moreover, Su Yan was not willing to die in this place. Unfortunately, Su Yan had activated the invincible golden body twice and even sent out the flying sword. The spiritual qi in his body had long been depleted. At this time, the spiritual qi in his body was empty. Even if he wanted to run, he was powerless. Am I going to die here after all? Su Yan looked at the battle between Elder Gujian and the saber-toothed tiger and clenched his fists unwillingly. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, absorbing the spiritual qi in the air and the sword intent in the red fire sword case. When Su Yan was fighting against Yikong, the reason why he was able to recover his spirit qi so quickly was because of the sword intent within the scarlet parting sword case. However, at that time, Su Yan still had spirit qi in his body. Now that the spiritual qi in Su Yan's body was exhausted, it would not be easy for him to recover his spiritual qi. Seeing that Elder Gujian was about to finish off the saber-toothed tiger, Su Yan became more and more anxious. The cultivation technique in his body circulated rapidly, but unfortunately, he could not catch up. Elder Gujian chopped off the saber-toothed tiger's head with a sword. It could be said that the saber-toothed tiger that saved Su Yan's life died just like that. Elder Gujian did not even look at the saber-toothed tiger. He looked back at Su Yan's actions and sneered, "Su Yan, what's wrong? You still want to run?" Su Yan did not care about Elder Gujian's words. He only muttered in his heart, "Hurry, hurry." The cultivation technique in his body circulated rapidly. Elder Gujian saw Su Yan's appearance and sneered again. He circulated the cultivation technique in his body and shouted, "Su Yan, die. Can't I really escape?" Su Yan growled unwillingly in his heart. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a powerful spiritual force erupted from under Su Yan's dantian. Su Yan was no stranger to this force. When Su Yan was fighting against the saint, it was precisely because of this spirit qi that Su Yan was able to avert danger. This power, Su Yan was surprised for a moment, but he quickly reacted. No matter what this power is, it's more important to run now. With that thought in mind, he leaped out and covered a distance of 100 meters in an instant. What? Su Yan jumped out. Elder Gujian was stunned and said angrily, "What's going on? This boy's spiritual qi is clearly exhausted." How can it be? While Elder Gujian was astonished, he was even more furious. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Elder Gujian immediately shouted, "Su Yan, do you think that you can escape even if you do this?" Su Yan did not care about Elder Gujian's shout at all. He just ran forward with spiritual qi in his eyes. Even so, Su Yan still knew that his strength was far inferior to Elder Gujian's. If this continued, Elder Gujian would catch up to him sooner or later. What should I do? As Su Yan ran, his mind was spinning rapidly. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up because Su Yan saw a monster. This monster's strength was comparable to the saber-toothed tiger, but Su Yan had an idea. Because of the blood dragon pupil, these monsters were not a threat to Su Yan at all. Looking at the demonic beast, the corner of Su Yan's mouth immediately revealed a trace of an evil smile. His figure turned and directly ran towards the demonic beast. The moment he touched the demonic beast, his pupils suddenly shrank. The monster immediately let out a shrill cry. Then Su Yan's figure flashed and swept past the monster. The monster was frightened by Su Yan's blood dragon pupil and fell into a state of rage. Elder Gujian happened to bump into it, so the monster immediately pounced on Elder Gujian. Damn it! Elder Gujian saw the monster suddenly appear and shouted angrily. He waved the spiritual sword in his hand and directly cut the monster with the strength of a saint in half. However, this block bought some time for Su Yan. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. He had already rushed 100 meters away. Chapter 153. When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He felt that Elder Gujian was so stupid. He was always showing off and slapping himself in the face time and time again. Can't I run away? Then I'll let you slap me in the face again. Su Yan's eyes were like torches. He quickly ran into the depths of the Hengduan mountain. Just now, Su Yan didn't know how to escape from Elder Gujian. But now, Su Yan knew that as long as he made good use of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain, Elder Gujian wouldn't be able to catch up with him. The Hengduan mountain was one of the 3 dangerous places. The reason why it was one of the 3 dangerous places was because of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain. The deeper one went, the more monsters there were. If Su Yan wanted to escape, he would need countless demonic beasts. Only with countless demonic beasts would Su Yan have a chance to survive. Fortunately, this was the depths of the Hengduan mountain. Very few people set foot here. There were countless monsters lurking in the depths. Su Yan, Elder Gujian, and the others stepped in. These monsters immediately felt that their territory had been invaded and leaped out. Su Yan was running at the front, so he was naturally the first to be attacked. However, because of the blood dragon pupil, those monsters immediately dodged under the power of Su Yan's eyes and pounced on Elder Gujian. Although these monsters only had the strength of a saint, it still took some time for Elder Gujian and the others to deal with them. This also bought a lot of time for Su Yan. Elder Gujian chased after Su Yan all the way. Every time he was about to catch Su Yan, there would always be some demonic beasts coming out to cause trouble. This caused Su Yan to always maintain a certain distance from Elder Gujian. More than 2 hours passed. Elder Gujian confidently caught up to Su Yan every time. Unfortunately, the monsters stopped him in the end, allowing Su Yan to escape again. Soon, Elder Gujian and the Emperors of Heaven who came with him discovered this strange phenomenon. Why don't these beasts attack Su Yan? A celestial emperor asked the question in his heart. Hearing this, Elder Gujian couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, he snorted coldly, "This kid must have some treasure on him that makes the monsters fear him." When the others heard Elder Gujian's words, they couldn't help but nod. They all agreed with Elder Gujian's words. At the same time, when they looked at Su Yan's eyes, their eyes narrowed and revealed a trace of greed. A treasure that could make demonic beasts feel fear. If they obtained it, wouldn't it meant that they could do whatever they wanted in the Hengduan mountain range in the future? In the future, hunting monsters would be twice the result with half the effort. How could they not be tempted by such a treasure? Originally, they only wanted to kill Su Yan to prevent future troubles. Now, they had an additional thought in their hearts, which was to obtain the treasure on Su Yan's body. With these two thoughts mixed together, the emperors naturally used all the strength in their bodies and quickly chased after Su Yan. Unfortunately, there were too many monsters in the Hengduan mountain range. Every time the divine emperors of heaven killed a demonic beast, another one would appear and block their path, making it impossible for them to chase after Su Yan at full speed. Even though they were faster and stronger than Su Yan, it was a pity that they could only see Su Yan 100 meters away, but they couldn't catch up. The emperors were angry in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Su Yan looked back at their ugly faces and secretly rejoiced, "Humph, you are all emperors, but you joined forces to bully me. This time, I'll let you enjoy the baptism of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain." As the chase went on, they got closer and closer to the depths of the Hengduan mountain. The monsters that appeared were getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting more and more difficult for Elder Gujian and the others to kill them. But in the same way, the power left behind by Su Yan's blood dragon pupil was also slightly weakened by some monsters. Some monsters were stunned by the power of Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, but they still attacked Su Yan. Fortunately, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil could not only release the magical effect of suppressing monsters, but also had a heaven-defying effect, which could make Su Yan's speed faster. After a few rounds, Su Yan avoided the monsters, and it was more frightening than dangerous. On the other hand, Elder Gujian and the others had more trouble dealing with them. "Gujian, if we go any deeper, I'm afraid." One of the sky rulers spoke up after a few sky rulers worked together to deal with a demonic beast. Elder Gujian naturally knew that if they went deeper and encountered some demonic beasts that were stronger than them, not to mention not being able to kill Su Yan, they would most likely die in this Hengduan mountain. Elder Gujian hesitated, but when he saw Su Yan's figure, a murderous intent surged in his eyes and he shouted, "Go! No matter what, we must make Su Yan die in the Hengduan mountain today." With that said, Elder Gujian took the lead and leaped out. Although the other emperors were worried, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Gujian's position in the Guyu sect was higher than theirs, so they all followed. Another hour of chasing. The monsters that appeared this time were all monsters that were comparable to the celestial phenomenon realm. Elder Gujian and the others found it more and more difficult to deal with them, but because there were so many of them, there was no danger. However, some wounds began to appear on their bodies. When Su Yan saw their situation, he was secretly happy, but he also hesitated. Although he could use these monsters to avoid Elder Gujian's pursuit, if Elder Gujian and the others followed closely, if he encountered some monsters that even his blood dragon pupil couldn't suppress, he would eventually die. Whatever, it's better to die in the hands of these monsters than to die in the hands of these people. Su Yan looked at Elder Gujian and no longer hesitated, once again running into the depths of the Hengduan mountain. After Elder Gujian and the others dealt with a monster, they followed closely behind and chased after Su Yan. Another 2 hours of pursuit ensued. The monsters that appeared became more and more powerful, and Elder Gujian and the others spent a lot of effort to deal with them. At this moment, all the celestial phenomenon realm emperors began to worry, and they advised Elder Gujian, "Gujian, the monsters that appear are all on par with us, and we can only kill them if we work together. If we continue to go in, I'm afraid." That person didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he wanted to say. Elder Gujian naturally understood as well, but looking at Su Yan, he was unwilling to give up. Although he was worried that he would encounter danger if he continued to go in. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Elder Gujian gritted his teeth and said, let's chase for a while more. If we really encounter some monsters that we can't resist, it won't be too late to retreat then. After saying this, Elder Gujian didn't wait for anyone to reply. He leaped up and chased after Su Yan again. The others looked at each other helplessly and followed Elder Gujian's figure, chasing after Su Yan. The deeper they went, the more powerful the monsters that appeared. Elder Gujian became more and more tired, and his injuries also increased. Su Yan looked at them as a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He, who was usually not willing to waste his breath, could not help but mock when he saw the miserable appearance of Elder Gujian and the rest. Gujian, how is it? Do you still dare to boast about chasing me? Su Yan, you. Elder Gujian was already angry when he was attacked by a monster's tail. Now that he saw Su Yan still mocking him, he was about to explode. Originally, they were all about to retreat. Now that Elder Gujian heard Su Yan's words, he was furious. He jumped up again and chased after Su Yan. Su Yan saw Elder Gujian chasing after him, but he wasn't afraid. In this Hengduan mountain, there was no lack of monsters. Moreover, along the way, Su Yan kept using the blood dragon pupil to suppress the monsters. He also understood some of the connections between the blood dragon pupil and the monsters. The blood dragon pupil was the two divine dragons under the sword well. Dragons were divine beasts. Even if they were dead, the aura of the divine beasts would remain. It was also because of this aura that these monsters were afraid of Su Yan. Although they encountered some high-level monsters, the residual aura's influence on them was weakened a lot. However, Su Yan knew that no matter how it was weakened, the monsters that his blood dragon pupil could deter were definitely not monsters that Elder Gujian and the others, who were emperors of Tianxiang, could resist. Therefore, Su Yan was not afraid of Elder Gujian's pursuit at all. Instead, he was looking forward to Elder Gujian catching up. As long as he caught up, he would be able to use these monstrous beasts to kill Elder Gujian and the others. Elder Gujian had chased after him several times, and Su Yan had long established a deep hatred for him. If he saw Elder Gujian die here, it would at least resolve some of the hatred in his heart. Most importantly, these people were all emperors of Tianxiang. They were all outstanding people of the ancient Yu sect. If they died here, it would definitely be a great loss to the ancient Yu sect's strength. When he stepped into the ancient Yu sect in the future, it would also reduce some of the trouble. Therefore, Su Yan now hoped that Elder Gujian and the others would catch up. When he saw them stop, he also stopped and mocked them. This made Elder Gujian, who was already angry, fly into a rage. He no longer thought of any danger and chased after Su Yan again. When Su Yan saw them catch up, a smile appeared on his face. But the moment this smile appeared, Su Yan saw the scene in front of him and was shocked. There was no road in front of him, but a huge cliff. The cliff was shrouded in smoke and was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom or the edge. Su Yan's heart sank. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do the heavens really want to destroy me? Why would a cliff suddenly appear in Hengduan Mountain?" Chapter 154. Could it be that the heavens really want me dead? Su Yan looked at the cliff in front of him, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The Hengduan Mountain was a vast mountain range that separated the 9 provinces and the 5 counties. Who would have thought that a cliff would suddenly appear here? The cliff stretched as far as the eye could see. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Su Yan knew very well that he couldn't cross this cliff with his current strength. Su Yan originally thought that with his blood dragon eyes, he could use the demon beasts in the Hengduan Mountain to escape from Elder Gujian's pursuit. Now that the cliff stretched as far as the eye could see, Su Yan had nowhere to run. Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan's dejected expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Su Yan, run. Why aren't you running? Aren't you very powerful? You can suppress those demon beasts." "What? You're not running now? Is there no place to run?" Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan with a twisted expression and constantly mocked him. Su Yan looked at Elder Gujian's expression and smiled bitterly. He knew that he was going to die today. After escaping several times, he still couldn't escape death. Although Su Yan wasn't afraid, he was unwilling. He was unwilling to accept that this cliff would suddenly appear in the Hengduan mountain. He was unwilling to accept that he couldn't escape death despite his efforts. In his unwillingness to accept this, Su Yan looked at the mocking expressions of Elder Gujian and the others. When he saw a monstrous beast silently walking out from behind Elder Gujian, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned. A resplendent light surged out. Since I can't escape this misfortune today, at least I'll drag one of you down with me. Su Yan looked at Elder Gujian with a cold glint in his eyes. The cultivation method in his body started to circulate. Boundless spirit energy rushed out and the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand immediately let out a whistling sound. A cold wind attacked. Seeing Su Yan like this, Elder Gujian couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan, how about it? Do you still want to fight me with your strength? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Su Yan naturally knew that it would be like throwing an egg at a rock if he wanted to fight against Elder Gujian with his own strength. However, if he had the help of the swift serpent, which had the strength of an emperor of heaven, it would be a different story. Bang! The moment Su Yan leaped, the swift serpent that had been lurking behind Elder Gujian and the other emperors of heaven leaped up abruptly and pounced on them. The swift flood serpent's greatest characteristic was that it could hide in the forest without being discovered. Furthermore, the swift serpent's bloody mouth contained a deadly poison. Not to mention Emperor Tian Xiang, even a spirit sea realm expert might not be able to survive the poisonous attack of the swift serpent. The swift flood serpent leapt into the air. Elder Gujian's laughter stopped abruptly, and his face was filled with horror. They were all Emperor Tian Xiang, but none of them noticed a demon beast lurking behind them. Roar! The swift serpent suddenly pounced, and its huge figure swept over. Elder Gujian and the other emperors panicked and retreated one after another. Now's the time, Su Yan saw the opportunity and leaped forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand burst out like a rainbow, and the mournful ghost howl followed. The moment the sword light flashed, it had already pierced toward Elder Gujian. Elder Gujian had just been frightened by the swift serpent and was now attacked by Su Yan. In a panic, he suddenly became furious and shouted, "You're courting death." With a wave of his hand, a majestic spiritual power suddenly burst out. Su Yan's whole body suddenly trembled, and he was sent flying backward. Poochie, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan wiped the corner of his mouth and felt pity in his heart. However, his eyes were like torches, flashing with a sharp light. He only held the ghost howl sword in his hand, showing no intention of backing down. Su Yan. What Elder Gujian hated the most was Su Yan's attitude. His strength was clearly weak, and he should be begging for mercy, yet he still maintained his arrogance. Looking at Su Yan's arrogance, Elder Gujian felt an inexplicable surge of anger in his body. He raised his sword and was about to attack Su Yan. At this moment, the swift serpent turned over and stood up again. As it opened its bloody mouth, a strong poison spewed out from its blood. Elder Gujian and the others were no stranger to the swift serpent, so they naturally knew the power of its poison. Seeing the swift serpent spitting out the poison, they couldn't care less about Su Yan and hurriedly dodged. After dodging, Elder Gujian wanted to turn around and kill Su Yan. However, how could the swift serpent give him this chance? One had to know that not only did the swift serpent have poison, it also had the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm. Moreover, since it was called the swift serpent, its speed was even faster. Just as Elder Gujian dodged, the swift serpent quickly swept over and launched another attack. Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan beside him. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Looking at the swift serpent that kept attacking them, Elder Gujian shouted, "Let's kill this beast first." As Elder Gujian spoke, he took the lead and raised his sword to attack the swift serpent. The others also took out their own swords one after another, entangling with the swift serpent. While Elder Gujian and the swift serpent were entangled in battle, Su Yan could use this opportunity to run. However, Su Yan knew that if he went back, he would lose the protection of the demonic beasts. After Elder Gujian and the others dealt with the swift serpent, what awaited him would be the end of the world. If he didn't leave, he would die. Then why did he have to leave? Su Yan watched the battle between the swift serpent and Elder Gujian, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waited for the moment Elder Gujian attacked. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and a red light jumped out. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, and the majestic spiritual energy continued to condense in his saint vein. Su Yan raised the ghost howl sword high and suddenly, he slashed down. The spiritual energy condensed in his saint vein immediately flowed into the ghost howl sword through Su Yan's hands. Ghost howls rang out continuously, and the wind was mournful. Black chi rose in confusion, turning into a huge ghost head. Sword technique. That's right, it was a sword technique. This was the first time Su Yan released a sword technique since he became a saint. Wail of 10,000 Ghosts. This was a sword technique that resonated with the Ghost Howl sword. Under the effect of the Ghost Howl sword, a terrifying explosive force burst out. The ghost head let out a series of wails and rushed to devour Elder Gujian. Elder Gujian was dealing with the swift serpent with all his strength, so he didn't expect Su Yan to suddenly release an attack. He felt the strength of the spiritual energy. Damn it! Elder Gujian cursed and hurriedly swung his sword, wanting to block Su Yan's attack this time. Just as he swung his sword, the swift serpent suddenly surged up and spat out another mouthful of poison from its bloody mouth. Be careful! The other emperors were shocked when they saw this scene, and they hurriedly went to help Elder Gujian. Although he had the help of several people, under this pincer attack, Elder Gujian was still in a slightly sorry state. His eyes once again surged with killing intent as he looked at Su Yan. Unfortunately, before he could deal with Su Yan, the swift serpent's attack came again. The swift serpent had the strength of an emperor, and its venom could even poison a powerhouse in the spirit sea realm to death. Elder Gujian and the others naturally didn't dare to let down their guard. Of course, Su Yan was not doing nothing on the side. He was assisting the swift serpent to attack Elder Gujian. Originally, Elder Gujian had many people on his side, and they were all emperors, so it was not difficult to deal with a swift serpent. However, Su Yan, who was in the saint realm, had been assisting from the side. For a moment, Elder Gujian and Su Yan were entangled with the swift serpent. Elder Gujian and the others had chased all the way here. In the fight with the demonic beasts, they had all suffered different injuries. Now, with the cooperation of the swift serpent and Su Yan, not only did they not hurt Su Yan, but they also did not hurt the swift serpent. On the contrary, they suffered different injuries on their bodies. The swift serpent was in the celestial realm. Demonic beasts that had reached this realm all had a certain level of intelligence. In the beginning, the swift serpent would have attacked Su Yan, but because of Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, it did not attack. Now, after a few times, the swift serpent understood that Su Yan was helping it. The two of them had established a friendship. Not only did the swift serpent stop attacking Su Yan, but when Elder Gujian and the others wanted to attack Su Yan, the swift serpent would also save them. Seeing this scene, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with fanaticism. He thought to himself, this swift serpent is so powerful, and Elder Gujian and the others are injured. If I cooperate well with the swift serpent, we might have a chance to kill these people. As Su Yan thought, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. He looked at the swift serpent and shouted, "Brother serpent, today I, Su Yan, will fight side by side with you. Kill these people and make them your dinner." Roar! The swift serpent seemed to understand Su Yan's words. It roared in response to Su Yan, and at the same time, it spat out a mouthful of poison towards Elder Gujian. Although Elder Gujian and the others were angry, there was nothing they could do. Seeing the swift serpent's poison, they could only hurriedly dodge. At this moment, Su Yan also made his move. His body rushed out, and the ghost howl sword in his hand was swung down. The sword's momentum was fierce, like a stormy sea. Elder Gujian and the others did not dare to be careless. Bastard, bastard! Elder Gujian was so angry that he roared. He wanted to kill Su Yan, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the swift serpent. The swift serpent jumped up and directly pounced on Elder Gujian. Su Yan saw this opportunity. His eyes flashed, and he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and rushed towards Elder Gujian. The speed of his sword was like a rainbow. When the swift Wyrm snake saw this, it seemed to understand Su Yan's intentions. Its huge snake body immediately circled around Elder Gujian, trapping him within it. Elder Gujian's body was restrained, and he could not dodge at all. Chapter 155. One sword to seal the throat. No matter what kind of cultivation one had or what kind of achievements one had, everything would eventually be for naught. Su Yan's spirit chi surged all over his body, and the ghost howl sword whistled continuously. Looking at Elder Gujian's figure, countless lights surged in his eyes, and his entire body became hot and dry due to excitement. One sword, as long as this sword hit, he would be able to kill a celestial emperor. A celestial emperor was an insurmountable gap for him, but now, this celestial emperor was going to die in his hands. Although there was no lack of help from the swift dragon snake, it still could not stop the fanaticism in Su Yan's heart. Die. Thinking about how he had been oppressed by Elder Gujian for the past few days, Su Yan could not help but shout fiercely. Although the other celestial emperors who came with Elder Gujian wanted to save Elder Gujian, the swift dragon snake's body was too big, and Su Yan's speed was too fast. They simply could not make it in time, and it could be said that they wanted to, but they were powerless. Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan's ghost howl sword piercing towards him, and his eyes instantly widened. With unwillingness, he shouted in a low voice, "No, how is this possible, how is this possible? I can't believe I'm going to die in the hands of a saint. How is this possible?" Elder Gujian roared unwillingly, and the cultivation method in his body was also rapidly circulating. Unfortunately, he was completely controlled by the swift dragon, and could only watch as Su Yan stabbed towards his throat. Everyone stared at this sword, and time seemed to have stopped at this scene. No one was willing to believe it, and no one dared to believe it, but all of this was really happening. Plop, at this moment, a powerful spirit chi surged. Su Yan intuitively felt a huge pain in his body, and he instantly retreated dozens of meters away. The swift dragon was obviously shocked by this strange scene, and it roared. Just as it came back to its senses, a cold light flashed past. Roar, the swift flood dragon let out a miserable shriek, and its huge body fell backward with a thud. The swift dragon that Elder Gujian and the other emperors of heaven couldn't kill even after working together for a long time had fallen at this moment. Brother Snake. Su Yan watched as the swift dragon fell. Thinking about how he had fought alongside the swift dragon, he couldn't help but feel sad. At the same time, Su Yan was also shocked. Instant kill. The swift dragon, who had the strength of an emperor of heaven, was instantly killed just like that. Then this person's strength, Su Yan couldn't believe it. He turned around and saw a figure appear in front of him. This person was wearing a long purple robe. He had crimson hair and a white beard. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, a dignified aura faintly flowed between his broad brows. Sect leader. When Elder Gujian and the others saw this person, they all hurriedly bowed and called out. "Humph, there are so many of you, but you can't even deal with a saint. How dare you call yourself an emperor?" The old man glanced at them, and in an instant, a powerful spirit chi surged out. When those people saw the old man's gaze, they all lowered their heads. Shame appeared on their faces. Looking at the old man's eyes and the surging spirit chi, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. This is a venerable of the spirit sea realm. Su Yan couldn't help but gasp at the thought. Even he couldn't deal with the venerable of the spirit sea realm, and now a venerable of the spirit sea realm had appeared. The old man glanced at Elder Gujian and the others and ignored them. Instead, he looked back at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you are indeed a rare genius. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant and offended someone you shouldn't have." Offended someone I shouldn't have. Su Yan stared at the old man and thought that no matter what, he would still have a chance. When he faced the old man, he no longer had the fear from before. His gaze shifted, and a resolute light shone in his eyes. Looking at the faint spirit qi on the old man's body, he sneered and said, "The Guyue sect is indeed a large sect. A few emperors and a venerable of the spirit sea realm are bullying me. Good." Every powerhouse paid great attention to their identity. Not to mention that those who had reached the level of the Guyue sect leader, Master Qi Lian, valued their identity even more. He wouldn't even bother to deal with a saint bloodline powerhouse. He wouldn't have appeared, but when he saw that Elder Gujian was about to die under Su Yan's sword, he had no choice but to intervene. At this moment, when he heard Su Yan's words, his face couldn't help but turn red, but it was quickly suppressed. He looked at Su Yan and snorted coldly, "Su Yan, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be arrogant. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your corpse." "Spare my corpse." When Su Yan heard Master Qi Lian's words, he laughed out loud again, "Spare my corpse? The dignified Guyue sect leader and a few elders are chasing after a little saint like me. What a big deal." Master Qi Lian's face turned green and red when he heard Su Yan's words, but there was nothing he could do. If he didn't make a move, based on the situation just now, Su Yan would probably escape. Along the way, he had been following Su Yan and the others. The more he looked at the strength that Su Yan had unleashed, the more he was shocked. Since he couldn't use such a person for himself, the best choice was to strangle him in the cradle. The talent that Su Yan displayed was too shocking. If she allowed him to continue growing, she was afraid that within a few years, he would really be able to flatten her Guyue sect. Master Qi Lian thought about the pros and cons of this. Master Qi Lian no longer cared about his identity. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "No matter what you say today, you will die without a doubt." "I will die without a doubt." Su Yan looked at Master Qi Lian and laughed again, "How can I, Su Yan, make the dignified Guyue sect leader personally take action?" While speaking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said word by word, "Even if I, Su Yan, die, it's still not up to you to decide my life." While speaking, Su Yan's body suddenly leaped up and jumped down the cliff. Seeing Su Yan jump down, Master Qi Lian couldn't help but frown. He walked to the edge of the cliff and heard Su Yan's angry roar from below, "Guyue sect, you forced me to jump down the cliff. This is the enmity of my life. If I, Su Yan, die at the bottom of this cliff, I will let it go. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I will definitely flatten the Guyue sect one day." Su Yan's voice was loud and clear, and at the same time, it faintly exuded a majestic aura. Even with Master Qi Lian's strength, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the bottom of the cliff and frowned. He hated himself for giving Su Yan a chance to jump down the cliff. In his anger, Master Qi Lian looked at Elder Gujian and the others with a bad expression. Seeing Master Qi Lian's bad expression, Elder Gujian and the others hurriedly smiled apologetically, "Sect leader, this cliff is too deep to see the bottom. Su Yan is only a saint. If he jumps down, he will definitely die. Don't worry." "Humph." Master Qi Lian snorted and ignored them. He just looked at the cliff for a long time and muttered in his heart, "I can only hope that this kid will die at the bottom of this cliff." Otherwise, Master Qi Lian couldn't believe what would happen if Su Yan was allowed to grow. Shaking his head, he turned around and saw Elder Gujian still standing there. He was furious and shouted, "Why aren't you guys returning to the sect? Don't tell me you want to stay here and embarrass yourselves." "Yes, sect leader." Elder Gujian and the others hurriedly cupped their hands and left. Master Qi Lian was left alone. He stood at the edge of the cliff for a while and then left. Although he wanted to go down the cliff to take a look, he didn't care how deep the cliff was. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult to go down the cliff. However, Master Qi Lian knew that this cliff was not an ordinary cliff. The Hengduan Mountain was a vast mountain range that separated the 5 counties and the 9 prefectures. How could there be such a cliff in the middle? Looking at the fog lingering around the cliff, he could feel a chill from time to time. Master Qi Lian knew that this was most likely the sign of the legendary Myriad Ghost Cave. There were 3 great danger zones in the 5 counties. Eastern Sea, Hengduan Mountain, Myriad Ghost Cave. Among the 3 great danger zones, only the Myriad Ghost Cave was unknown. Many people even thought that the Myriad Ghost Cave was just a legend. However, Master Qi Lian knew that the Myriad Ghost Cave was a natural phenomenon. It appeared at a different location every time, which was why no one had seen it for so many years. However, Master Qi Lian knew about the existence of the Myriad Ghost Cave. Moreover, as the sect leader of the ancient Yu sect, Venerable Ling Hai, he had been to the depths of the Hengduan Mountain before. He knew that there was no cliff here before. It was most likely the sign of the Myriad Ghost Cave's appearance. It was said that entering the Myriad Ghost Cave was a narrow escape. Even though Master Qi Lian was a venerable, he didn't dare to enter recklessly. Therefore, Master Qi Lian decisively gave up on the idea of going down the cliff to find Su Yan. He also knew that Su Yan had no chance of survival after falling into the Myriad Ghost Cave. After standing on the cliff for a while, Master Qi Lian left. After they left, the Hengduan Mountain regained its peace. Only the roar of beasts could be heard from time to time, declaring their territory. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the side. Looking at the cliff, he cried in a low voice, "Senior, I am incompetent. I, Buttface, am incompetent." The person who came was none other than Buttface, who was drunk the night before. Buttface went to find Su Yan as soon as he woke up. He followed him all the way to the cliff and saw Su Yan jumping off the cliff. He was extremely sad, but he also knew that if he had gone out at that time, he would have suffered the same fate as Su Yan. Buttface wasn't afraid of death, but he knew that if he died, there would be no one to avenge Su Yan. Chapter 156. This was a world, especially a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In this world, it would never stop because of one person's death. It would not change because of one person's death. The only thing that had changed was the words that were passed down by everyone. As the Guyu sect withdrew the arrest warrant and the reward of 1 million spirit stones, the hidden demon region did not boil over because of this. Instead, everyone was abnormally calm. After all, in their eyes, no matter how powerful Su Yan was, he was still only one person. And no matter how many people he killed, he was still just a saint. How could a saint resist an entire sect? Therefore, they were not surprised by Su Yan's death. Instead, they felt that it was expected. Therefore, the hidden demon region was still calm. It was not because of Su Yan's death. Similarly, it was not because of the 100 life soul realm warriors that Su Yan had killed. The hidden demon region once again fell into a state of glory. Every night, there was music and music. Every day, merchants walked around. Many warriors who lacked spirit stones still gathered at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain to accept some bounty missions. However, the mission that had been considered a scam had completely disappeared. This also made the people of the hidden demon region think of Su Yan every time they accepted a mission. To them, Su Yan had only left behind a piece of history. And in their memories, Su Yan had only become a dead person. However, was Su Yan really dead? On that cold night, a person was lying under the cliff of the Hengduan mountain. This person was dressed in white and his face was deathly pale. A spirit sword was placed beside him, emitting a ghostly howl from time to time. Who else could this person be but Su Yan? Su Yan lay like that. After an unknown period of time, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the darkness around him, his eyes flickered slightly. Am I dead? Su Yan touched his own body and felt the heat. However, he did not feel happy because of this. Instead, a cold smile slowly appeared on his lips. Not dead, I actually didn't die. The heavens didn't want me to die. As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a cold light surged out. When he thought about how Guyu Zong had forced him to jump off the cliff, it immediately condensed into a thick killing intent. Guyu sect, the heavens have not forsaken me. In the future, I will definitely flatten your Guyu sect. Su Yan got up and roared at the sky. Thump, right at this moment, a loud sound reverberated. Su Yan was shocked. He quickly picked up the ghost howl sword beside him and cautiously looked in the direction of the sound. Only then did Su Yan feel a chill. One had to know that Su Yan had the dragon blood ice fire shield, which could resist all the heat and cold in the world. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a chill in his heart. Looking into the distance, Su Yan slowly stepped forward and activated the cultivation method in his body. He was very cautious. Under the starry night, Su Yan could not see his surroundings clearly. This place was so strange that he had to be cautious. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The more Su Yan walked forward, the colder it became. At the same time, it was accompanied by whistling sounds. Where is this place? How do I get out? Su Yan did not want to stay in such a place for a moment longer. Under the moonlight, Su Yan touched his surroundings. There were strange rocks everywhere, and there was no way out. There was only one path in front of him. Su Yan looked at this path and frowned. Although he was not willing to walk in, this was the only way out. Su Yan had no other choice. Su Yan walked cautiously. After walking like this for nearly an hour, suddenly a whistling sound came and a black shadow flashed by. Su Yan was shocked. He raised his sword and shouted, "Who is it?" Right at this moment, Xiao, a light flashed and Su Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. A gentle and beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Yan. Red clothes fluttered in the wind, a graceful figure, and a face that could topple cities. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this person. Then, excitement surged in his heart. He hurriedly walked towards the red-clothed woman and excitedly shouted, "Senior Sister Lin, why are you here?" That's right, the person who appeared in front of Su Yan was Lin Hualu. When Lin Hualu saw Su Yan, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She looked at Su Yan and said, "Junior brother Su, after you left that day, I missed you very much. So, I came here to find you." When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he was immediately excited. He looked at Lin Hualu without any of his usual dignity. He rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. When Lin Hualu saw Su Yan's expression, she laughed and said, "Junior brother Su, why are you smiling foolishly? Are you not happy to see me?" "Happy, why would I not be happy?" Su Yan hurriedly said. He looked at Lin Hualu for a long time and took a deep breath. It was as if he had made an important decision. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior Sister Lin." Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan and smiled, "Junior brother Su, I won't hide it from you. When I first saw you, I fell in love with you. It's just that I didn't realize it at that time. It was only when you left the sword catacomb that I realized how much I love you. Senior Sister." When Su Yan heard this, he was touched. He put away the ghost howl sword in his hand and hugged Lin Hualu's graceful body. Lin Hualu did not avoid it. She just blushed and allowed Su Yan to hug her. She gently knocked on Su Yan's chest and said, "You're so naughty. When Su Yan saw Lin Hualo's behavior, he was stunned at first. Then, he laughed and said, "Senior Sister Lin, so you have such a delicate side. Why don't I have it? Am I a woman too?" Lin Hualo's face turned red. She snuggled into Su Yan's arms. When the two hugged each other, sparks immediately flew. Su Yan looked at Lin Hualo's beautiful face and her alluring red lips. He swallowed his saliva and kissed her. Lin Hualu did not object and allowed Su Yan to kiss her. The two were entangled. After kissing for a long time, Su Yan hugged Lin Hualu. He had a satisfied smile on his face and asked softly, "Senior Sister Lin, how did you know I would be here?" "Of course I know you're here." Lin Hualu chuckled. One of her hands was still caressing Su Yan's body, giving Su Yan an unprecedented sense of comfort. Su Yan's body quickly surged with an evil fire. He grabbed Lin Hualo's twin peaks. Lin Hualu suddenly let out an arrogant snort. It was extremely seductive. However, Su Yan's expression changed instantly. His long sword instantly exploded out of its scabbard. It directly flew towards Lin Hualu. Bang! Lin Hualo's body was instantly blasted away. Su Yan's face retreated. He pointed at Lin Hualu with a righteous face and shouted, "You're not Senior Sister Lin." "Who are you?" "Junior Brother Su, I'm Senior Sister Lin." "How can I not be Senior Sister Lin? I've always been your Senior Sister Lin." Lin Hualu blinked her eyes and looked at Su Yan. She said pitifully, "Junior Brother Su, why are you suspecting me? Do you not like me anymore?" Looking at Lin Hualo's appearance, Su Yan was even more certain that this person was not Lin Hualu. Based on Lin Hualo's usual arrogance and aloofness, she would definitely not be like this. "Hurry up and tell me. Who are you?" Su Yan shouted again. "Who am I? I'm Lin Hualu." "Junior Brother Su, what's wrong with you?" Lin Hualu said coquettishly. Her body was still swaying continuously. It was extremely seductive. If Lin Hualu really did this to Su Yan would definitely not be able to resist. However, Su Yan was certain that this person was definitely not Lin Hualu. In the sword well, he had only glanced at Lin Hualo's body. Lin Hualu was already ashamed. How could she be so licentious? Su Yan saw that she did not admit it. He was not in a hurry. He sneered and asked, "All right, since you say you're Senior Sister Lin, then tell me where we first met." "Of course it was in the hidden sword tomb," Lin Hualu said without hesitation. Hearing her words, Su Yan's lips immediately curled into a smile. At the same time, he looked at the fake Lin Hualu. A cold light flashed across his eyes. He shouted softly and stabbed the ghost howl sword in his hand towards her. Lin Hualu did not expect Su Yan to suddenly attack her. She snorted arrogantly and immediately dissipated. At this moment, the darkness in front of Su Yan was restored to its original state. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He looked around and quickly understood, this is the fantasy realm. I actually entered the fantasy realm. When Su Yan understood, his face was filled with astonishment. He thought about how the illusion realm was so real. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Huado's character well, he might not have woken up. Thinking about the real scene in the fantasy realm, Su Yan could not help but be shocked. At the same time, he felt a little bitter. However, this also caused Su Yan to become even more cautious. This place was definitely not a good place. Hoo, just at this moment, another gust of wind blew over. A miserable cry rang out. That dense feeling caused Su Yan's body to involuntarily tremble. What is this place? It's so eerie. Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. However, his eyes were still filled with unswerving determination as he muttered to himself, no matter where this place is, I have to make a trip there. Chapter 157. Although Su Yan didn't want to venture into such a dangerous and inexplicable place, there was definitely no benefit to be gained from it. Unfortunately, there was no other way, and Su Yan had no choice but to venture into it. Helplessly, he could only brace himself and walk forward. That was why the illusion realm was so real. Su Yan naturally knew how dangerous this place was, and every step he took was extremely careful and cautious. Just like this, he walked for about an hour. Except for the chilly wind that drifted over from time to time, there were no other dangers. This also made Su Yan very confused. Where is this place? How can I get out? Su Yan looked at the endless road in the distance, and his eyes fell into confusion. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden loud sound. Not far in front of Su Yan, a huge rock suddenly split open, emitting a scorching flame. The flame was extremely enchanting, emitting a purple-green flame. Green lotus core fire. When Su Yan saw this flame, he immediately recognized it as the heaven fire, the green lotus core fire, and a burst of excitement surged in his heart. Heaven fire. Earth fire was not common enough, let alone heaven fire. Heaven fire had the magical effect of burning all things, and could destroy all things in the world. It was also a necessary material for refining weapons. Su Yan followed Cho Bo to forge swords, and the flame used by Cho Bo was only earth fire. At that time, Su Yan had only just learned to use the flame emitted by spiritual qi to forge swords. Although the flame condensed from one's own spiritual energy had a temperature, it was much worse than the natural earth fire and heavenly fire. The refined spirit sword would not be able to remove the impurities in the materials very well, and the forged spirit sword would definitely not be able to achieve a certain level of magical effect. In order to forge a good sword, in addition to having a certain level of skill, the flame was also extremely important. Su Yan had just stepped into the path of forging swords, and didn't think much about the flame. How could he have thought that he would encounter the heaven fire here, which could only be found but not sought? It can't be another illusion, right? With his previous experience, Su Yan looked at the heavenly flame in front of him and did not act rashly. Although Su Yan had the dragon blood ice fire barrier, Su Yan didn't believe that it could withstand the attack of the heavenly fire. Su Yan looked around and cautiously checked his surroundings. He pinched himself a few times before concluding that this was not an illusion. The excitement in his heart also surged out. Heavenly fire. Obtaining the heavenly fire would not only help one forge a sword, but it could also be used as a weapon to attack. Looking at the heavenly fire, Su Yan frowned. Su Yan had also read about this heavenly flame in the Immortal Sword Peak Scripture Pavilion in the Sword Collection Tomb. The heavenly flame was a flame that was born between heaven and earth. In the entire continent, there were a total of 9 types of heavenly flames. Each type had its own unique symbol, and this was the molten green lotus fire. Its biggest characteristic was that the flames it emitted were green in color. Of course, in addition to these, Su Yan also knew that it was not an easy task to subdue the heavenly flame. To subdue the heavenly flame, it was not as simple as just taking the heavenly flame. After all, the heat of the heavenly flame could burn everything. What could stop it? Only by devouring the heavenly flame and integrating it into one's body could one's body perfectly integrate with the heavenly flame. Only then could the heavenly flame be used. However, one could imagine that the heavenly flame was the hottest thing in the world. Humans were just flesh and blood. If one wanted to devour the heavenly flame, how could one's body withstand it? Of course, Su Yan had also read some records about devouring the heavenly flame. In the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Sword Collection Tomb, there was a record about devouring the heavenly flame. To devour the heavenly flame, one had to prepare an elixir that could suppress the heavenly flame. One had to swallow the elixir that could suppress the heat and then devour the heavenly flame. Then, one had to use the spiritual qi in one's body to defend and integrate the heavenly flame into one's bloodline. Only then could one successfully devour the heavenly flame. But these were easy to say, but doing it was not as simple as what was recorded in the book. In the process of devouring the heavenly flame, if one was not careful, one would be devoured by the heavenly flame and turn into ashes. In addition, Su Yan did not have any elixir that could suppress the heavenly flame. If he wanted to devour the heavenly flame, it would be a dead end. Do I have to give up like this? Su Yan looked at the green lotus core fire and frowned. He was not willing to give up like this. There were only 9 types of heavenly flame in the entire Gone border continent. And each type of heavenly flame was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Some people might not be lucky enough to see a heavenly flame in their lifetime. This time, the heavens blessed Su Yan and let him encounter a heavenly flame here. In addition, Su Yan had embarked on the Tao of sword forging. How could he be willing to give up the heavenly flame in front of him? He was not willing, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the heavenly flame, he was stunned. He frowned and tried to think of a way to devour the heavenly flame. Just as Su Yan was observing for a while, Su Yan suddenly found a strange phenomenon. The heavenly flame was a natural flame. Every time a heavenly flame was born, it would inevitably lead to an abnormal demonic phenomenon. However, when Su Yan looked at the green lotus core fire, except for the burning feeling of the flame, there was no strange phenomenon. Is this not a heavenly flame? Su Yan saw that the appearance of the green lotus core fire did not have any strange phenomenon, and could not help but be suspicious. However, this thought was quickly dispelled by Su Yan, because no matter whether it was the shape of the flame or the heat emitted from the flame was extremely hot. This flame must be the green lotus core fire. Su Yan looked for a long time and suddenly thought of something. He patted the storage bag and took out a fire spirit grass. This fire spirit grass was also brought down by Su Yan from the scriptures pavilion of the Immortal Sword Summit in the Hidden Sword Tomb. The fire spirit grass was one of the essential ingredients to refine the fire spirit pill. The fire spirit pill was just an ordinary elixir. It was only refined for warriors to absorb the cold air into their body and use it to heal their injuries. It was not a rare item, and the fire spirit grass could be easily picked in some mountains. At that time, the reason why Su Yan put it in his storage bag was because his storage bag was big enough. Su Yan did not expect that it would be of great use at this time. Su Yan held the fire spirit grass and carefully looked at the green lotus core fire for a long time. With a wave of his hand, he suddenly threw the fire spirit grass towards the green lotus core fire. Swoosh! At the moment when the fire spirit grass touched the sky fire jumped up like a fire snake and directly swallowed the fire spirit grass. At the moment when the fire spirit grass was swallowed, the green lotus core fire suddenly lit up. The burning temperature seemed to be much stronger than before. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled happily and said, I understand. It turns out that this is only the embryonic form of the green lotus core fire. It has not become a real sky fire. To be precise, this was only the flame of the green lotus core fire. It had not become a real green lotus core fire. Originally, Su Yan was at a loss on how to swallow the green lotus core fire. After feeding the green lotus core fire and the fire spirit grass, Su Yan immediately had an idea. If it was the real green lotus core fire, with Su Yan's current cultivation and the fact that Su Yan did not have any elixir that could suppress the flame, swallowing the green lotus core fire would only lead to death. However, if it was only the green lotus core fire, then there was some hope. The sky fire was born from the energy of heaven and earth. At the moment of its birth, it was only a flame in its embryonic form. During its growth, the sky fire would automatically absorb the surrounding heat to evolve and grow into a real sky fire. After the sky fire had truly grown, it would inevitably cause a vision of heaven and earth. At that time, if the sky fire wanted to continue growing, it would not need to absorb the heat of heaven and earth. Instead, it would need to swallow other sky fires to evolve. There were even rumors that after some sky fires evolved, they would have a certain level of consciousness and could even transform into a human form. Of course, all of these were legends. Until now, no one had ever seen a sky fire transform into a human form. Since the green lotus core fire has not formed and I have the dragon blood ice fire shield to protect my body, I think I still have a chance to swallow it. Su Yan muttered to himself. Although he knew that even if the green lotus core fire had not formed, it was still a sky fire. If he wanted to swallow it, it would be dangerous. However, he had encountered a sky fire. If Su Yan was asked to give up on swallowing it, Su Yan would not be willing. He would definitely regret it in the future. A man should have the heart to take risks. As Su Yan thought, he looked at the green lotus core fire. His eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. Of course, Su Yan was not in a hurry. As he circulated his qi, he took out all the elixirs that could restrain flames from his storage bag. These elixirs were all taken out by Su Yan from the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Summit in the Sword Burial Mound. Their levels were on the low side. Similarly, they were not elixirs that could restrain flames. They were only elixirs with water and ice attributes. Su Yan did not know if these elixirs would be useful. However, Su Yan thought that they would at least have some effect. After taking out all the elixirs with water and ice attributes, Su Yan looked at the green lotus core fire. He took a deep breath and a surge of spiritual energy surged from his arm. With a wave of his hand, the green lotus core fire suddenly fell into Su Yan's hand. Although he had the protection of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could still feel a burning pain coming from his palm. This green lotus core fire has not formed yet, and it is already so hot. What would happen if it formed? Su Yan thought. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and threw the green lotus core fire into his mouth. Suddenly, a strong flame burned in Su Yan's body. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, Su Yan could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was being corroded by the strongest flame in the world. His entire body turned red in an instant. His face was extremely ugly. It was as if there were thousands of ants biting in his body. It was as if Su Yan was going to be burned into ashes. Chapter 158. Under the burning of the fire, Su Yan once again let out a painful roar. I have to endure it. Su Yan clenched his teeth and sat up with difficulty. Su Yan was very clear that if he could not endure it, then he would definitely be devoured by the green lotus core fire. The only way was to endure it and let the green lotus core fire merge with his blood. Only by successfully devouring the green lotus core fire, there was no other choice. Su Yan forcefully endured the intense pain in his body and sat up. Without looking at what the pills were, he put all of them into his mouth. With these pills in his mouth, Su Yan felt a surge of coldness, and his body immediately felt more comfortable. However, in less than a breath's time, the discomfort disappeared. This feeling of comfort disappeared, and in its place was another wave of burning pain. Endure it, endure it. Su Yan clenched his teeth and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body towards the green lotus core fire. Only by doing so, could he control the green lotus core fire, and only by doing so, could Su Yan successfully devour the heaven fire. Su Yan's body was red, and his eyes were also red. The dragon blood ice fire shield was floating with a faint bloody light, protecting Su Yan and preventing Su Yan from being devoured by the green lotus core fire. In this intense pain, Su Yan constantly let out low roars. The cultivation technique in his body was also circulating rapidly. However, Su Yan stubbornly endured it, forcing the green lotus core fire to surge into his blood. In this way, he fought with the green lotus core fire for almost an hour. Su Yan's clothes were slightly burned, and the green lotus core fire finally merged with Su Yan's blood. At the last moment, Su Yan closed his eyes and fainted. After almost an hour, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Did you succeed? Su Yan opened his arms, and suddenly, a green-red flame surged out from Su Yan's palm, exuding a dazzling light. At the same time, a burst of blazing heat followed. With this molten green lotus flame, it will be much easier to forge swords in the future. Su Yan looked at the molten green lotus flame and nodded with satisfaction. Su Yan slowly circulated his cultivation technique, wanting to use the heavenly fire to launch an attack. At this moment, Su Yan discovered a strange phenomenon. A crack had appeared in the cultivation method in his body. Su Yan was shocked. There was actually a crack in his cultivation technique. What the hell is going on? In his panic, Su Yan hurriedly operated his cultivation method and used his divine sense to observe the situation in his body. The moment he operated his cultivation method, Su Yan discovered that there was a rich spiritual qi floating out from the crack. The spiritual qi flowed out from his blood vessels and suddenly condensed. Su Yan was stunned for a moment before he understood. He laughed and said, "It turns out that when I swallowed the molten green lotus flame, my cultivation method automatically absorbed some of the spiritual qi that originally belonged to the molten green lotus flame. Now I have to condense the second meridian." Su Yan thought and couldn't help but lick his lips. The cultivation method quickly circulated, and the spiritual qi flowed out from the cracks in the cultivation method and condensed into the blood vessels in an instant. The second meridian saint is about to appear. The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a slight smile. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred once again. The molten green lotus flame that had just swallowed suddenly rushed over and directly crashed into the second vein that Su Yan was about to condense. Su Yan wanted to stop it, but now was the critical moment of condensing the second meridian. Su Yan had no way to stop it. He could only watch as the molten green lotus flame in his body crashed into the newly condensed holy meridian and was wrapped in it. The second meridian saint was successfully condensed. A majestic spiritual qi suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body and let out a whistling sound. Su Yan, who had been promoted to a second meridian saint, couldn't feel happy when the molten green lotus flame suddenly crashed into the holy meridian. He just watched as the molten green lotus flame flowed in the holy meridian. Su Yan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." At this point, there was no way to save him. Su Yan could only shake his head helplessly. He operated his cultivation method and a wisp of spiritual qi burst out from the newly condensed holy meridian. Once again, at the moment when the spiritual qi surged, there was a trace of flame light, and the feeling of heat surged up. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. The molten green lotus flame flowed into the holy meridian. I didn't expect it to integrate directly. I just don't know if there will be any side effects in the future. Su Yan thought about it and experimented a few more times. He became more adept at controlling the molten green lotus flame in the holy meridian in his body. With the cooperation of the spiritual qi in the holy meridian, the haze just now dissipated and in exchange, there was only joy. After all, at least Su Yan didn't feel that the molten green lotus flame flowed into the holy meridian, nor did he feel anything wrong. After skillfully controlling the molten green lotus flame, Su Yan realized that this time, swallowing the molten green lotus flame had not only allowed him to successfully advance to a second meridian saint. At the same time, his dragon blood ice fire shield had also become stronger. When it burst out, it was like a blood-red robe draped over Su Yan's body. I don't know if this dragon blood ice fire shield will be able to resist other attacks in the future. Although the dragon blood ice fire shield had become much stronger, it still couldn't resist any physical or spiritual qi attacks. This somewhat disappointed Su Yan. In his disappointment, Su Yan could only pin his hopes on the dragon blood ice fire shield to be able to resist other attacks in the future. At the same time, Su Yan also realized that his blood dragon pupil had also grown. When the red light jumped, it could actually release a weak attack. This made Su Yan even more delighted. Although the attacks released by the blood dragon pupil were relatively weak, it still couldn't stop Su Yan from feeling happy. If the Crimson Dragon Eyes can unleash an attack, I will definitely be able to achieve unexpected results when I practice hand seals in the future. It's a pity that I don't know how to cultivate the Crimson Dragon Eyes. If I can master the cultivation method, the Crimson Dragon Eyes will definitely grow rapidly. Ever since Su Yan had stepped into this world, other than taking Lu Hong as his master, Su Yan had been groping and crawling on his own. There was no one to guide him. Su Yan had also thought of joining a sect and finding a master to guide him. However, Su Yan thought that he had so many secrets. Even if he found a master, they might not be able to guide him. Moreover, Su Yan was already a disciple of the Buddha Sword sect. He definitely wouldn't join another sect. Even if he did, Su Yan definitely wouldn't consider that sect as his home. After enjoying the benefits of swallowing the molten green lotus fire, Su Yan looked at the darkness in front of him and fell into a daze. Where is this place? Where does this path lead to? Su Yan looked at the darkness in front of him and frowned. He stepped forward again. Other than this, Su Yan had no other choice. The further they went, the stronger the howling of the chilly wind became. That awe-inspiring feeling was equally intimidating. In this chilly wind, Su Yan also felt a chill pressing towards him. After swallowing the molten green lotus fire, Su Yan was definitely not afraid of cold. This time, however, Su Yan felt a chilling sensation. Su Yan was surprised. It did not take long for Su Yan to realize that the chilling sensation was not coming from his body. Instead, it was coming from his heart. This caused Su Yan to be shocked again. What kind of existence is in front of me that can make me feel a chill in my heart? Su Yan muttered to himself in his heart. His footsteps became even more careful as he walked forward. During this walk, almost half an hour passed. All of a sudden, the scene in front of Su Yan lit up. This sudden light made Su Yan's heart tremble. He hurriedly tightened his grip on the ghost howl sword in his hand. Su Yan had a lingering fear when he saw Lin Hualo's illusion world. That illusion world was formed from a burst of light. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character and let the illusion world develop, he didn't know how it would grow. Su Yan held the ghost howl sword in his hand and looked forward carefully. He shouted from time to time, "What kind of monster is it? Come out and die." Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan shouted, nothing appeared. The light was still there and didn't disappear. Could it be that this isn't an illusion world, but there was originally light in this place? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and looked up. Above his head was a dark mass. He couldn't see anything at all. Only the light in front of him allowed Su Yan to see his surroundings clearly. The surroundings were densely packed with strange rocks. It was bumpy and covered with spider webs. There were also many skulls hanging on the stone walls. The ground was covered with human bones. At that time, Su Yan didn't notice it in the darkness. Now that it was as bright as day, Su Yan looked at the ghastly white bones on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Su Yan wasn't afraid of these corpses and human bones. However, from these corpses and human bones, he could determine that this was an extremely dangerous place. Otherwise, why would so many people die here? There must be records of such a dangerous place, but why don't I have any memory of it? Su Yan frowned and accidentally touched a rock beside him. Immediately, a huge pain came from his arm. A piece of flesh on Su Yan's arm immediately turned pus. This, Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly retracted his hand. He looked at the stone wall and saw that it was covered with countless blood spiders. They were densely packed and constantly wriggling. Looking at so many blood spiders, Su Yan immediately had goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The cultivation technique in his body also quickly circulated. A wave of spiritual energy came out from the saint vein. Suddenly, the green lotus core fire burst out with spiritual energy and burned the blood spiders. Crackle, under the burning flames, the blood spiders let out a series of sounds. At the same time, a foul smell came along with it. At this moment, rustle. Chapter 159. Rustle, 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 there was a constant whistling sound in the surroundings. At the same time, a strong gloomy aura followed, accompanied by a thick, nauseating smell of blood. When Su Yan felt this aura, he could not help but be startled. He turned around and saw the scene in front of him. Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. His hair had already exploded due to fear. Blood spiders, countless blood spiders. They were densely packed and filled the entire passageway. In this world of martial artists, where the strong preyed on the weak, one had to face some dangers almost every day. Every day, one had to contend with life and death. Su Yan was even more so. In such a life and death situation, naturally, he was more courageous than others. However, when Su Yan looked at the densely packed blood spiders, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Whoosh! At this moment, a blood spider suddenly pounced on Su Yan. When the blood spider touched Su Yan's clothes, the white robe on Su Yan's body instantly turned into a huge hole. Su Yan was shocked again. Seeing another spider pouncing on him, he suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly operated the cultivation method in his body. A majestic spiritual energy instantly burst out and rushed towards the blood spiders. At the same time, the molten green lotus fire that he had just absorbed burst out and burned the blood spiders. Although the molten green lotus fire had not really grown into a heaven fire. But after all, it was the embryonic form of a heaven fire and had the effect of burning everything. Moreover, these blood spiders seemed to be flammable. The moment the heaven fire corroded them, all the blood spiders burned and immediately turned into a blood-red sea of fire. The blood spiders burned in the sea of fire, emitting a fishy smell. There were also countless blood spiders burning in the heaven fire. Bang! Then, there was a wailing sound. Not only that, the blood spiders continued to pounce on Su Yan in the burning flames. What a stubborn beast! In the midst of the burning flames, the densely packed blood spiders immediately lost their imposing manner. The fear in Su Yan's heart also lessened by quite a bit. Now that he saw these blood spiders actually daring to pounce on him. The anger in Su Yan's body surged as he roared. Suddenly, a majestic wave of spiritual energy surged out from another saint vein. In an instant, the blood spiders that were pouncing over fell back into the sea of fire. It was being eroded by the green lotus core fire. Looking at the burning sea of fire, Su Yan's fear also disappeared. However, looking at the densely packed blood spiders, he couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, "There are so many blood spiders. How did they reproduce? What is this place? Why are there so many blood spiders here?" Su Yan continued to mutter to himself. His heart was also filled with countless doubts. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had subdued the green lotus core fire. If Su Yan hadn't subdued the green lotus core fire, he would have died. Surrounded by these blood spiders, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. Although the combat power of these blood spiders was mediocre, there were many of them. Furthermore, each blood spider had a corrosive effect. As long as one touched it, one's body would turn into pus. Without the help of the green lotus core fire, it would have been difficult for him to escape with just his spiritual energy. Thinking about how he would have died from being contaminated by these blood spiders and turned into a pool of blood, Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had subdued the green lotus core fire. While rejoicing, Su Yan looked at the sea of blood and couldn't help but frown. From the moment he arrived at this place, the dangers had never stopped. First, there was the fantasy world. In the fantasy world, everything was so real. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character well, he would have been trapped in the fantasy world. After all, Su Yan already had feelings for Lin Hualu. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character well, he would have been trapped in the fantasy world. In addition to the fantasy world, he encountered the heavenly fire. Although the heavenly fire was a rare treasure in the world. However, the existence of this rare treasure also represented the danger. If the green lotus core fire had really become a heavenly fire and had spiritual consciousness, Su Yan wouldn't be able to escape death if he wanted to devour it. In these dangers, Su Yan also had a trace of rejoicing. Now that he was attacked by so many blood spiders, Su Yan couldn't help but doubt the danger of this place again. There are 3 dangerous places in the 5 counties, the Hengduan mountain range, the East Sea, and the Myriad Ghost Cave. This place is so dangerous, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 3 dangerous places, Su Yan murmured. He didn't think that this was actually one of the 3 dangerous places, the Myriad Ghost Cave. First the fantasy world, then this group of blood spiders. I don't know what dangers there will be ahead. Su Yan looked at the road ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. Instead, he was looking forward to the dangers that could appear in front of him. Of course, this wasn't because Su Yan was a masochist, but because Su Yan knew that the more dangerous the place was, the higher the chance of rare treasures existing. For example, although the Hengduan mountain range was full of dangers, there were all kinds of monsters and rare herbs that grew in the Hengduan mountain range. All of them were rare treasures that everyone pursued. In the East Sea, the sea monsters that lived in the East Sea and the Pearl of the East Sea were all rare treasures that warriors wanted to obtain. Among these, there was also a truth to the world. Where rare treasures were born, there was bound to be danger. Perhaps this was a gift from God to the world, but at the same time, it was also a warning to the world that God's gift was only given to the strong. It also seemed to be telling the world that this was a world of the strong. Only by ignoring the dangers and only by having strength could one accept God's gift and stand at the peak. Su Yan stood there, not feeling a trace of fear because of the dangers that appeared one after another. His eyes suddenly flashed and burst out with a light of determination. He looked at the falling sea of fire and walked forward resolutely. This time, it wasn't just to find a way out. At the same time, Su Yan also wanted to see what kind of treasure was hidden under this danger. The moment the blood spider's burning sea of fire descended, Su Yan's eyes flashed and he took a step forward. While this unswerving determination, Su Yan was also much more cautious than before. The cultivation method in his body was operating quickly and he was constantly on guard against everything around him. Although Su Yan was looking forward to seeing what kind of rare treasure was hidden here, he didn't want to give up his life here for the treasure. Just as Su Yan stepped into the ashes of the blood spiders that had been burned by the green lotus core fire, Su Yan suddenly felt a foul stench assaulting his nose. Su Yan had already seen this stench before. However, when he inhaled this stench, Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be suppressed in an instant. A huge pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly circulated his qi and held his breath. This stench is poisonous. At the same time, Su Yan also reacted. There was poison in this stench. Unfortunately, it was too late. This poisonous gas had already invaded Su Yan's body and was constantly eroding Su Yan's blood. No matter how hard Su Yan tried to circulate his qi to resist, it was futile. On the contrary, when Su Yan circulated his qi, this poisonous gas became even more rampant and wantonly eroded inside Su Yan's body. What a powerful poisonous gas! While Su Yan was shocked, he gradually felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. At the same time, the 2 legs that supported his body were getting weaker and weaker. His whole body fell into a state of weakness. No matter how Su Yan struggled, it was still futile. Su Yan's body became weaker and weaker. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I, Su, am a dignified sword saint. I didn't die in the scheme of the Su family, I didn't die in the well of the hidden sword tomb, and I didn't die in the pursuit of the ancient Yu sect in the hidden demon region. Am I going to die in this unknown place? Su Yan muttered to himself. Plop, his body suddenly became weak and he couldn't support himself. He fell to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, the remains of the blood spider's corpse still contained the poison of the blood spider. In an instant, Su Yan bit Su Yan's white robe and another burst of pain invaded Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he was powerless. He could only watch the poison of the blood spider's corpse corrode his body. Roar! At this moment, there was a loud noise. Suddenly, another blood spider jumped out from the darkness in front of him. This blood spider was bigger than any of the ones he had seen before. It was the size of a person. Its two bulging eyes were even uglier. They were like copper bells, emitting a deep green light. Its 8 claws supported its fat body, and one could clearly see the foul-smelling venom flowing under its fat belly. When Su Yan saw it, his heart shook. He instinctively wanted to grab his spiritual sword. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't have the strength to do so. He could only watch the blood spider slowly approach him. It seems that I'm really going to die here today. Su Yan looked at the giant blood spider slowly approaching him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Roar! The blood spider looked at the blood spider's corpse on the ground and angrily let out a low roar. At the same time, the huge eyes emitting green light suddenly looked at Su Yan with a ferocious gaze. It was obviously angry that Su Yan had killed its disciple. Roar! The blood spider roared again and let out a shrill cry. Its 8 legs moved together and quickly pounced on Su Yan.